Race control. Have you plugged in my screens? Because I've got nothing my end.
No change this end, so I'll probably unplug and plug in.
Cheers, buddy.
How's that? How's that?
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So, drivers, just once again, I've just made a slight adjustment to a couple of the 87 to 88 heat just to balance the numbers. So, please, if you're doing that class, just double check the heat list. It's online and on paper. So, please just double check that. So, we'll start at 8:30. We've got about 5 minutes or so. Heat 1 will be 83 to 85. And it will be heat 13 to Marshall. So the Marshalls will be Dick Fiddling, Matt Tuck, James Pennywell, George Colwood, Rich Greenwood, Gavin Bowen, Phil Craddock, Sam Pratt, Ross Fox, Chris Lee, Dave Laycock, and Chris Brooks. You are the Marshalls.
Yeah. Now we're not. Fuck off.
Where's Jack?
Jack, my little
I need to get a listing.
He's got a list. So we got fruit and earring sheet.
Yeah. Well, I've got one with your square boxes in, but I've got your list
How will do.
with numbers on. Good morning, sir. Oh, we're here. Yeah, it becomes. Rick, can you do me a favour? Can you eyeball your screen a minute?
Yeah.
Is it on now?
Second,
Mine's off.
It's off.
On.
Mine's off. It's off. Off. Still off. I don't even think it's switched on.
We're on a mirror. Mine's come back on now.
Just press the on button and nothing's happening.
Mine's off again. I don't. I think
Okay. Do you want to go and have a look?
they just unplugged it and plugged it back in, so I got it, and now something's just going on.
Okay. I've got nothing at all, so am I still plugged in?
Should be. Yours was on a minute ago.
It's not on at all. Nothing.
Right, click the power again.
Click it.
Yeah.
Not a hold and press at all.
No. Right. You'll see if you hold your hand
Yeah.
under that corner.
Yeah, I've got screen.
Right. Okay. So I'm on. I was doing stuff at the moment.
Play with it.
Off
Off.
again.
On.
That's not him doing his thing. That's us losing signal.
Okay. Well, let's get the racing.
Yeah. That's what I say.
That's it moving about.
Yeah.
So
we need to.
Or is it our end?
Well, our end's not moving. All people are standing all over our cake. They aren't. Can you go for
I will wiggle your bottom.
I'll give it a wiggle this end first.
Good
just to make.
Okay, we're wanting to get this meeting underway, so hold it on.
And I've not moved since.
We're looking for.
I need you.
Yeah.
I know you.
I had an early night last night because I was, for whatever reason,
Me and Caroline.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a nice
Okay,
quiet.
Daniel Pratt.
Daniel Pratt, you chapphead.
Oh, that's 11. Who's that? Dave Laycock.
He's just gone to his point.
Just there. Okay, I think we've got everybody else. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we have all marshals. Yeah, I'm just going to grab the room. Okay, drivers, if you want to go and do your warm-up lap, that would be great.
And we already have 3 non-PTs. Good job. Still going on and off like a yo-yo, Rick. Now more off than on. Oh, hang on. Still glitching. It's our lovely screen. No. Watch your screen. Oh no. That's looking good. Whatever you've done, it's looking good. Oh no, off again. Go on. Still off holding like an offie on anything. Right. Got on? No, it's still off. Go on.
So move the box off the power.
Yeah.
So sat on top of power.
Still off.
Well, I don't know.
It's owning a lot more now.
Okay.
We'll go with that. That's looking half decent.
Looks decent half the time.
Yeah. As in, looks decent
Oh,
half the
we've got
time,
another
which is
can
good.
of Whoopie Boop. There's a couple there. We ran out of labels, so there are a few cans left.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll give them back to you because those ones can be relabeled for the next one.
Yeah, well,
Otherwise,
yeah,
we're going to need to buy another fucking tray.
yeah. Well, yeah, because we've got a created Fanta Lemon.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We're doing by the time.
Little Fanta Lemon. This is nice.
I tried to give it to all the A final winners as well because
Yeah, it's cool.
it's good advertising
Really
and everything else.
Absolutely, yeah, we appreciate that. It's really not.
Revival,
Yes,
one,
very
four-wheel
busy.
drive,
Wow,
off
no.
and running. Conway going to lead us off. Martin Doon not showing us counting yet, so Simon Parker going to push us around. What I was going to suggest, as I'm in the early half and you're in the latter half, you do 1 to 6,
Yeah.
and I do, or you do 2 to 7 or something, but because I think Jack's covering your marshalling.
Yeah, he is.
And I do the second half.
Do it how we did it yesterday, where we just went, you will do 2, I'll do 2.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm not marshalling when I'm doing it.
Conway leading us round after 1, taking a second out, taking nearly 2 seconds out of Marcus Lungley. Mark Maney going to go into the 3, then Ishii, Tommy, Duncan Wood, Rich Culver. I tell you now, that top 5, 6 is going to be tight today. A lot of Yokomos out there, a lot of hot shot. And Danny Conway's hot shot as well. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just have a quick squeaky at the wing on it. It's crap. Conway continues to lead, but only by 0.4 now. Lungley coming back at him. Danny's still got fastest lap, 30.0. But both Lungley and Ishii both into the 30s as well, 0.7 and 0.8. Then it's Mark Maney, Tommy Peter, Trevor Hale, scratch that, Richard Colbert, then Trevor Hale, Duncan Wood, Adi Parks, Simon Parker, and Stephen Fraser.
You
got me red lights I should have. I've got everything I should have. If it becomes a problem, then we'll unplug yours briefly and see if that does anything. Just to be sure. So let's pick up with our leader as he comes off the end of the main straight. And it is Lungley from Ishii from Conway. Next to nothing between these guys. Conway can have a little bit of a bubble there. Not getting it all his own way today. And as I look up, I realise that Marcus Lungley's actually driving a Yokomo, not a hot shot. So my bad on that one. He was hot shot last year. So my people will drive two of them. Thank you. And all you guys, as Richard and Marcus are coming past you, within a few corners, Ishii's going to be there as well. As is, not sure the colours of that one. It might be Duncan Wood. Yeah, I recognise Woody's colours. And Mark Maney as well. So is four-wheel drive Bulldog 3D. Holding up in one piece at the moment. I know he's concerned about it today, driving within the car. And as I look back at the front, it's now looks like Conway to the point. And I've lost my, oh no, there's my screen back. Yes, it is Conway to Ishii to Lungley from Tommy Peter and Duncan Wood. Next to nothing between those two. Gonna have an eyeball at Tommy, see if I can work out which one is his car. I think this is traditional body shell at least. Might be one of his Zerdas. I think that's Tommy coming out onto the main straight now. Yes, it is. I see him looking at it. So I'm going to see if I can see what that is as it comes past. Definitely looks red. I would say that's a Zerda or something like of Tommy's. I know he has a lot of that style of period car. But Conway continues to lead now by 3 seconds over Ishii. Lungley down to the 3 after a slow lap. It doesn't matter whether you're doing 30-second laps, 20-second laps, or whatever. Oh, I'm told that we've got a problem for the Sonic Petermobile. And on the last lap as well, Tommy. It's all right, Tommy. Nobody saw it. And Tommy Peter was running in about the 4 at the time. I'm going to hand over to the dulcet tones of Rick Ringworth.
Just waiting for a couple more cars over the line. Race over, guys. So, car straight into scrutineering, please. Heat number 2 onto the rostrum. Let's get going this morning. Bill Craddock. Bill Craddock to commentary corner, please. Once you are on the rostrum, let's get these outlaps done, please. Can you stop scrutineering for me? Yeah. Can you just list it out? Yeah, please. You're the best. Guys, can we please make sure that we have our numbers on our race cars? It makes it very, very difficult for scrutineering. And change marshals, please. Change marshals. Got a visitor from Robin Hood Raceway there, nearly got run over. Phil's just doing it now, so go put your name in the box. Tell him. Thanks, George. Stood out this morning.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Difficult conversation, but
No, you're right. Sometimes
it's hard to tell him sometimes.
what I find is if I say things to joke, people don't listen.
Yeah, but you need it to do a shit sandwich.
Hmm?
You need it to do a shit sandwich.
Yeah,
Positive, negative. Call the shit sandwich. You're managing people.
yeah. What I do.
Put it on upside down, that'd be good.
Yeah, doesn't have to be 86 as well.
We're 86 and 69, that's it.
Yeah, that's why, like I say, as soon as he said he had that number for it, I was like, that's perfect for him. Really? Why's that? The opposite of mine. From Cal Norton Jr.
Good luck, mate. Okay, so all cars set off. I've got a couple of cars not showing as they went over the line. No Paul Johnson, no Riley Johnson. I believe those guys aren't here. So, Nick Wise. So, to the point, Tom Scarlett leading us round. Let's see if we can find the Scarlett car. Excuse me, Matt. Perfect, thank you very much. So, race order. 1.5 minutes down. Tom Scarlett from Nick Wise. Then there's Paul Ruckledge in the three. Eyeball Paul himself. Let's look at some lap times. 31.4 from our leader. That's the fastest lap in this heat by a long way. 36-second laps for the rest of them. So Tom absolutely flying in this one. So 2.5 minutes down, 2.5 minutes to go. Tom Scarlett from Gary Gooderham, from Mike Richardson. Then we've got Eyeball Paul, Nick Wise, Kenny Muck, Jack Proctor, the winner of Manny's Marvellous Marshalling Award, sponsored by Model Sport yesterday. Jack Proctor did loads of marshalling, helping people out. Looks like there's some grip in the track this morning. Lots of people grip rolling. So 2 minutes to go. Tom Scarlett still leading us round. So into our last minute here in heat number 2. Tom Scarlett dominating this first qualifying round. So guys, into our last 30 seconds, we've got Tom Scarlett from Mike Richardson, from Gary Gooderham. Last 10 seconds on the race clock, guys. Listen for your finishing times. When you have finished, guys, pull off into the pull-off area. So, race over, guys. Cars into scrutineering, please. Heat number 3 onto the rostrum. Well done, Jack. And change marshals, please. Change marshals. Have we got all our marshals, guys?
We're missing Tim Brooks. Okay.
Mark
We're
Hamilton.
gonna start.
You got then?
And we got all the marshals.
I was in the last night. I'm not sure what the number was. I think it was early on. But I'm hoping that I'm
No,
not
no,
bad.
no problem.
Yeah.
We'll sort it.
No, sorry, could you give me a buzz?
Yeah,
Who were
sorry.
the numbers?
Sort it. Not a problem. You worry, mate. It'll be this all. Please, can we have a volunteer marshal for 4, please? Volunteer marshal for 4. Excellent. Thanks very much. It's all right. Yeah. Away and running in heat number 3. Nathan Rolls with his roller boot leading us round. Young Mawson pushing us around from the back. Keith Mawson pushing us round. Let's see where we are after 1. It's Millhouse Rolls running around with his short wheelbase cat. Looks like a roller boot. Super short comedy car going round in the usual Nathan Rolls colours. Going round through the mayhem down the straight. Last lap there was 29.9. Not his best lap. Done a 29.4. Needs to keep pushing. So after 1 minute, our race order: Nathan Rolls from Simon Tooley, from Stuart Coldard, then Mark Everett, John Dyer, all flashing for a new TQ. But it is Millhouse that continues round at the point. Coming towards commentary corner. Tiny little short wheelbase cat. And Mr. Rolls, your double X is flying round the pits at the moment while you are going round with your 4-wheel drive. It's knocked over 13 kids and killed an old man. And it's not very good for the van because it was inside your camper van. Cracked like a cream egg award coming towards Mr. Rolls at the moment. As he continues on in his quest for that short wheelbase cat. Let's have a look at them lap times. Have they come down? Done a 28.8 now. Laura's just getting the divorce papers out for you now as we speak. So 2.5 minutes down, 2.5 minutes to go. Nathan Rolls from Stuart Coldard, then Mark Everett, John Dyer, all flashing for a new TQ. They are affecting the top 10. Nathan Rolls looking to put the first 11 lap run in. Looking estimated 11 lap, 3:24. Needs to keep pushing. Which car is he going to drive though? Is it the short wheelbase car or is it his double X from yesterday? We're not sure. Neither's he. Into your last minute and a half, guys. Still Nathan Rolls. Best lap of a 28.3. Last lap was a 28.4. Still estimated an 11 lap run just. Race order: Nathan Rolls, Stuart Coldard, Mark Everett, John Dyer, all flashing a new TQ. Into the final minute, guys. Final minute to go. Nathan Rolls getting slightly faster, 28.4. Where is the Rolls reveal? Coming down the straight, off the end of the straight. Around in front of commentary corner. Keith Thompson, that is your race leader coming up behind you. Thanks, Keith. Into your last 5 seconds, guys. Listen for your finishing times. Caution in front of commentary corner. That's your leader. Thank you very much. So Nathan Rolls going to take that one. Let's look what the final time is. So Nathan Rolls, 11 in 3:20, fastest run of the day so far. Just waiting for another couple of cars, guys. Not quite finished. Please keep quiet on the rostrum, please. People are trying to race. Just waiting for Tim. There he is, race over. Car straight into scrutineering, please. Heat number 4 on the rostrum. Full on. Full filter turned right up. So your top 10 there on the 86 to 87. Nathan Rolls, Stuart Calder, Mark Everett, Jonathan Dyer, Tom Scarlett, Mike Richardson, Simon Golding, Tim Graham, Gary Gooderham, and your top 10, Nick Wise. Let's get these out laps done, guys.
Guys, I don't even know why it's even still fucking on.
Neither do we. And change marshals, please. Change marshals. Thank you for the volunteers in that last one. Thank you very much. Really does help, means that we can keep the meeting rolling. Let's get through this racing. It is Sunday today. A lot of people travelling home.
Okay, can we have James Savile across the line, please?
Look at his face.
What's that?
Oh, no. What's that? No, Laura.
Is there something going on here?
Down the main straight.
Fucking melting your carpet in there. I said, lucky it was down there. What the fuck?
It's running in short wheelbase.
It's not short wheelbase.
No, it's not.
It's an F, so
I know.
it's really different.
It should be in. It needs to go in the next group up.
He'll have to stay in that same heat.
Yeah, they'll do it for final. So just change it final. Just let him know, and then go and let race control know.
Please, thanks. Thanks
Cheers,
a lot,
buddy.
Wilco.
Good spot. Well done, Will.
Yeah, great work, mate.
Chris Ely. Is Esme running in this round?
Gets it off.
Chris Ely, I'm over here.
Said lucky it was at the front.
Hi. Is Esme running in
Isn't it?
this round?
Cheers.
Oh, she's booked in. Okay.
So it was lucky it was on the front. Was driving around the
You have got your hand well and truly on the.
No, I don't win it. I give it.
Well, you've been the biggest balls up so far today.
I happen to give myself a second.
Don't give it then. We'll give it.
Oh. Let's see. We'll watch later. It's still going on and up.
You manage.
Yeah.
Better than it is.
More on
What
than it's
we're
on.
going to have to start doing. Moisture got it.
fucking people standing.
Like that guy there now. On the roster. By the roster. Just stood right on it. Hmm? No.
So away we go. All cars counting, I think. No Dave Saville, no Esme Ely in this one.
Yes, mate.
So Stuart Lee's leading us round at the moment.
That's such an unfortunate turn.
What's that? Sorry?
That
I think I called him Jimmy yesterday.
So one lap down, Stuart Lee's leads us round. Matthew Richardson in the 2, Owen Patrick in the 3, Tate Walker in the 4, Nick Hayes in the 5, Mark Savage in the 6, Dave Remington in the 7, Liam Poultruth in the 8, James Breckingham in the 9. Let's see if we can find our leader going round.
I'll keep an eye on that. You watch the race. What's the line?
So, Pink Cat with the white wheels. That's your race leader going round. Coming round in front of Coventry Corner. Looks a lot longer than Mr. Rolls's car.
A bigger feet.
Is that his Cat short wheelbase or his double X? We're not sure. So, pink wheels, green Yokomo. That's the race leader coming up behind you, sir. Thank you very much. End of the straight. That's the race leader. Yeah, that one. Excellent. Thank you very much. And next it will be the orange and white wheeled car. That's the race leader, the pink car coming up behind you. When he gets there. Let's look at a few lap times. Stuart Lee's best lap time, 31.2. So our leader, grip roll. Little roll there, champions roll from our leader. That car, unfortunately, sir, is going to fail scrutineering. I can tell already. That's a modern big wing on the back of that car. We must be using period correct body shells and wings on all our cars. It's in the rule book.
Not wrong.
The winner.
Jiffy will be turning in his
GP Giles will be turning in his grave. He won't be a happy man about that. Doesn't like big wings.
Wingate.
So, a minute left on the race clock. Stuart Lee's leading from Matthew Richardson. Then we've got Mark Savage up to the 3. Just another quick reminder, guys. Make sure we've got our revival numbers on our cars.
Yeah, the survivor of Alpine. He forgot that he's on. Survivor of Alpine.
So, last 30 seconds. Stuart Lee still pushing us round. Scrutineering picked up a couple of wrong cars so far in the wrong year groups. Into your last 5 seconds, guys. So, listen for your finishing times. Go on, Stevie. Yes.
Tear right and
Yeah. Race over, guys. So, car straight into scrutineering. Change that. Rear wing right quick on that cat.
Mid the terror scorcher. You've got to.
Heat number 5 up onto the rostrum, guys.
It's a terrorizing
Once you're up there, let's get these out laps done. Wah, 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 wah. Come on, guys, it's an out lap. Let's take it steady. We're still learning the track. It is not the same as yesterday.
Well, no, too cool.
So, change marshals, please, guys. Change marshals.
some model spot.
Si,
You got any model sports?
Simon.
Hello.
Kempe.
You are a cougar.
Rah.
Yeah.
That's off the point 4. So Marshall will be quicker this week, that will be out now.
Piggy.
So drivers, we need to be quicker on the Marshall changeover. This is not going to work if you have to keep holding it. So once you finish task the scrutineering, like we said, the driver's briefing, wait for the warm up, and then straight to the Marshall point. So here we go.
How did your little cat go?
That was awesome, TQ. Happy with that? I don't know. They're waiting on. Is that sticker?
Yeah. Short wheelbase car. Only short.
Meant to be short wheelbase cat in one year group, and all the long wheelbase is in the other. You got any model sports?
PK has, yeah.
Lovely. Can I have a couple, please? I'm a little bit lacking.
Yeah, I think it's the first. So we're away. Heat number 5. Richard Miller pushing us round at the front. Stu Robinson pushing us round from the back. We're missing Adrian Prince, not gone in this one. Or if he has,
I've got some model spot as
isn't
well.
counting.
Got some Mazoom.
Oh, yes. Probably.
Let's see where we are after one. Rich Morris to the point. Dan Ferguson in the 2. Dave Harrison in the 3.
He just prints them out on a sheet, doesn't he?
I'll see if we've got anything small.
Oh, I've got some of the small Mazooms, actually. I've got the clear and his yellow ones. There we
one way of adding weight to the side pod. One way of adding weight.
Oh, there is two. Oh, you're lucky.
I think one of them to go across. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. That'll do, because then I'll get
Rich
the
Morris
model
to the
course
point.
and model course.
Yeah.
Best lap of a 29.7. Let's see what he can do. He's Rich sober this morning enough to complete a 5-minute run without losing concentration.
Is he?
Everybody around me saying no.
I say
We're not that polite. Although Rich Morris on for a new TQ.
Rich Morris just started flashing for a new TQ. Absolutely flying this morning. Powered by Lager.
Is that what? Does that
The yellow means new FTV.
Aye.
Class.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because every time you say it's just like TQ, I've got to remember it's in class, not
Overall.
So,
yeah.
Rich Morris down the straight.
Oh, Martin's out.
Coming round over towards us. He's
Oh, there
over
he
to
is.
corner. Looking good.
He's big. He's got a big orange aerial on it.
Over the tabletop.
I reckon that's gyro, that orange aerial.
Round onto the corner.
You'll be at us, won't you?
Oh,
You'll be
to
at
the
us,
back
won't
corner.
you? I was just like saying to like a lot of them, I'm going to get
Down the straight
a little
for
table,
another lap.
and I'm just going to like
Let's
get a
look
little
at the
thing
lap
with like
time.
like stickers £2.
It's a 30.6.
Autographs £8.
Couple of tenths off his best.
Stupid little prices stuff. And then I like
Keep
like
pushing, Mr.
Stevie
Morris,
Fraser's
keep
like a
pushing.
load of people stuff like form a queue and see if people actually start queuing behind everyone.
Yeah.
3
what it
minutes
is that
down,
they're
2
gonna get.
minutes to
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
and it's Rich Morris pushing us round at the front with a new TQ time.
Now on 11.
Dan Ferguson in the 2, Dave Harrison in the 3. Rich Morris looking at 11 in 3:09. That's a fast time, that, Rich. Perhaps start drinking early.
Or late.
So does this?
He's lost. Your mate's lost the kingpin.
Oh,
Does
Martin's
this
over.
update
Little
once
mistake
one
from Rich
person goes
Morris.
over the line?
Very
Does it
fast
update
Marshall,
then?
great Marshall in there. So
Yeah, this is instant.
So this is like live then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
We've got I think people are stomping the cable.
cool.
let's
All
see
right.
where that puts him.
Oh, is this the live feed?
Dropped
Yeah.
off that 11 lap pace with that little mistake, but still on for a new
Nice
TQ.
little setup.
Push,
Yeah,
push.
it all works. It's all good.
1 minute to go. 1 minute to go, Rich. Keep going. Race order after 3-4 minutes. Rich Morris from Dan Ferguson, from Dave Harrison, from Mark Tootle, Stu Dixon, Dave Proctor, Richard Miller, Martin Harrell, Stu Robinson, and Adrian Prince are out. Little bit of clicky clacking there, Rich, under braking.
What's more worrying is that he's lost. Looks like he's lost the lower kingpin on the front left. You watch the difference in camber change on one of his front wheels as he comes through here. 16 seconds on the clock.
So, down to your last 10 seconds, guys. Listen for your finishing times. Rich Morris still on for a new TQ. Comes round, that car not looking quite right. Something has gone wrong with that car. Race leader coming through, guys. Sorry for the late call.
What's this?
Yokomo, pink wheels,
Hey,
please. That's race leader with you.
Hey, coming in
Yeah.
now. What is that?
I don't know. That's like super rocky.
Shadow, that's it. Yeah, we were looking at it before. He's got like a bar for the steering, like a
Rich
slider.
Morris takes that one 10 in 3:10 with a new TQ for today.
You should have done rather than the Bartlett one. Only because I want to give Bartlett icon later. I did. I let Bartlett know.
So, race over, guys. Car straight into scrutiny, please.
Just like, nope, it's not a Raider.
Heat number 6 on the rostrum.
Aye.
How many TC30s were there in the gap? There weren't many, were there? 10 in the world? 12?
The off-road ones.
Yeah.
Somebody started making a kit, didn't they? The actual ones.
Yeah. worked out what, you know, saying it's having a problem with grinding. I worked out what it was. The drive.
And change marshals, please. Change marshals. Let's get this done quickly, guys. We need to push on. A lot of racing still to get done.
The drive for the spur gear is literally a D shape. Right? And it's just rounding out. But when you put a brand new one on it, it goes. So I ended up wedging, I think, 0.2 mil, 0.02 mil shim in on the flat and wedging it again in between the spur and the pin. Now there's no wiggle. How long it'll last is another thing. Steve wants to get 2 rounds out of it, and then he'll probably shove his mid down.
Are we waiting for another marshal in the middle? Come on, guys. Let's get these marshals out. Do I need some volunteer marshals? Volunteer marshals, please.
What number's that by you, Rich? What's the number by you?
0.5. Thank you very much, young Richards. Pesky Richards.
Okay, we should have a gap on 12, and that's okay.
Thank you, guys. Brilliant. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
How far behind the rest of them? Where's the problem with that? Problem. I mean, it's what I thought would be the quickest car. Most competitive. I know the 8993, but I want to commentate. You know, Steve's only got a 17 and a half.
All the way and counting. Heat number 6. Paul Edwards will push us round from the front. Richard Colbert lending us round from the back. Looks like PK's had a problem early. Young Richards trying to get that turnbuckle back on.
He's a strong hand.
Right, that PK. Worth learning the track, my friend. It's worth learning the track. So, Wilco to the point. After one, straight out with a 29.5. Let's follow Wilco around a little bit. Wilkinson Mobile just coming round through some traffic. So, guys, end of the straight. Thank you very much. And multicoloured car, that's your race leader behind you. Just coming in front of us, thank you very much. Excellent driving. So, Wilco continues on in his quest. Comes round over the moguls. Up onto the corner tabletop. Round the switchbacks, onto the back corner. Looking really nice and neat and tidy. And down the straight for another lap. Last lap at 29.3. That's your best lap so far, Wilco. So keep pushing on. Race order after 2 minutes. It's Wilco from Paul Edwards from Jim Tootle. Then we've got Alex Tudor Hart, Kenny Morris, Richard Colbert, Chris Briggs, Steve Davis, Tim Ward, Dave Dunn, and PK.
I love how you're all holding each other's cars in a double export shot. That's fucking brilliant.
So Wilco off the end of the straight. Wheelie's cat. Flashing for a new FTQ. Paul Edwards is also the other man flashing for a new FTD. Gonna have to keep pushing, Wilco. It's close. Paul Edwards to the point. 2-second lead over James Wilkinson. Jim Tootle now also flashing new FTD. Top 3 going top 3.
holding rod boxes, yeah? Dan Pratt now has the foil and touching rod boxes double X4.
James Wilkinson back to the point. Last lap of a 29.2. Paul Edwards' best lap, 28.4. Can't park there, sir. So, James Wilkinson, 1 minute 20 remaining in this one. One minute to go. James Wilkinson estimated 11 laps in 3:27. No, Paul Edwards back to the point. There's nothing between these guys. Doing battle here in heat number 6, 87 to 88. Steve Davis running around in the 8 with that Tamiya. Absolutely nothing between the top two. James Wilkinson and Paul Edwards doing battle here. 20 seconds remaining in this one. Both need to keep pushing on, guys. Coming into our last 10 seconds. Please listen for your finishing numbers.
Steve Davis not in last.
Keep going, Wilco.
Keep going, Paul. Keep going.
Keep going, Paul. Keep going. Everybody's still running. Jim, you finished. Chris, you finished. So who's going to take this one? Is it going to be James Wilkinson? Is it going to be Paul Edwards? Let's see as they cross the line for their final laps. Paul Edwards has finished. James Wilkinson finished. And it's Wilco takes this one with the new FTD 11 in 3:19. James Wilkinson, Paul Edwards, Jim Tootle, and Chris Briggs all going top of the pile here.
We're halfway, come on, let's take over.
So I'm going to pass over to the one and only Nathan Millhouse.
Thank you very much, Rick Greenwood. Next up, the big dogs of the 87-88. We've got Haskins, Ibrock, Lander, Gammon, Penfold, Tooley, Panesar, Kirkham, Drennan, Hull, Ward, and Richards. These guys are going to be here coming in hot. Track is open. Go and do your wrap laps, guys. Caution end of the race. Why are you stopping it there, Penfold? You know better than that. Okay, can you have a look at that for him? I think it snapped the winch but that's besides the point. Bring him round to the grid. Marshall, if you could change, please.
Did you get any grit roll?
No.
It's grippier than yesterday. Not. Yeah. I put one run on the tyres at the end of practice yesterday to calm them down a bit.
Yeah, for me. I'm going to try the J concepts on right now. That steering's worked so well.
Snapping.
All right,
Yeah.
you.
Yep. After 11. After 11.
Best thing about this.
It's
like it hits through USB, see?
Yeah, you'll be fine there.
Absolutely
Yeah,
brilliant.
stand in the middle.
Should be USB-C now.
There you go. Iron's covered otherwise.
What is it, a Rocky or a...
It's just a Kyosho Shadow.
All right.
The first four-wheel Shatter and four-wheel drive. Unfortunately, it's in the same mix.
Yeah,
So,
feel your pain. Different. Very different. Liking it.
it's like a rip-off of the Tamiya, innit?
Yeah.
Let's hope it lasts.
It will. Positive. Yes, no worries.
Bits are in there. Have a look. Let me
Right.
know.
I'll have a look.
Always better.
One run.
That Gallon car looks absolutely mint.
Yeah, thanks, hello. But be thereabouts. Like,
Oh, cars away, seen and counting apart from Penfold and Lander. Bit of a moment with somebody stopping in the middle of the street. And 2 cars done. Little moment then, but everybody seems to get away with it. So we let these guys all come round for one. Just waiting on the last few, but it's looking like it's going to be Tooley to the point from the Panasaurus, from Gammon, from Drennan, from Ward.
Go on, Jimmy!
Jimmy got his own personal fan club on the opposite side of my table. Let's pick up with our leaders as they come on and down the main straight. There goes Gammon. Tooley in about third in that gaggle, but leading this. At the moment in a bit of no man's land, so when he gets up to Mickey, I will call him. There we go, Mickey going to let him go as well with his own little bobble there. No choice but to. So, Tooley off and into clear track. Now going to set about trying to close down on the Gammonator. Rob Gammon out onto the main straight, currently running in about third. There he goes. Oh, I didn't see it, but somebody had a big moment down the straight. Was it Gammon?
Yeah.
Oh. Gammon went full hot roast.
Gammon went full spit roast.
Yeah. So that now means Tooley definitely leading this. Panassar only 0.7 behind him. Jimmy Drennan about a second back. Gammon about half a second on that. So the top 4 covered by, as I get my screen back, by about 3 seconds. Top 4 tied. Haskins coming back into that as well. Running order this time, Tooley, Drennan, Gammon, Panassar. So you lot all work together.
Come on, Jimmy!
Jimmy getting up in the back door of Panassar. I don't know if Panassar's just gone past him or the other way around, but either way, you two work together for me. And Tooley off and at the point. Gammon giving chase. As is Haskins. So yellow, blue, and orange. Or white, blue, and orange, thank you. Come on, Manny and Drennan, sort it out between you guys. I do not expect us to pull Drennan through. So orange and blue Yokomo, 2 of them coming. Thank you. And if he gets to you again, Manny, let him go. So Gammon getting a lovely toe here off of Rory Tooley at the point. And your order now, Tooley, Gammon, Ward, Drennan, Panassar. So I've got to see where Mr. Ward is. There he is, a bit of open track just ahead of the rejoining Mick Penfold. And I'm not sure where Penfold's all this. Oh, he's just starting, so obviously giving it some practice, getting used to the track. But I will say, Mick, don't be in anybody else's race because you are starting very late. So Matthew Tunk's lead, or Tunk's car leader, is approaching. Thank you. And you will shortly have second place with you as well. Our lead car down the main straight. Mirror supported. Optima long extra on wheelbase by the looks of it. Oh, and he has a little Champions Row. Away with it this one. Tunk team a bill, please. Thank you. I believe that's Mr. Hale. I'll try and call you correct next time, sir. Caution end of the straight, track clear.
Reginald Gammon doing the pizzo.
So leader going through the tricky centre section. There can play still giving chase.
You know the story behind Waves?
And full
Some
rundown
old
with
boy
10
didn't
seconds.
catch some old
Close
boy on the
order,
phone.
guys. So Thule going to be
And he
leading
rang
this one
back
out.
for Reginald Gammon.
From Gammon, Panasar, your top three.
On
Top
the phone.
four going top
Come and
four.
speak
Which
to Reginald
includes
Gammon.
End
Drennan.
of straight, caution end of straight.
Caution end straight. Track is clear. God.
No, Rick, but you were nearly right.
Finishing times. Listen for your numbers. Thule, you're done.
We can cover that. Please, not too bad. Please.
Just Drennan, Ward, and Richards to finish.
Forward drive a little bit easier.
So top four going to be Thule, Gammon, Panasar, Drennan, Wilkinson, Haskins, Ward, Edwards, Whitebrook, and Kirkham is your top 10.
Yeah.
And Rory Thule, you get a can of Club Feeling Wolfhouse, sponsored by Camara. We'll be over here in Coventry Corner, ready and waiting for you, sir.
Does it come with a light?
Steve Davis don't get one of them either. Rubbish. I'm going to call it Ahmed, the Terror Squad. One can of Wolfhouse money. Well done,
Well done, Rory. Well done, Reggie. I loved your spit roast rolling down straight.
Yeah. It was a gammon hog roast. You know, I wanted to call it a spit roast. I had to call it a hog roast. What are you doing? Don't know. Just keep turning him.
Doesn't need basting though.
Yeah.
Unknown
There was no
transponder.
basting on that hog race.
Yeah.
I think that'll be Lee probably. Because I don't think Neve's here. I don't think any of the young elites are here.
Only Austin. Yeah, Austin even. You gotta love it.
I'll be here.
No, he's a cunt.
Suppose I should rebuild Steve Davis's car.
PK, if you're about.
Well, yeah.
He's over there.
You're probably going to have to rebuild the gearbox. Been resting up against the fucking chair.
Okay, put the marshals in position quickly, please. And wait to start the race. Marshals in
Come on,
position.
guys. Give him a bulking.
Come on, guys, stop your mother's meetings. Let's get moving, please. You are holding up the meeting.
Wilco wants changing. Wilco. Waving his arm up top. Point
Wilco wants changing.
Hey, to your Marshall point.
Put your IVs on.
Oh, one of you's moving from there. God.
Where's your IVs?
Safety is no accident.
Fucking attitude. Take your TQ off you in a minute. Shit house. That'll come over and smash your face in.
Can't do that. We'll make down to.
Sorry, Wilco, you're going to have to double stick.
What is going on with Marshalls?
I don't know, but I don't want to start having a go because I'm pissed off enough today.
Monocle.
I could almost need one. Woken up in the shittest mood ever.
Could be worse.
So that's
Could be me.
All cars is mine.
It's Ronnie's Ivy.
Who's giving it to?
Why did he do that?
You lot are meant to be my pros. To the racing. As they all start to come round for one at the moment, it's Lee Williams from Harry Butlin. Let a few more come over the line. Chris Pears from the back of the field.
Just DQ, don't think so.
Keeps him a left.
So Chris Pears after one, going to pick him up
Yeah,
as he
anyway,
crosses
say,
the
mate.
line.
Otherwise, people just
Definitely from the back of the
It's
field.
a bit loose.
I know, it's squeaking.
No, it's not marking, no.
Lock that little light cap up. Test it.
There we go. So he's either the top horse or the Yokomo. So white and blue Pro Cats who lead
Well,
the
it'd be easier
podium.
belting a diff gear out.
Thank you. You two, you will know which one is Chris Pears and which one isn't. And let him go because he is the leader. Thank you very much. I'm assuming he is the pink and yellow.
Yes,
Giving a nod up there, Chris, if it is.
yes.
I've been told it is, so thank you very much.
Yes.
So Chris Pears will be pink and yellow and pink. On the Brocomo coming down the main straight now, making it look good.
Really?
Now dropping down to the two, Paul Leach, just a couple of cars ahead of him, which I think might be the Cat 2K. Only about 2 or 3 tenths between them, so next to nothing. Both of them in clear track at the moment, running up around the back section out onto the main straight. There goes Paul Leach. Here comes Chris Pears.
That diff is just fucking mid.
And it is now leached by half a second from Pears. It's by a lot more as Pears roofs it. And rides the hoses as well. So I'm looking up with Leach as he comes up onto the banking. So you two coming out to the main straight now.
That was
The
an
lead car
absolute
is a
feature for it,
broken
when he needed
Cat
cheering up.
3000 looking Pimpton green. So white, grey, and Union Jack leader approaching on your Bobcat. Yeah, so it's a tricky centre section, white and grey.
Right, come here, get me.
Your lead car is with you. Thank you very much. Paul Leach now off and in clear track. Looking to put some capsules on the field.
What are we on anyway?
Race control, can I have one of those? Either, can I have the average lap changed to gap, please? Make my life easy, or one of them somehow. That's better. Thank you very much. So Paul Leach with a 6-second lead over Chris Pears.
That's loads better.
Lee Williams, another 3 back. Matt Forrester, another 2 back. But he is wearing Harry Butlin on the timing frames like a coat. So let's pick back up with our leader as he starts to approach traffic again. So white and blue going up towards the banking. Your lead car is approaching. Thank you very much. And I'll lead it out onto the main straight. So you three on the main straight. Listen to the weaving, please. And top horse, white and grey. Thank you. Sorry for the late call. All grey top horse with the pink front wheels. Your lead car would be approaching if he hadn't just binned it and had to do it all again. Trying to see where he is in that gaggle. So you lot know his colours. Let it go a second time. Sorry to be a pain. There he goes through clear track again, coming out onto the main straight.
Wilco, did you sort that XLS out? Thank you.
Looking to go top of the pile by the fact that it's the first heat. Currently targeting an 11 in 23.
And the bloke with the wing was really happy.
Not looking bad at all. And you guys are into finishing time, so I hand over to the computer. Sven, keep going.
We're even doing scrutineering through commentary. Keith Mawson.
You go, right?
Can you do me a favour? Can you cover my match?
Right, nobody saw it. And pull track car to track, please, as well.
Jack's been doing it. Jack's on the number 2. All right. Thanks,
you.
Keith.
You had one job. So when you guys get up there, track is open. The guys coming down, cars and scrutineering. Waiting in that pull-off area, please. We need to get these change arounds quicker. Do not need mothers meetings, so I need to get this meeting moving. We are running behind, and a lot of us have got a long way to drive home.
Oh, dear.
Waiting in the pull-off area, please. Ben, waiting the pull-off. Come on, buddy. Come on, guys, get around to the line for me, please. And Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change. How is there only 3 of you there ready?
No, they're all there.
Yes, Jimmy. Yeah, you should have been waiting. Who didn't listen to driver's briefing? You're summing all right. Starts with a K.
Turnbuckle out. Got either end, wind it back in.
Coming back.
He just said, can I get back on the roster and get a chance? Injury walk up.
Round 1. 2 minutes revival.
Yeah.
It's not a national, is it?
After 12. After 12, please. After 11, just have an acceptance for me.
Good, buddy.
Peck America.
Go race control. We'll have one late start.
What, you're in 2.5 degree pub?
Yeah. You're running 32 DP.
No, that's one of the few bits of free rig.
Because obviously when I heard it going around quiet.
Yeah, it's not 32, it's 48. But it has got an integrator.
Yeah, so you got the
Yeah.
integrator
Yes.
third gear, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'll be intruder. Love that car. Looks pretty good to be fair.
An intruder or an Atomic?
As they all start, Darren Wells going to lead us off. A couple of late starters at the back. No Barry, although one of you guys know starter note, no Tim, no Ben. Rob Mills going to be leading us around at the moment after 1. Opening up with a 29.32. Looking to go top of the pile. Flashing for a new STD after 1. And we'll let you guys all settle in a bit.
Mine doubled it. Save me worrying.
Let's pick up with Rob Mills kicking off the end of the main straight somewhere, being chased hard by Darren Wells. And it is that beautiful Tommy I'm not sure if it's an Adonis or an intruder, but it's bloody gorgeous running around out there. Yep. If there's any more gorgeous, it's called George.
What is going on with Marshalls? 1 is 3 about missing.
11 people out there, and we haven't got our fucking. Oh, hang on. One will need a volunteer because he's the guy that walks around on the fucking paint. Yeah. Yeah, well, 12 is currently up on point 9. I'm asking to volunteer Mark, and this is running up.
Quiet as you enter the rostrum, please.
Dangerous Barry. Dirty Barry. You get full running commentary when you stand up next to Barry on rostrum.
So the race goes on. We've lost the Yokomo out there. Grinds to a halt. Lander on it like a gazelle. Rob Mills with that time. He continues to leader. So let's pick up with him, looking for the black and the yellow. Coming down the main straight now. And making it look good. So, Mr. Yokomo, your opinion has fallen off.
Please go to the doctors and get the tablets.
Tablets, keep it tighter. Hello.
Bit of match up.
Favourite bootlegger. Hell yeah. Thank you, sir.
From Canada.
Give that some go. That'll do a few brain cells later.
It mixed it into lemonade. Oh, Wiz, you muppet.
And I won't say what Rick Greenwood called you, but Chris Wiz apparently disappointed him by crashing there. So where is our leader coming up the back straight? So blue and grey. Thank you, Chris Wiz. You'll be next to our leader when he gets to you.
Heat 9?
He's not many full genuine results these days, so that's definitely one of them. And suddenly it goes round. You can come and tell me whether it's an intruder or an Adonis, because I'm not 100% on the two of them. I think I can see intruder on the side of it next to the Toby in small writing. But I need my reading glasses on to see that small.
See what?
Mr. Belcher, is that an Adonis or an intruder? Ah, right, okay, I've successfully told it is an intruder. So beautiful to see. Looks far prettier than your one. Probably is your one. Definitely handling better than your one. You need to speak to him about his setup. That's all I am going to say, Mr. Belcher. Marshall here in front of me. Thank you. Good job. And where is our leader coming up on back markers again? So Red Terrace Scorch coming out to the main straight now. Your lead car is approaching. Thank you. Getting a little bit squiffy. 20 seconds on the clock.
All the woes escaped then, didn't they? What?
Definitely. All the woes escaped from Rick Greenwood. Like saying about don't you want me, baby, but I didn't quite get it, you know. So our leader coming round through the lefts and rights up onto the banking. 3 seconds on the clock. Targeting an 11 lapper. I don't know if he's going to quite get through. Does squeaks through. Keep going. Rest of you.
Low 11.
Rest of you, listen for your numbers. I'm going to stay with our leader as he comes through onto the banking. For the last time, trying to close down on that Yokomo. I don't think he's quite going to get there. And going top of the pile with a new FTD. 4 seconds up on Paul Lee. Is going to be Rob Mills. Darren Wells, you're going to sneak into the third. Chris Pears in the 4, then Adam Murphy, Mark Peng, and Lee Williams. Yeah, I'm not going for all that name. Peng go up. Have an eyeball on the tape.
Just tell where people are and all the rest of it. But thank you.
So track is clear. When you guys are up there, go and do your outback, please. Don't wait on me. And the rest of your cards for scrutineering. Ready to get straight out to Marshall when I call you.
Two brain cells, and they're both arguing over third.
Okay, can we have Marshall's change then, please? Marshall's change. Try and do this while the cars are going round and then back end of the track.
Sir, please.
Okay,
Sight.
on point 1, so don't worry about point 1. Point 10 is up there. Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah.
So as the man says, straight out onto your Marshall points, please. I'm definitely having somebody on 3 because he's done double stinting.
I thought mine was going all right, didn't they?
I'll speak to him. So look.
No, he's an expert.
Yeah, but it's car look. So speak to him, see what he's done, and shove it into your shocks. Because yours still looks a bit rigid out there in comparison.
Anybody not been released, please wave your hands. I don't know if I have.
Dan Pratt, is stream all good? Memo, can you have a look at the laptop behind you, see if the live stream's all running? Cheers.
Well, whatever you've done, Rick, I've lost the screen entirely. Absolutely nothing. Here we go. Heat number 10 off and running. Got my screen back. That's looking good, Rick, for the moment. And it is Wiley from Twitch and from Thorpe, Tyndall, Nutton, Mawson, Starkey, Giles. And I've gone again. So I'm over to my phone, which is running slightly behind at the moment. Sorry, guys, having a few screen troubles. And it's showing still as Wiley leading us, but I'm about 30 seconds behind. So I'm going to pick up with Wiley. Oh, I can see Wiley looking to the sky. Something's definitely happened. There he comes down the main straight, Cat 2K. I don't think it's going to be him in a minute. Twitching was only about 3 seconds back at that point, but I'll stay with Wiley for the moment. Molly having a good run up into the 3. Mawson trying to find his way. Was a chunk back, now recovering well. So as my phone catches up a little bit, it's now Wiley, Twitching, Thorpe, Mawson, Smith. Like I say, my times will be a bit behind you guys.
No screens off.
So I'm able to run off my phone, guys. So I'm about 30 seconds to a minute behind you. Still Wiley to the point, coming up behind that pink car. Thank you very much. I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to stay with James Wiley at the moment. He's somewhere near the front of this most of the time. Trying to close down on that cartwheeling at 2000. And he's now past it. Switching still to the 2. Mawson now up to the 3. I'm just having a look at these guys. Looks like they're all in clear track. Ollie Smith's not a million miles off. But you will have to lead with you soon, Molly, so you know what to do when he gets there. There's Mawson tagging the hose. Get away with this time. And Kimball Colours, that's your third place with you. Thank you. Richard Lowe will be next for our third place. Sorry, guys, I'm doing my best to try and pull you through at the moment. And where's Wiley? Clear track now ahead of him. Mawson now up to the 2 from what I can see. Clear track with him as well. Neil switching, giving chase, not much between them on track or on the stagger as I'm looking for it. It's like Wiley edging away just a little bit, especially as these guys are close on the staggers. Got about 4 or 5 seconds over the rest of the field at the moment. 4-minute mark just been and gone. Still got nothing, Rick. Still got nothing. Wiley going to be closing this one out. I'm going to hand over to the computer. That's for your numbers, driver. Still got nothing, Rick. No, I've got no screen. Rick's already on it. Oh well. There you go. Can you, on your laptop, Bill, can you call up the live timing, rcresults.org, and just really allows on here for the moment? Sorry?
Could if I had my laptop here.
Yeah. You need to give it some Wi-Fi. Nothing under there.
That's not the point. We need to check everything. I've checked everything there.
Yeah.
That won't be helping, will it?
You do the wires.
Like I'm doing, trying to make it work.
Okay, guys.
Marshals, change over, please. Marshals, do you change straight onto your points? Help us out, please, guys. What do we need?
Go back in.
Anything on that screen there? Lost it completely there.
Okay, so we're going to run a new cable in a minute.
We've got a new cable.
Who's top slightly? Yes, we have.
Where?
So let's find a Steve Davis first, because he can run it, because you lot are due out. So,
Steve, have you got any time?
lovely. Steve Davis, how much fuel?
He's here.
Superb. Right, Steve, in the back of the trailer is the black drum of Cat 5.
Right.
Can you go and
run that along the original route. Just tuck it into where all the cables are and do that for us, please.
Right. Grace is up for it, her and John again later on. Johnny up for it, saying we need to publicly embarrass him.
Possibly.
Give it just like a 3-lap race. Westbrook Road. What we thinking to grow?
Yeah, up 2.5 or 50.
Right spring.
Feels it.
Yeah.
I'm on a grey, which is a small bore grey. So you'll have to work out what that is.
Do we have a phantom racer?
Stop box going. Can't try and work out a way around it. No, that's right. Phil's sorting as we speak. Heat 11. You guys are up next.
And up they all run. Just waiting for my phone to catch up. Sorry, guys, we are currently without screen at the moment. I'm going to pick up with Craig Drescher's car. Look a bit rear-endy after the first lap. Possibly do with maybe one right left of tyres on that, Craig, on the front end. Maybe a little bit of glue on it. Drescher going to lead us round. They're pulling a gap over the rest of the field that I can see. I've got to wait until I see some timing start to flicker up, so I'm going to be about 30 seconds to a minute behind the heat. It was Pete Hastings after one.
It'll keep me going for now.
So apologies to the driver. I'm going to be running about 30 seconds to a minute behind you, as I am working off the live timing rather than my usual mirror screen at the moment whilst the new cable is being run. And Steve Davis is on it like a car bonnet. I'm going to pick up with the Drescher car as I know that one. Already on to back marker, so thank you for the drive RC10.
Nice, Stevie.
Next one will be, I think, Shaw. He's already passed them all as I look back round, so Drescher on it. And doing a good job out there. Sorry, guys, we are multitasking a little bit here.
What?
Told it's clicking like a clicking thing in a Let's Click competition as well. Not powered by fairy barks and whispers. Powered by wheels and clickety clackers. Never a good thing with bells. And we are back and running. So it is Pete Hastings starting fourth on the grid. Great job to the team behind me. Thank you very much. Fantastic job by Steve Davis, Rick Greenwood, Phil Craddock, all of that lot. Thank you guys, keeping me running. We're blurry, but we're running, and that's all that matters.
That's your eyes.
Yeah, it might just be my eyes.
Is this 12 or 11?
This is heat 11 running, 12 up next. Although they say I'm running, but
why is that frozen? water up the other end is frozen.
Race control, please check your screen.
Yeah, no, I think it's the cable hanging about not necessarily right.
Not counting anybody.
Right, we might need to do it.
Have you got everybody stopped?
Yeah, that's frozen.
Yeah, that's what we've got.
Shouldn't be my HDMI that's done that.
Brilliant.
I didn't touch anything on that computer.
All we've done is change Cat 5. Yeah.
The computer is still calling, so we'll let it keep going.
I've got beginning.
And 40 seconds to go.
Counting down, it's working. Counting down on the time.
All drivers, just keep going as you are. And we've got 30 seconds on the clock, guys.
Every time here. It's always a drama here every time.
I'm trying to work out how to go for a brand new cable in one fucking go.
You found a nip in it. There is a nip in it.
Yeah.
Where it's been pegged down. I don't think that should have affected it.
No. But it was running.
Go straight into
Computer crash.
Yeah,
It's now trying to run. It's halfway through running heat as well.
So all cars stop, please. All cars stop.
Nathan, can you race control, please?
Yep.
Race control.
I'm coming as well because I didn't like the temperature.
You'll make that.
Told them we had a screen issue this morning. Yeah, no luck, Craig. Craig, no luck.
Yeah, whatever.
Someone to be up next or whatever.
Why? Hey?
We've got computer. They found it that place, didn't they?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so there's no point scrutineering them until they've got.
it went a bit shit, didn't it?
Unplug it and plug it back in and all the There's a way for it to go. It must have something on the computer.
Yeah.
got the screen back on now. Phone, live time.
Just while we're sorting out the LC issues, if you could swap marshals and be ready for the next sheet, that'd be great. Thank you.
All good, race control. All good, my end.
Good. Yeah, anyway. Right, first rules from last race, which I think was 11. We'll run heat 11. Let's say we'll do it after heat 3. That should give you enough time. So we'll run heat 11 after heat 3. So driving on this one, you can do your warm up now. Do your warm up.
Go into it, race control.
I'll keep going on off here. One.
Unplug us, race control. Just unplug us. Way more important to have the meeting running than to have commentary. So unplug us from the HDMI. Let's get ourselves for a few heats. We'll come into race control and do it from there.
Yeah, as soon as I unplug you, they said it's not free.
Just leave us unplugged. Leave us unplugged. I can't hear you.
Right, sorry everybody. So yeah, no, so it's something to do with the cable and the screen. So can I plug you?
Just leave it out. Just leave it off. Okay, not that way.
And most cars waiting and counting. Sorry about the delay, guys. Looks like we had a little gremlin in our commentary side. And Dave Richards going to be leading us off. Oh, I'm going to pick up really Dave Richards when I see him. You guys just keep going. We've got our own gremlins down here. And Pete White. Going up the back straight. I think that's your leader with you, that I think.
Go on, let's go. Rob.
Sorry guys, I'm going to have to say all cars stop. All cars stop. Our computer. Take them back, let them pick it up. We're going to have to rerun 11 and 12. 11 and 12. So heat 11 and 12. Please get yourselves ready to run again. Marshals can leave the track for the moment. Go and sort the cars out. We're going to be a little while here whilst we sort this. We're going to have to do a leak change and everything on the computer and a hard restart. Oh, you got a lucky. You got an extra practice one.
We're being blamed, but it's not us. We're being blamed, but it's not us.
Have a cherry.
PK?
Yep. Yeah, no worries. It's more I'm gonna I think I might be a Delta 4 for this one. It's not us.
You weren't there, man.
Feels
No, we're being blamed, but it's not us. Their shit's going wrong all on its own accord, and it's still going wrong. No. When they plugged us back in, it started dicking about. Our on off is actually the transmitter on our end. But that's not anything to do with them because they're coming out via a lead to it. So it's not theirs or ours that's causing the problem. It's their end. They've lost the Cat 5 that goes to the thingy box.
What is wrong?
Their Cat 5 that goes from the computer has failed. That's going from the computer to the timing loop. So they're trying to sort it out as we speak.
Okay.
But initially, we were having also problems with our feed over to here, so they thought it was because of that. But now they're finding out it's their side.
I drive you home on Monday, so no problem.
Yeah, I'm the same.
That's all fine. All I did.
Mate, you've done nothing. You've done nothing. Well, I just told them to unplug it, so I wasn't being in.
This.
Oh, yeah. I'd hate for it to go run away.
Speed up. That's my little tricks. Shiny. Fucking dope. Why don't you go and have a drink?
Go round back a lake and release it.
Yeah. I'm running like 40% speed.
So you've got to do it. I need to learn to do that.
We're taking every other one.
Yeah, I'm doing two and two.
It's done before. That's obviously what.
Yeah, mate, Thursday.
Yeah.
Are you alright, George? You're very quiet this weekend. Good.
I'll have a catch up with you later.
Keep saying that.
Yeah, but you're busy. Like every time I look over, you're either busy, commentating or with mate or with someone or. That's fine.
Plus, mine's running a live stream.
New transmitter.
What's that? What's that? That was the wheel that fell off the other day, wasn't it? You need a better nine.
I need to just do it up. Fucking hanging off. You've got a big one.
Shit, it's still. Is that it? Talk, Greg. Yeah, you know what?
Him or Nate?
You got out of bed.
Every time. Try not to make it too big.
They're probably in race control, aren't they? Been a really fucking one. Like last night, Friday night. Last night was just dead. Everyone was fucking racing. Everyone dead.
Whenever we go barbecue, it's always a bit of fun.
Yeah. But even that last night. But I'm going to go and ring my wife.
Fuck you. All the way tonight.
Oh, they call that a big roll.
So I changed the cable for the screen.
Yeah.
And that's what
I get it.
basically, Daniel.
Yeah.
Isn't it just a mirroring cable?
That's just the mirroring cable. I don't think that should have affected the computer. Did we?
Yeah. We ended up plugging new cable in.
Did we?
Yeah, I got. I have to find a new one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Buy
right.
that.
Yeah.
Fucking screw fix for an hour.
Yeah, so I said, I'll get you.
Yeah.
So Nick got from work last night. TV. Bring it anyway.
Cool.
What are you going with that for?
What has it got to do with asking you? What are you thinking? Pimp or something?
Indian drug dealers.
They do, don't they? Up by us, the popular ones, the takeaway shops and Turkish barbers.
Yeah.
Vape shops. Yeah, vape shops, they're quite popular as well.
They've moved away from mobile phones.
Yeah, it's all vapes now to get all the girls in. That's how they get the grooming kind of started. Simple, man.
Or
They come to you. That's it. That's how you do it.
Because I'm living on the coast, I might just pull out.
I'll get a license, couldn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, but things will
Tax.
I'll get them, but they're think them on the way out. I'll take the money and think them. I was when I get
No, she got plenty of time. Like, why are you?
We got anything outside?
Right, even better. That's what I'm screwing this.
Got an
Yeah. I'll tell after my run, whenever that might be. It's not a lot right now.
Whenever that
I
might
don't
be.
want to go start doing it now when we get called up free.
It's not like time sticking on, is it?
Few
We're stood still, aren't we?
How you run?
I am all good, thank you.
Free grand.
Isn't it? All shit. Shit.
Try jet ski.
I think they changed it to pay your bill on it.
Yeah.
Just a random mirroring cable.
Yeah. What's the problem? It's not just they. It's timing. It's timing. You can run without that.
Yeah.
Nice left away.
I get it back.
First one, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then you took it. Yeah. Because we did from Margate to Southend.
Midnight.
Literally went round the corner. And then when I took it to the
Well,
last
just going down 3 rounds.
to this fairly shallow water.
This encoder picking it up, you see it on the encoder, but it's not getting to the computer. Which way is the encoder?
Yeah, but you're a mirroring cable. That's not power effect or anything, is it? There's not like if it would send a signal was shorted anything or flicked anything.
Your mirror, your cable is only going to affect the PC. If the encoder is not big enough to transformer, that's nothing to do with it. You can just have the encoder plugged in without turning your PC.
Yeah.
It's picking the transformer up, it's picking the transformer up, then you pull voltage on that. Screen, I've got a screen.
No,
Screen just
got
got
to talk to.
Greenwood.
What?
Greenwood, can you turn on my screen, please? See if we are live.
We have screen, yes.
Are we up and running?
Yes.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Are they running us or are they just going to do 11, 12, and 13 in one big bolt?
A little bit
Only makes sense just to go deep one.
Now, your
Yeah,
duty
yeah,
down, please.
Can't,
Well, you're on about lap 6 at the moment. There's only one car running, you're currently in third. You wait a minute, Dad.
Why is he always so negative at the minute? Like, literally everything he said up was negative. He didn't say one positive thing that night. Well, yesterday or Tuesday was really good. Said something positive. If you're going to say something bad, you're supposed to deliver a shit sandwich. Like, it's negative. That's positive. Negative in the middle. Positive.
Give him a fucking body. Bring him back up. Give him another body.
Didn't need to be like that. Bring him up again.
He'd already said, just keep an eye on your pets, kids, and wait missing. Yeah, that's all it needs to be said. That's my opinion. I thought I would straight down there. Exactly.
Oh, that's fast.
You didn't really want to look, did you?
If that were my kid, I'd have been going on. I'd been like, stop giving it up. We turned away for a second. 4 years old.
Okay,
Don't
start
take it
down
up.
the again, please.
Stop making it out like it's bad parenting. That's all it was saying to me. Like, that's not fair. No, he's a toddler.
At the end of the day,
He's down, please.
should be quite safe.
Yeah.
He's not going to get run over.
No.
The only danger was that.
Only by a motor car, maybe, but yeah.
But the only danger was really that.
That one. Yeah. So that's what I
And no one's going to sting him. Put him in at 10 to keep.
No, there's a few here that won't be sure.
All right, yeah. But do you know what I mean? It's like,
Giving it away.
at some point he's going to
We were
want
just
to
making
eat
it
drink.
happy out. That's all it was.
Exactly. Eat, drink,
Trying it on.
shit at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think that.
Literally everything they said about previous repeat what basically told you.
Yeah, everything.
Well, Fox and all that.
They surely make more sense to go straight to round 2 and run 10, 11, 12, and go wherever needs to be run in a big block.
Yeah, you'd thought so.
Well, then run us now and then go back to 11 and 12.
Lost screen!
So 11, 12.
No signal!
Block.
We've got the mic.
He's got it, of course, hasn't he? Is his phone set on his desk somewhere?
No screen.
When is a mobile phone? Not on a mobile phone. When you don't fucking
Oh, it is
answer
there.
it.
Right, it's phone.
Didn't ring though, did it?
Yeah, silent. Well, what?
The percent is
100%.
11.
Come on then. Have a bet. Go on, down it. Come on then.
I could down that easy.
What's up?
You wouldn't want to see me after that.
Yeah, we would.
From a distance, so you're getting all horny.
Yeah. Could go up one way or the other.
He's only going to get angry at horny.
Yeah.
Or both.
Oh, angry horny, that's fine.
Or
Angry
the horny
horny,
Hulk. It's like what's his name? Everybody knows where the balls is.
Why's Mitch Fiddling getting involved?
Hitler.
You know,
He likes fiddling.
Is he? Ah, that's why he's been involved with wires, isn't he? So he's a fucking fuse monkey.
Yeah. It's one of them that you can't drive a brush, can't clean it.
Yeah, they are the messiest.
Well, this might be a day over. We might be going on.
Fucking
Welcome
practice.
Yeah, they could call
I mean,
it, couldn't they? Because it's not a full round completed.
whoever needs to be done.
I don't think they have to go to the RCA rule, do they, at this point?
Well, no, they're not the full round.
Well,
Well,
that would be the.
they'd have to call the meeting not started. Because they're halfway through a class.
Can you have a look, George? Look these things. He's got mine somewhere.
It ain't coming off.
That ain't coming off easy, is it?
Oh, it's a
Just to put screw ears off.
I think from what James has said, it's a cross between a 98 and an EC. Kind of a mix of a little bit of
98
everything.
chassis, 98 top deck.
It's what around last year,
Here we go.
identical as
Here
like
we
a
go.
fucking past last year. Oh yeah, proper in the rear half.
That's the. It's the shop top. Thought you were mechanic today. Thought you were mechanic.
Mold.
Mister.
Five and a half.
We want a little one. That one, that's that 5
One of the little ones needs that mother brass down the bleeding crowd. So, too light job for us, really.
What are you saying? Bit of the blue, bit of the yellow.
You got a bull stud on its way out. No, have you?
Hanging out.
On its way.
See how he launched into fucking full motivation to fix it.
That's how it goes.
You ain't gonna hold it back.
He has got one back there.
That's it.
I smelled it. That's enough.
We all heard it going off last night.
That was this morning. It's like,
Every time I moved.
Squeaky floorboards under the tent, innit?
I opened all I could hear was a crazy frog.
I'm going to call this meeting. 11 o'clock would not complete round one.
Right. The thing is,
Well, this is all going on, guys. Get yourselves on over. Be great. Get some revival raffle tickets. Apologies for all these delays.
I'd say yeah.
Massive.
The pool is
They're
working
like Rick says, they're
overtime
gonna
trying to
call
get
it
it all sorted.
People buying tickets.
So great is over there. Ready to do some tickets?
What's wrong?
Get yourselves on and over. Say hello to Grace.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Strong enough to hang himself, yeah. Right. When I got, you know, the tour ropes that you can get the 2 hooks on, I got that out. Come on,
What for you or for me?
for me. Sick of hearing him.
That's what's done it.
There's a pretty decent overhang on front of that rostrum. Probably up to that. Not that I've been looking at all.
with that blowing in the wind. Oh,
Somebody would shout, wouldn't you? Get out where I can't see corner.
no, my luck, it'd take ages.
Excruciating pain.
No, fuck it, I just jump on the fucking railway and just wait there like that.
Sat there in your chair.
Train's late.
Cancel train.
I've only got 3 hours.
Do this.
I've only got fucking hour and a half. Lunch break.
Shouldn't laugh about this.
I know, it's in my car.
Shouldn't laugh about this. Serious.
I know 2 people that jump to it. For whatever reason.
They've been listening to
Yeah.
Nathan as well.
Yeah.
About that.
But it's funny. What's so much fun about me?
They'll get
Fucking spin the wheel. Said races. I got stung at
Every 15, 20 seconds.
the world's warm up.
Go on, Cam. Keep going, lad.
So I caught one of them, put them in the old Locy wheel. No, the old disc.
You know, disc. Disc on Bossy. The wheels used to come and they were like a cross arch with a gap in between. And you put a plastic Lexan cover over top, paint it, match your body shop.
Okay.
And I filled the because I got bitten. I was fucking racing.
Okay, so guys from heat 11, can you please get
Right,
your
let's
cars
go.
ready
Let's
and
get
head on and over?
We're until 13.
The guys
Yes.
from heat
Hi, mate.
11,
I was
please
meant to
get
do
your
it
cars
yesterday.
ready and come on over.
Heat 10 to Marshall.
We need the marshals out from heat number 10, please.
You're all good now. Up and running.
Me.
Look at screens.
My screen's not on. To be fair, this is the point, mate. Tell you what, I've got, George. I've got a box full of wheels for that. Got a cardboard box full of them.
Oh, I bought a load off of,
How did you get all of these?
Is there a small one in the corner? I thought that was the old school.
You open the balls of it. Doing a little repair, is Billy Ree. Hey, Billy Ree. You got to do it, love.
Change the position. I shortened my link.
You shortened your shithole.
Alright, drivers, so we sort of time to stop. There's no live time, it's all the meal taker. We are going to keep going, so we're going to keep running all 5 minutes, we're going to do all 4 rounds. I'm relying on you to change over marshals promptly. Alright? We're not going to call it anymore, so you need to change marshals promptly. We'll start again now with heat 11. So heat 11 round 1, bring your cars straight over to you. That was the race.
I changed the screen.
Marshals
Cable.
10. So marshals come straight to
Computer
the
went
track
down.
wheel.
should we just mirroring what's there?
Exactly.
Sorry, the marshals stop.
T-shirt.
Heat 11, get the cars on the track.
Never
And
existed.
then we'll
No.
keep going.
Well, there's two that never ran.
Well, no, it did it? It did run like
Guinness.
that.
Just finishing that
It did run together
overall
at Honda, didn't it?
overall
Yeah,
today.
but
So
Guinness,
we're gonna need to
Dunlop
keep this
were going
rolling.
to do a team with both of them.
So,
John never ran it.
also,
He
Phil
had an
Davis
accident, he were injured,
Phil
didn't he? He had a couple of
Davis
years where he did
R3
race.
I think you were injured. You were ever injured, are you?
with Peterson rings there out of my
Thank you.
red
Yeah.
box.
Yeah, himself.
Preferably
He's
big
damage
if
to
you've
himself.
got them,
Yeah,
if
he's
not
just had
5
another
folks,
operation
to bring them up here,
yesterday, I
please.
think.
Just
Sorry?
one pair of
There's some
ribbons,
nerve damage.
What?
I'm close to get
2.2.
off as
What
well.
listening? It wasn't listening to him then. I have no
If
idea
there's
what he
anything
said.
there with a yellow mezzo on it, grab it instead.
What's he on about? What, that you frigging slave?
It's something about something with yellow mezzo on it.
Fucking legs broke.
You are rubbish.
Alright,
Yellow mezzo.
Evans.
That won't fit on this car.
Money Tevin out for Marshall. Sorry for the delay.
What's he want taking
That
over?
will be on
Right here.
the somebody
That's a yellow
on
mezzo.
8.
It's off.
Mezzo though.
Let me in.
Thank you, Brendan. Much appreciated. Or you number 2.
He's on these arts, isn't he?
What, he wants different wheels on his car?
That's his minute arts.
Looks like we've got somebody on 2. Life is good. And Brendan there on the
What else
left.
does he
Somebody
want?
on the middle. What's that number there, please?
That's Silver's out there.
Somebody on 5.
Does he
And
want to
Marshall
change
12.
his
Can you
colour or
cover
something?
5 and Brendan stand in between, please?
Excuse me a minute while I go find out what he's twatting on about.
Yeah, so guys, if you could go and do your warm up for me, please. Track is open. And I'm going to ask you to do one, give me 2 for a warm up, just so that I can prove the loop is good, please. So when you want to cross the line, you do an extra lap. Get yourself up there, Cameron, don't worry. So all cars seen and counting, bring them up please guys, and we are going to give this a go. We'll be going on your 1 to 12 numbers, which you will know what your numbers are. Cameron Wells, please go across the loop once you are out there. Should have wheels on it this time, Cameron, although I'm afraid you got my rubbish fast spoke. There we go. And that's good, Cameron, on counting. He's lined up. So, race control, good to go. Listen to your numbers, driver.
Yeah, man. Rob. Rob. Bill, any bit here.
What are you doing? Helping
Fuck
someone
knows.
else?
No, nothing.
Helping someone else?
No idea. Kill him.
It's saying,
Honestly, I want to kill him. Come on, Dick Dickle, let's do it.
what's up next? Take 11. That's 11.
Oh, wow, Steve County looks in
At least you'll be in there now.
What?
At least you'll be in there.
So you're going to get down.
Yeah, I'm doing
So
it.
successful, though. He's got a very waxy looking front right wheel. So he should be running all of this. He had all that time to get it ready for him. Opening up to the 27. County going into 2 after 1. Then Hastings, Rogers, Palmer, Worcester, Richards, Palmer, Tidal, Kenyon, Castle, and Wells. So we pick up another lead of 3 of you fighting for a new SPD. Very aggressive on top of that pile.
Jesse's going top of pile with only 3 corners.
I'm going to pick up with Craig despite the waxy front wheel. He's carrying on. Looks like he's lost the kingpin at the bottom half. It's a good exercise. And down the main straight he goes. Rolling with that car. Last time by 27, 28. Down at 27 now. It's still pretty close there by a country mile. Next closest, 27.7, give you an idea, Craig. So if you can keep it in one piece at that speed, do so. And you are the only person now flashing yellow. Craig Jackson despite the waxy wheel here. And still looking at those top of the pile. So give these guys a couple more than that. Order at the moment. Drescher, Kershaw, Rogers, Richards, Rackback. Makes the move to come thundering through. Drescher, Kemp, Kershaw. So Kershaw coming through, Smith coming through, and Rogers coming through to the back of the field, fighting over second. So have a look out for them. Thank you very much. You would all know some of the old foods and broadcast colours, and that is Simon Pep when he gets to you. And looking for Colin Kershaw. Right comes through across, sorry, Mark Rogers. Somewhere at the end of the main straight, yes, there he is. The white, orange, and grey. Got Nick Day at the company. Third. So has Nick on stagger and position, so Nick's been sensible. And Nick Dale, you're running down in the 10, mate, so don't affect his race if you run off again. So let's pick up with our leader. And we are all good. I am here. You'll give me the nod of the lead. As direction comes off the end of the main straight. Catching up with that Portland Broadcasting 10, just be aware. Thank you very much. And yellow, white, and blue Yokomo, please. Thank you. That's giving everything away first. He doesn't want to rip the other out of that blocker. He comes down past me in commentary. Commentary straight now, not commentary corner. Leader around past the old commentary corner. The over the finger top. Still goes big. Being brave. Catching up with that side. So just be aware of it. Very leader approaching. Water punching pressure. Or should I say this? Back to wobbly wheels pressure. And the main straight car leader goes. We are at 45 seconds to go. Computers are good. You actually have 10 first or foremost. Here's your score. Addresses in traffic are on that. Mark Rogers, you are next for our leader. Oh, Drescher flirting with the hoses. Away with it. I can see Kershaw out there now. Clear track at the moment. As is Tempe on the stable Drescher until I hear that buzzer. So Nick Dale, you will be next for our lead. Going to give you a few quarters notice. Drescher coming in hot though. Right, Drescher, nobody saw what you will, mate. Drescher round the bank is heading for the line. Drescher, you are done. And all cars counted. Pete Hastings to finish. Looks like they declared the race over themselves. Oh, Cameron, well, if that says you were right. Next up, heat number 12. So, heat 12, as soon as you're up there, go and do your outlet, please. Track is open, guys. Track is open. I'll get you out. He's not supposed to go down his throat. Oh, we've got one over. I'm not shading on Kai across the list yet. Jaden, can you cross the loop again for me, please? You good? Kai Richards, can you cross the loop for me? You there? Lovely. Hugh Robinson, can you cross the loop for me? Oh, he's coming round. I can see you coming, Stu. Somebody help him out. Cross the line, please, Stu. There's Stu. And Nigel Wise, can you cross the loop for me, please? Nigel Wise, cross the loop, please. Nigel, you are not counting. So someone who needs to check Nigel's PC, please. Marshall, please do your check while this is going on. Somebody checking Nigel's PC. So everybody apart from the name Nigel Wise, seen and counting. Get yourselves running, guys. Oh, I don't want to see that PC30 crashing like that. So I can't remember exactly how many were ever made of the original prototype, but this is an absolute rarity running down the main straight at the moment. Yellow and pink before I start with the colours. And it is a PC30. Mark 1. So it's got all the alley towers, everything on it. Real work of art. And it's a genuine original, one of the prototypes. So make sure you get that car to the room if it comes up to you. Because I do not want it damaged in any which way, shape, or form. And as we all come round to the let's settle into about this. To the front, and it is. Oh my good lord. I don't even want to say who it is to the point, because he will run out of talent straight away. He already has, apparently. He must have known I'm in here. So I'm going to wait for this to come round, but indeed he has run out of talent already. How many connects now? Dropping to the 3, so it's Kai from Jaden. Back with the brothers group. Minty versus Jack Hanna. And give us a 3. There they are on track. Looks like Kai now ahead of Jaden on track as well. And it is so dominating his brother by at least 5 seconds on the track. Just telling him that he is ready. Running on and round, Jaden back in front of him. And then promptly has a champion's row back to the Kai. Kai leading this one to James Smith. 2 of them coming. Oh, Kai gives him his own champion row. So our lead is coming onto the main straight now. First and second line of 7. Kai gives his brother a little nudge. Saying, come on, bro, get out of the way. I'm leading this. You're going slow. So, James Smith, thank you very much. And our 2 leaders are for those tricky back question. And then after into the banking. Coming back up to us in Coventry Straight. Oh, Kai having a moment. Has it released Jaden? No, it hasn't. Kai still leading this by nearly 2 seconds. Pressure there, only in the meantime. Ready to pick up any pieces. It needs to come together much more. He's running a bit slower in that pace, but he's running consistent. That's way more important. And going in the four, Bartlett up to the 5, then Robinson, Jack, Winston, Bolster, Smith, and Reed. You guys 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. We're going to kick up with our leaders as they come around the main bank, and they're going to sail by with the yellow and the purple. Yellow wheels, because he knows they're faster than his brother. Gas coming down though. Jaden only 1.26 back with 1 minute on the clock. Jaden ready to throw this at it. Top 10 going, top 10, or top 11 going, top 11 by virtue of being the early heat. The big dogs are next, and Rob Fox. So Jake is still leading us gap 1.3, 35 seconds on the clock. Where are our leaders? So Purple and Black Cat leads our wins when he gets there. And coming on to the main straight, second place closing. There goes Jaden. There's Ty. And a lot of the gap in. I think the handicap would have still got second lead. James Smith, that's leader with himself from Lake Cove. Orange and blue triple X4, that's your lead car approaching. Coming on to the banking, please. Keep going. Sorry, white, orange and blue, we have to let it go again. Our leader coming over the tricky centre hump. Closing down on Ross Morgan. Two wheeling in. Tyre Ruptures not going to get through to the extra. So here comes Jaden. A solid 12 lapper. Just James Smith and Bolton to finish. Charlie and bring it. And there it is. Race over drivers. Carlson Street steer if you're ready for the master train. You guys, when you get up in the rostrum, please just go and do your outlap. Clear those two cars off the track, please, Craig. Chuck them over into the pull-off area. ASA. Cheers, buddy. And track is open, guys. Go off the track. Track is open. All right, cool, Nick. Fine, you okay there, Nick? So the track is open, guys. Go and do your outlet. And I've got a few random PCs here right now. Pull them up to the grid. Matthew Tunks, I need you to cross the line for me, please. There we go. And Dan Pratt, can you cross the line for me, please? Here we come. And Chris Brooks, cross the line, please, when you get round. Chris Brooks. Preferably without crashing. All cars seem to be counted. So, grid it up. And again, please, Chris. There we go. Lovely. Get yourself round to the brick, please, Chris. Marshal's chain. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Get yourselves out there quick, please, guys. Sorry. If you see it clear, just get it going.
You had one job.
Yeah, 17 at the moment, mate. So if you've not been released, please just do a double step to get this race round out of the way. So who can't see and counting off the grid, I will say we're going straight through for obvious reasons. We would have been anyway. So I think one needs to get themselves up here and put the cars on the hump. We'll let these guys all funnel through 4-1. 4 of you so far flashing for a new STD. After 1, 4 of you going to be going faster than Jaden. So Mick Fiddling after 2. It is a chance for Marshall. So yeah, it's Fiddling from Coleman, from Helliwell, from Bowen. Rob Fox running in the 5 and not flashing for a STD, so needs to man that one up. And he's wearing Rick Greenwood and Dan Pratt. I think hitting Matt. Oh, completely over. So let's pick up with the beautiful Predator at 10. Oh, Nick Fiddling. I'm looking for that track going down the back section now, catching up with that blue and orange. Thank you. Dan Pratt leading with you when he gets there. Thank you. Phil Craddock running in about the 9 at the moment. He's got a good lap. So our leader off the end of the main straight. We're out to the and that right car, second corner up over the big jump. That's beautiful Predator. Kicking and bucking on this track. In some of those track pictures, which he hasn't got any off the extra Lillan. No, I don't think so. And down the main straight, leader goes. Catching up with Phil Craddock. That's one way out of his way, buddy. And our leader will be up to Rick Greenwood shortly. So you guys, you know you'll have a few more coming through. Coleman just over the line. So white, orange and blue double X4, I would say you're going to be having the leaders with you soon, but he's just beat it. Our real leader though down the main straight now. So Coleman's going to have a fight. That's now Helliwell, Bowen and Fox through. Top 5 all going top 5. And yes, that does include the Antwerp boss. Humpty side of it, but then we're slotting in about 8 at the moment. So Craddock and Greenwood, Craddock's got it on track and position at the moment. So you two work together, tow each other around for a good time. I meant great time. So Rob Fox, lead car coming. Oh, does he go for a home serve? Here's Rob. And our leader around the banking. Got about the 4 or 5 second lead on the rest of the field. Helliwell now up to the 2. I'm going to look up for him. He's up behind Chris Ely, so just be aware, Chris. And second place with you when he gets there. Chris having a bad run. Comes running about 8. Here's Chris. Next up, one of our leaders will be Rick Greenwood. The white, orange, and blue. Oh, James Helliwell there. Down rather well. Coming in the 2, coming down to the 3. Then Bowen. Fox dropping off FTD place. Right, Bowen's still on it though. And those guys are in clear track. Fox is chasing around Fiddling. Seeing if he can live with it. I can answer that one easy to you, Fox. No, you can't. Fiddling down the main straight now with 40 seconds on the clock. Got about an 8-second lead now over James Helliwell, who is got a lot of traffic. So, all yellow, please. Thank you. Rick Greenwood, please. Race leader with you. And Phil Craddock, car coming up behind you, is in second place. Matthew Kent, you've got 3rd with you when he gets there. Thank you. And Yellow Cat, you'll have 4th place with you shortly. Thank you very much, Phil. Rick Greenwood over in the middle. Coleman already passed. Marshall can't get to it. Oh, and again, someone. Dribbling, getting his 7 shades of wrong on the last lap, Dan Pratt. They're going to be on FTD by a comfortable mile. Jaden rubbish. So Jaden going to be one of those 12 laps of silence to it. Mixed his own, James George Wild to put that down to your back.
As Coleman just spots Craft and Laycock to finish. And race over Grider. Nick Pigeon and Frederick goes top of the pile. We're going to straight through to heat number one. I'm going to leave the mic for Rick Greenwood to pick up because he should have Jack Fox the marshalling for him. Well, as soon as you're up there, guys, track is open. Slow down the straight for me because somebody's bound to walk out. The track is open. Hello, Rob.
Up there, mate.
Come on, guys, get going.
Lovely.
There we go.
All I'm doing with mine.
Into the next few cars. Just wait for them to get round to us. Bring them up, please, guys. All cars are coming from 80 parts have been seen. If you've emptied out a battery, let me know. Let's do that. Looks like we haven't got 80 parts in this one. I'm going to hand over to Rick Greenwood and I will see you all soon.
You over here, James?
So, here we go, heat number one. So, all around jumping. Jack leading the car at the point. Martin Jones pushing us down. Right in the back. Let's see where we're at. After one. Johnny Conway straight to the point. 29-2 for his first lap. 54 in the third. 4-2 for his lap. Just the Brown second down. Per lap for Johnny Conway. So I have to start pushing. 2 guys straight away for you. 6-2 for today. Johnny Conway has been equal. 4 for 6-2. Johnny Conway, the 2.3 second lead for Rick Kishwood. Let's see if we can find the somewhere down here, just in front of Green. Going around the corner to the top. Rick Kishwood, giving chance.
Stroke. Yeah. Sorry. Right now, it's no biggie. It's too much.
Down. Excellent driving. Yeah, Johnny Conway comes over, following another 3.4 second lead for Rick Kishwood. Johnny Conway is best. Rick Kishwood's best with 29.3. So, Johnny Conway in the front. Down straight, start on straight, down and slow.
So, first and second, following to the left track. Down somewhere, still leading the ground. Fourth victory down, still left. Second victory first, on the race clock. Minute and a half left on the race clock. Down somewhere, still at the point. 3.3 second lead to Richard Wood. Michael Plumley in the three. Duncan Wood, number 4. Matt Minnie in the 5. Richard Culver in the 6. Trevor Hale in the 7. Matt McDonough in the 8. Simon Pascal in the 9. Stephen Fraser rounding out the top 10. Johnny Conway down the straight for another lap. Wood, here it is, down the straight.
Sorry? Yeah. Literally, they're just down to a bare laptop. Because as soon as we plug anything in,
30 seconds left on the race. Number 1. Johnny Conway still. 7.6. Richard Wood. 16 seconds left on the clock. Will Johnny make it down for another one? I think he will. Michael, guys, Richard 40 numbers. Keep going, Richard Wood. Keep going. So, Johnny Conway is going to set this one. Fast time, 11, 3. Going to stop the time. Richard Wood. 11, 3:27. Good time from Richard Wood. Just wait for the last few cars to finish. Wait for Stephen Fraser. Computer for the time out. Let's change over, please. On to number 2. Straight into scrutineering, please. Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change. Come on, Marshall, as quick as possible. We've got to try and get some time up. Thank you to Ian Mawson for covering my marshalling. Top man, thank you very much. Got change, Marshall, point 7, please. Marshall, point 7. Point 12, can you come over? That's it. But there's something over there. There you go. Can you come over point 7, please? All the way to me. Deep number 3. Number 3. Come Charlotte. Winning around that point. By the jumping. Push it down. Point the back.
Not too bad.
No, Tom Charlotte after 1. 31.7 seconds left. No, Tom Charlotte. Going. That's Thompson. Wonder. Manny's Marvelous Marshall in the water sponsored by Wonder.
Yeah.
Really helped me up like yesterday. And it's not his fault, this weekend. Well, Riley Johnson now to the point. Actually, started flashing for his US 60. Riley, pushing. That's that. 32.0. Oh, 2.5 minutes down, 2.5 minutes to go. Mike Richardson to the point. Gary Bingham, 2. Strong middle. Down. Cross over. Yeah. Oh, 2 minutes left on the race clock. Mike Richardson leads this round. Tom Scala in the 2. Gary Bingham in the 3. Fantastic feelings on the outgoing round. Nobody currently affecting the top 10 in this 86 to 87. Four-wheel drive. Oh, 1 minute left. Marshall in the middle, please. Marshall in the middle. Thank you very much. 1 minute to go. Mike Richardson leading us round. Tom Scarlett in the 2. Gary Bingham in the 3. Paul Ruckley in the 4. Jeff Proctor in the 5. Nick Wise in the 6. Kenny Locke in the 7. Jacob Hartman in the 8. Paul Johnson in the 9. Larry Johnson in the 10. Jonathan Davis rounding us out. Third of cars. So into the last 5 seconds, guys. Listen for your finishing numbers. Don't start with your feet. So Mike Richardson going to take this one. Just waiting for him to cross the line. There he is, Mike Richardson taking this one. 10 laps in 3:29. Down on the straight, down on the straight. Go low. Clear. Nathan Russell's making jumps. There we are, race over. So heat number 3 onto the rostrum. Heat number 2, cars straight into Stuart Erie, please. Can I just give everybody a reminder? Big modern wings are not legal on these cars. Marshall's change, please. Now the track's clear. We're down in the middle of the track there. What's going on? Why have we got no marshals out? Marshals, come on. Point 8. This point just in front of me. Right, yeah, come on. Come on, marshals.
Great.
We have to speed this up, guys. We have to.
Great.
Number 9. Knife. Gave him a knifey spoonie. I went all the way up there. I wanted to stop now. Look, my friend for that. They ended up finishing third. They said he could have but I definitely back myself up.
Guys, quite unusual. We have to speed up this thing. I know it's not your fault.
It was really edgy.
Try and get some time back. We have to speed up the last thing. Marshall in the middle, Marshall. Thank you very much. So let's see where we are after 1. You at Costa, that's the point. Oh, Jason Bond to the point. What is for you, FCD? Win, short wheelbase, can't roll a bit. All the handling of his shot gazelle. That's race leader, guys. And that's number 2 coming up behind you as well, sir. So orange and with white wheel, orange and yellow. Number 2 coming up behind you. Thank you very much. Great driving, superb. All right. Then Turtle gets the wheel, bit catching floor. More jam than Hatley's. Nathan Rolls now though, drops down to second. Stuart Collard to the point. Knocks off XTD. Great marshalling, Jack. Now they come for another lap. Nathan Rolls back to the point and back on for STD. Last lap was a 28.4, best lap was a 28.4. That was the fastest one. Cross to the straight. Clear. Rolls coming into a little bit of traffic. So, blue body cells, yellow wheels. That's race leader coming up behind you. Thank you very much. And you're going to have second with you soon as well. Multicoloured cars going down towards the corner. That's race leader with you. And you're going to have second. Thank you very much, black and white. Second place is coming up with you. Yes, that's second. Multi-wheels, that one. Yeah, well done. Thanks very much. So, Nathan Rolls comes back down the straight. Still flashing for a new TQ, 28.3. Placing off finish. Trying to push the king a little bit. Just glad he was in that short wheelbase gap. Doing what he needs to do, not what he has to do. Around the back corner. Over and over. Multi-coloured. Black and white checker. You've got the race leader coming up to you. Thank you very much. And you will soon have second place. Minute remaining on the race clock. 1 minute remaining. Nathan Rolls continuing on to push on. Nathan Rolls up four flashes. Who's going to get it? That's your race leader. Thank you, yellow wheels. And you're going to have second with you very, very soon. Probably at the end of the straight. Excellent driving. Well done. Thank you very, very much. On Nathan Rolls. 25 seconds left on the race. There's this lap of 1 mile. Still looking at the USPD. Comes around over the roller, not the clear track in front of him. Over the line. We're into the last 10 seconds, guys. Listen for your finishing numbers. Rolls pushing to get to the line. 1 second. Crack like a cream egg. To take this one, Nathan Rolls. 11 laps in 3:16. Stuart Collard comes over. 2.5 seconds behind. That's the new FPD for Nathan Rolls. Let's start looking at the top 10 in this class. So we've got Nathan Rolls at 1, Stuart Collard, Jonathan Dyer, Tim Graham, Mike Richardson, Tom Scarlett, Simon Golding, Gary Goodman, Nick Wise, and your last place top 10, Jack the Legend Proctor. Guys, straight out, get those cars into scrutineering. Let's get heat number 4 onto the roster. As soon as you're on the rostrum, guys, let's get these outlaps done. If we are not making time up, we will stop doing the outlaps. Beware the ball today. Quickly, quickly. Come on. I can see that wing's been changed on that chap. Well done, Bill. Thank you very much.
Great job, Stu.
Is it?
Right,
Gets him on
let's
it,
get these
starting
outlaps
that
done.
last
Let's get
try.
them cleaned up, please.
You weren't the only one.
It's so vicious and typical.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
Mine's pointy as well. Chop an extra, chop an extra half off the front.
That's what we have. And then do a re-glue. Can you glue that?
Yeah, I have. I will do a re-glue. And I'll chop the extra half off. You are right.
Excellent Marshall's change, that guy. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Ours happened to be so expensive.
Yeah, but just saying no, wouldn't it? Every time it's dried, you can see. I could turn the ride height out of it as well.
Off the front.
Yeah. Just in general. Oh, you're on mine, aren't you? Leave it and drive it.
I feel
Like
like
I say.
I feel those other shots.
Not worth the guesstimate, mate. We'll go away from here. We'll have a look at all the cards and we'll get them right, shall we just say. Ready for Ozfest.
You're never going to go to the fucking place.
Is Rick's car all done and ready, or does it need stuff? It's all done and ready, yeah?
Here's Savon, looking around, from the back. Manny Panesar to race control, please. Manny Panesar.
Fucking stress level through the absolute roof.
I don't know about it. Fuck it. I'm right about it.
Yeah, I know.
Because you just end up fucking finding something not.
Yeah,
no reason
true.
at all.
True.
I mean, it's not going to change. No one else here is going to change, are they?
No.
So don't.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm right.
So let's look where we are.
One and none.
Stuart Lee.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're doing
Another point. Matt Savage into 2. Matthew Richardson into 3.
And all they do is call it.
So Stuart Lee.
Race control.
Second gap there at the front.
This is
To Matt Savage.
obviously corner. That's race control.
You double D, dickhead.
Stuart Lee's over the line. Let's see if he can pull it down. Now he's got the correct wing on that car. Round in front of Blanky Corner. It's not Blanky Corner anymore. That's your race leader with you. Thank you very much. Excellent. And over the rollers. Here's front of here, up here at race control. All the on centre stop. Yes, Stephen, it's nice and clear. Doing what he wants to do.
Sorry? No, you can't see. I've got no screens, no nothing here.
No, what heat is it? It's on now.
Nope. I think 4. You got nothing at the moment because anything they plug in blows the computer up.
No, Matthew Richardson to the point.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
There you go, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So Stuart Lee's taking us round at the point. Matthew Richardson into 2. Matt Savage into 3. Owen Patrick into 4. Stuart Lee's got quite a big gap at the front there, 9.2 second gap. Back there to Matthew Richardson. Stuart Lee's really trying to put the hammer down. So, heat number 5, you ready to go? Stuart Lee at the point. Oh, at the tabletop. Pink body shell. White heels. And the correct width now. Into the last 6, guys. And so on, we're going to go Stuart Lee, Matthew Richardson, Mark Curry, Joey Patrick, Liam Powell, Dave Saddle, Jake Walker, Nick Haynes, James Beckingham, and David Whittington. Guys, come on, let's wait. Thank you. Stuart Lee, Bob Holly Patrick, and Mark Savage. Leader coming over the line to start his last lap. Stuart Lee, rough 2 overall. Mark Everett still at the point there in the overall. To see numbers, guys. Stuart Lee takes that one.
There's no timing. There's no anything. There is only there's a board up by race control. That is where, just as you line up, board by the entry to race control, there is all the times are on there. They've had anything they plug in, the computer goes no.
With cheat? With cheat?
Yes.
4 or 5? Which
With cheat. 4 just finishing, 5 about to go.
Perfect. 5's going up.
Oh.
When you up, Steve?
Jake Walker in the 8. James Beckingham in the 9. And rounding out the top 10. Rory Tooley.
Jumping well.
What did? I should have.
Short cars, great.
Once you've got it in the right place on the jump. You've got to come this way though.
Sorry?
You've got to come this way.
Yeah, middle to this side.
You end up.
Yeah.
Marshall Stern, please. Marshall Stern.
Can't believe that.
Have a volunteer Marshall for point 7, please. Volunteer Marshall for point number 7.
Because people just don't know around when you've done.
Cameron, you are an absolute legend, young man. Thank you very, very much. Sit there and contemplate life. That's why we've got you covered. Covered, yard number 7. Someone on point number 6, please. Someone on 6.
Who's busy contemplating life?
Me at the moment.
Because Rick and Dan need to contemplate the fact that we start qualified.
Oh!
Oh, I know what you're saying about being close. Fucking 100 between me and third.
Yeah.
Like,
And I backed right off to just come around that fucking last section.
Rich Morris leading his round. Mike Wright is pushing his round. Ball Will Rich Morris is still the middle to get out. Howard
Irrespectful now.
Rich Morris jumps around, heading down towards
TC3 thing going
round
on.
up and over the tabletop.
Yeah, that's my icon of the day. That's before I even start.
Ryan Mason puts back the only corner tabletop. On to the back corner, around he goes. Back off in there when we go.
Not driving.
Morris. 30.07 is first one. Last lap of 33.8.
I changed bell doors on mine.
Sorry?
Really bad.
No, for what?
For an optimum turbo.
What, rear dog
Front,
bone?
no, front dog roll.
Front dog bone, yeah. Nobody's handed one in, but have you got one?
No, we haven't got a dog roll. Have you got one?
Yeah.
Dave's got one. I think so anyway. Let's say that.
So guys, Michael's up in the middle, work together. Let's not be stopping each other over. If there's a faster car behind you, let's keep going. Excellent work there in the middle, guys. Super. So, let's keep the behind Rick Morris. He's out there, line zone. Going through, onto the straight. Last lap of 29 dead. Best lap of the race so far for Rick Morris. On the tabletop. Marshall. Come on, Rick. Lance Alder, 2.5 minutes down, 2.5 minutes to go. Rick Morris to the point. Sitting at the two. Adrian Prince in three. Dave Proctor, 2 to 4. Doug Ferguson to the 5. Then we've got Stu Nixon, Richard Miller, Dave Harrison, Martin Harrow.
Well, you're at it.
And Alex Riley. Rounding up, 5. So, Rick Morris continues to lead his round. Oh, he's on the big. Going around the back corner. Please, quiet on the rostrum, please. Mark Duffel to the point. Rick Morris must have had it. Mark Duffel to the point from Rick Morris. Then we've got Dan Ferguson. 1.5 minutes left on the race clock.
And again, Marshall.
Getting ready to go on the rostrum, guys.
Bolton Hills are on the way looking.
Oh, Mark
on the way
Duffel.
looking. It's still spitting.
Last lap to the 30.3. Next up to the 30.01.
Want some super glue?
Do you
need some mirror man up here? It's a suppository.
They're a suppository mini-imperial shapes. I think that's going to start raining soon. And I don't want to be rushing when I'm doing it. Cheers, Packer. It's running about 5, 6.
Yeah, you got 5. I've just written here 3.
Listen, body numbers, guys.
I'm
charging and nearly there.
Which one is you have finished?
I'd already done it myself. We try with heavier oil and softer spring, but let it roll a bit. I built the oven at 650.
Here,
650 in the green spring.
race over guys. Oh, fast. Get two to Gary. Who's number 6 on the roster? As soon as you are on the roster, let's get these out back done. Quickly as possible, guys. Yeah.
475 an orange.
Right, James. Marshall, please, James Marshall, quickly as
I can't
possible.
remember.
You'll have a perfect idea.
The ones I built up for you are like 5, 2 old orange and 1 old red. I think. We can have a look at what makes it.
I forgot what was Marshall's guys.
I've just got to filter through all of the bollards.
Marshall's 5.
Yeah.
Robinson, point number 10, Stuart Robinson. Got a 12, got a 10, please.
So you've got orange. You've got the ones I built up for you. They're exactly the same as what I'm running. Right.
All the way down to James Wilkinson. Run it down to the front. Right back. I would expect 6 wheels. 6 and 3 now. Coming through the field really quickly. That's the first one. Second, in the first seat. Generally a quick driver. Right, quickly through. And thank you very much, Robert. I promise you won't let you do that again. So, who's on the race lead there? Will Skilton, that's right. Will Skilton going down the straight, round and heading back towards Scotland. Looking really good. Stephen Davies, we're going to have a big day all over you at some point very soon. Thank you, Steve Davies. You're not cute, gentlemen. Right, guys. In the middle, just going on to the back section, you're going to have the pink wheels, pink and blue on white bodycell on Tuesday. This is very, very soon. That's one. Thank you very much. Very Stockton, you're going to have one of the race leaders with you very, very soon. Thank you very much. To the heart, you're going to have one of the race leaders with you. Wilson, I'm pushing track at the moment. Got his head down, doing some up to it, and a bit of a step on this shot. Kind of getting scared. Excellent driving out to the hand as always. Thank you very much. He's getting a little bit right now. Let's see if we can put some decent laps down. But back to the front. James Wilkinson leading us round. Got a 1.1 second lead from Bob River. Then District has got another second and a half to hit. But after the front, PK in the second place. Well, PK running in two. Wilson to the point. 19 minutes on both you guys. Thanks, Tommy. I'll do the best I can. So, Wilson through the center. You're going to have the race leader with you very, very shortly. Coming onto the straight there. That's the race leader down the straight. Superb driving. Thank you very much. PK coming four. Blue and white. That is number 2 coming with you. Oh, I didn't know it. And psychedelic car going down the straight. You're going to have the second place man with you very, very shortly. Back to Wilco. You guys. Over to the straight. Race leader onto the straight. Down the straight. Thank you very much. Yeah, looks like PK. Looks like Wilco in some clear track. Guys, let's get the down. Let's go. To the rookie to the field. Oh, PK, 2 on the point. PK. With 30 seconds. Next over the point. Three straight. 26 seconds to go. You need to be getting ready. Ten seconds remaining on the race clock, guys. Start listening for your finishing numbers. So PK is going to take this one. Keep going, PK. Keep going. Right, Paul Kent from Chris Briggs from Paul Edwards. Give it to Alex Gilhart. Good job, Rollers. PK, Chris Wheels. Matthew Dyke, that's the last time. PK taking that one. 11 laps and 3:18. He's number 6 going up next. 7. Guys, car straight into steering, please. And straight out for you. Please, straight out as soon as possible. Don't mess with that car and get on the roster. I'm going to hand back over to the legend that is just to get the roll. Bring it around to the Marcus Bank, please. ASAP. Thank you very much, Rick Ricker. If you are not relieved, please just double stick for me, because it's going to make my life a lot easier. And I Richard Colbert's covering a different position. Yeah, 11 if you can just stand halfway between that 12. Thank you very much. Around that area will be lovely. Anybody not been relieved? Wave now. I've not got anybody on 4. Yes, that's you on 4, isn't it? Thank you. You're not been released, Wilco. You're good. Kenny Morris needs to be on 10. And Moffy, I'm sorry. Kenny Morris, even. Thank you. Okay.
Pardon?
So, kind of swing counting. Who's going to lead us off? Lance is around. I'm going to keep an eye on the back because Lance is going to be coming through at work factor. I've been out of bounds on round one. And he will be coming up on back markers because he is one of the front runners with all this going on. He will be catching people very quick, guys. So just be aware that next year is the Martin.
Oh, you dickhead Greenwood.
Right now, he's going to be closing down on the 10th closing down. And right up into the third gate lander after one. He's still finding his way to the car, but he is going to be coming through hot. So, thanks, Tempo. Next one, our leader will be. Oh, I can't remember now. He crosses the line now. Oh, I don't know what's going on. He's already marked in another car. Yeah, I really only want to put the last few practicing here at the moment, thanks to the computer. Over that going on the land, down to the 6th after slightly slower second lap. He's still working his way back up and through the field. Now has to clear track where we're going to slot in into the 5. Rory Tooley acting for a new FCD. I'm going to have to pick him up on the back. And he's out on clear track. Both down on the top colours. Sorry, I forgot the name. I'm looking at something that comes. So, yellow pit, thank you. Oh, and land is hard. Not sounding happy. And that's the leader coming up behind the seat, thank you. So, looks like we're going to lose Steve Lander. Was running in the 5 or 6 at that point. So Tooley with 2.5 hours, 2.5 to go. It's Tooley, Panistar, Jimmy Brennan, then Haskins, Gannon, Vibrot, Orlando, Mills, Jefferson, Hall, and Tempo Richard. Rory Tooley crashing for a new FCD, and Panistar at 1.5 back, seems strong. Jimmy Brennan only 0.8 back from Panistar. So Jimmy with a real side of form over this last 12 months. Because it's an area been helping interesting for us, and it's really showing us the confidence grows in that man. But he is becoming one of the front runners and going for it in that silver and red. So, punch colours, please. Thank you.
Yeah, kettle's on. Let's put a bit more water in it.
Leader off the end of the main straight.
Need a bit more glue. Oh, I've gone for it. Hasn't gone off yet. There's more glue. Let's do one layer and just take the edge off. How was it when you were coming down and into this first corner? Did it feel like you were trying to... maybe go softer on spring because mine's fairly nice.
And here leader off down the main straight.
Well, you would agree. I'm on silver. Silver red. Maybe go with green. I think Phil's going to do so. Just to let it.
No fucking tools. Literally,
sorry, get back in your rhythm, buddy. Gavin's coming through the field as well as he's asking. So again, you can allow his hand, please. Thank you. And the battle on there between Haskins, Jeff, Brennan, and Gavin. All and nothing between the in-3 work together. Gavin up on the back door of Brennan. One of our leaders up the straight. So orange, blue, and white, please. Thank you. There's our main leader down over the back jump. So Matt Ward, Lee Carpay. Thank you, sir. Next one to position. You guys have finished the time. Listen to your numbers. Just waiting for the last few to come through. Wait for Haskins. There he is. Vitrop, Ward, Startup, and Tempo. Still to finish. There's Tempo. There's Ward. There's Vitrop. Just waiting on Paul Carter. Track is still live. Track is still live. Should not be moving above me. And right over, guys. Clear the car off the main straight. Good job. Rory's 2. They're going to take that goes top of the pile. And we have a walking stick handed in the race control. So if there's something to stick down saying, oh, somebody's struggling to work, please shout, we will bring it to you. Wave your arms like, no, it's not for the purple. And do you like that, please, guys? That is open. Anybody lost a... Oh, don't go slow on the straight. Get it down there. Oh, somebody else hit you. You'll be first surprise.
Nathan Suey commentary.
Right, please, guys. And Marshall Strange, please. Marshall Strange. Thank you very much for pushing on, guys. You get these all swapped over for me. If you are not ready, please do a double stick because I need to get this pushed on, guys.
2 and 2.
2.5. 2.5.
Oh.
See to it.
Any spaces not been relieved? Oh, good. Three-legged structure there before you. We can leave it at that point as well. Cars away, C and
Averaging 19 mil.
well, beats his dad to within an inch wide, so he gets giant tires. Just so he has one less thing to blame.
Where are you at?
No,
Up flat,
running.
one
He's got a
wheel.
9 needs to go over there and get him ready.
Low.
Where are you at?
Down.
Down the middle.
Yeah.
And then win.
So here come round for 2. Looks like Paul Leach from Chris Pears. As I say, this is heat number 8 running, heat number 9 up next. We're going to be running through. Seeing if we can push forward with taking time to do it here and there.
I was
See if
also
we can
one
get our fourth round, but it might well get dropped.
I have some slow ones behind.
Obviously, what was right for a lot of people in the long way to drive home tonight.
Nowhere.
Then I think we believe now we get home on a Wednesday. We've got 2,500 miles to drive back to California.
I expected that.
That's a new wheelbarrow.
But then I was out in the middle on my own.
Well, we've still got a
Nobody running around.
walking stick in race control.
Make me push out on the
Wild
road.
friend. I
Try
can't
chasing
remember
them.
his name. Might be trying to make it.
Because I'll be chasing. Or if we're that close on track,
Otherwise, it's
you're
kind of
tripping
a
over
walking
it.
stick handed into the race control. So if you're having problems, have a look down, you might realise you dropped it. And you can come back over and see it, or wave at us. And I will put camera over to you. He's already put a new foot on the bottom of it, so it wasn't shiny enough for him. Colin Kershaw there, keeping a close eye on the back of every car as it goes past him. As always. Twice, yep, you're there for 2 laps, mate. Not just the one. Can't pull that person beside you, Wayne. To our racing, still Paul Leach with a 7-second lead over Chris Pitt. So then inside Leach, Perez, Williams, Forrester, Harry Butlin up into the 5. Then
How's she going on
Neil
with
Oakland,
work?
John Reynolds,
Got any better?
Dave Eric Pedersen, Jamie Belcher, and
What's happening
John
with this heat?
Major. So let's see if we can pick up with our leader. I'll wait for it to pass me in on a race control.
Till it's there.
Exactly.
There he goes down the main straight now. Up on back master. Thank you very much, rainbow colours.
The battery.
Yeah.
And
Huh?
over the back jump.
I think Craddock said he changed it.
Who knows? Taxi better than last time. Now it's the top 4. And our leader coming round past us in front of the corner. Start another lap. Currently targeting. An 11 and 11. Having a not too shabby run off the new FTD. This is about 12 seconds back now. Still doing 11 and 27 at the moment. 10 seconds left on the clock. Just I need to do something through. It's constant to do race strong. And numbers. Keep going, Paul. And Paul, you start. Make sure you use the pull-off area, please, guys. Make sure you use the pull-off area. Just Simon Mason to finish. Here he comes with that beautiful Yokomo. And race over drivers. So I need a volunteer on point 1, please. Cameron's already heading down to your side.
And you guys, the track is clear, so if you can, get yourself going, do your outlap, please. Come on, guys, get it, guys. You must go slow on the straight. Come on, what are you doing to get here? Line them up. And Marshall, see your coach, please, ASAP for me. Please wait to be released unless you can see your marshal, because if you are not covered, I want you to double stick, keep this running through. Marshall's on your coach, please. Oh, thank you. Memo Morton, your drive staff has just been handed into race control. I'll put it in my pocket if you've got one. Adam. We'll call Stephen Carrington. Barry is going to be manually counted this time, but that console needs to be changed. If one of you doesn't have an AMB. And Rob Mills going to lead us off in brief time as Darren Wells. And Chris Williams, so good. You want to brief time, put Morrissey on in brief time as well. So four of you on in brief time. There goes Rob Mills, our leader, with that beautifully leader. As soon as I mention his name, though, up on his room. So that's going to unleash Darren Wells to the point. So on the back straight leaders with you. There's black and yellow. Thank you very much. And where is our second coming back through all that long in the way? Come around one more time. Because I think Chris Wiggs might be to the point after all of that bedlam, unless he's had a mare as well. So Rob Mills to Chris Wiggs from Darren Wells. I'm going to have to ignore Adam Murphy at the moment. Your PT's going everywhere, thanks to you and the other guy. Okay, he's got a problem as well. So let's have a look. It's now Wells to the point. All right, Mills. There we go. So Mills, Wells, with only 2.5 seconds between them all on the clock.
pick up with Mills. I think that's him coming through now. Yes, it is. Where's Wells? Coming up behind that curve, short on the main straight. Where's Wiz? Going around the banking, closing down on that black Tamiya. So, red and white XLS, please. Leader with you. Tiger Strike Tamiya, thank you very much. And you two will both have second place with you shortly. It's red and white later. Jack Darcy's woken up at the front. And through they'll come. Here comes Wiz. Still in that three, about 4 seconds back from our lead two. Only needs a mistake from them both, and he is there, ready to capitalise. And these guys locking in Ross Mills in third. Then Darren Wells, Adam Murphy, Mark Hagley and Chris Wiz. Overall, we will let this play out. A lot of cars still to run. And blue, red and grey pro cat, please. Lead car with me. Thank you very much. Beautiful ZX on the banking. Lead car with you. Thank you. At the end of this Barry Park, you're going to have to come and sort the PC out. Tamiya Aircraft at the bottom of the track, lead car. Thank you. Where is Lawrence Texas coming up on that lovely yellow and green ZX. Thank you, sir. And Egress, you'll be next to second place when it gets there. You close it down on our leader. The leader having a bit of a cut in the bottle. There's third place, Chris Wiz. Bit of upside down time, so we look like. So it looks like Mark Hagley might come into this. He's about 1 second back now on Chris Wiz. So Chris got to watch himself, push forward. There goes Mark. There goes Chris. And Mark indeed is ahead of Chris by about half a second. For our leaders, both in clear track. And we'll see what the gap is this time by between them as they go into finishing time. You're done, Darren. 3.5 seconds at the close. Just waiting on a couple to finish. Waiting on Barry. There we go. So once you guys get up there, the track is clear, so the track is open. So come off the park and nothing and Griffin C. There goes nothing. And where's the Giftmeister? Cross the line again for me, Griffy, when you get round. I'm just waiting for nothing to come around before I give you all clear to change. There he is. So, Mark, will you can change for me, please? Thank you, Griffy. And just slow down the stroke. And also need to see Chris Hudson across the line, please. Chris Hudson. So, card C. Marshall, please do your change. If you have not been relieved, please double speak to me unless you've got an emergency. Thank you. Right it goes. You number? So, the way Tim counting wise, you're going to push lead us off. Bindle's going to push it around. This is heat number 10. Heat number 11, he's already beat out there with the cars on the hump. These guys and girls all work together, let fast the cars go when they get quicker. Remember the team is qualifying. So, Wiley looks to be leading us, but he's not off to run. It is the Morrison Matil. So, Timber's colours, just be aware, you've got children coming in hot as you come down the main straight. And our two leaders heading off down towards Commentary Corner. Round past there and off to the back straight. Over tabletop, both will go big. Sticking the land, although Mawson a little bit sniffy. So, single colours, please, Tilton, thank you. Richard Lowe, you will be next. Brixton's going to touch. That's going to hurt. Here's qualifying. You was on for his new SCD at that point. He is not now. And that state's going to put Molly Smith up to the coast. So, Richard Lowe, that's place with you, thank you. So, the Kimmel colours, you've got two other colours coming in hot. Wolf and Molly. So, as I say, that James Wiley now on for a new SCD. So, Jeff, you just aware. Thank you. And Jeff Meister, you will soon have second with you as well. Leader though going up round the bank. It's very solid. Probably 7, and the quarterback is toast. So there goes Wiley down the main straight. And Craig Mawson there in the 2. Close now, getting that time back down. Only 4 seconds in arrears, Craig. Then it is Molly, only 1.7 back, switching about 3.5 back from that. Nothing though on the back foot of switching. 0.3 in it is our race. And I've just looked at the switching there. Miles apart on track, going for it. And again, please, Rick, thank you. But switching, closing back down on the Molly Mobile. Where is our leader? Past us now through the 50 center section. Where is Molson? And it looks like I've got a Molson. Oh, no. Where is Molson? Oh, Craig Molson, parked from the M25 in that car park. Molson is toast. Someone get him some peanut butter to put on it. That's our racing, and it's Smith and switching down the main straight. Wild. James Wiley continues on for a new fastest time. Catching up with back markers at the moment, so I'm going to stay as he comes right to the end of the main straight. So the first person you're going to see is going to be Richard Lowe. And the Thomas Price, thank you. Good job, Wiley. You missed it. I'm impressed. So Wiley coming up for his 50 cent section. Close down all that in front of him. So Kimberly College, you will be next. Good job. And white, pink, and blue coming onto the main straight. You'll be next, our leader. He is still flashing for a new fastest time and quicker. So Wiley actually on it. Rick Green was going to hang his head inside because this is tough still. So pink and blue, please. Thank you. And white and blue, please. Thank you. Great driving, guys and girls. This is helping our leader through and minimising the time that you can lose from it. Why are you going to put it on the hose? To get away with it. Clear track ahead of him. Everybody trying to hang on to the back doors of him. Oh, look at that traction. I was about to say that. It's a health and self marker for one of his buddies. coming round to executive centre section. He doesn't close it down on second and third at this rate. But only 4 seconds on the clock. I think he's going to just squeak through for another one. Yeah, keep going, James, keep going. 12 lap pace now for James Wiley. He is a man on a mission. So I don't know if he's going to get to his twitching, but your leader is approaching at Wood back to Wiley. Off round onto the banking on leader goes. He was down to the 24. What's it going to be as he puts it to the lock? 12, 20.3. Takes another 2 tenths out of his time. Going to go top of the pile. Lee Starkey, Jimmy Jiffy, Bryn and Richard to finish. There we go, race over drivers. Cars for scrutineering. Clear that car to track, please, Neil. Thank you. Track is open as soon as you get up there. All cars clean and counted. Just wait for one of our last cars to come past us in the middle. And I'll say, marshals, please do your change. Guys out there, please wait to be released for me. If you are not released, please just double stick. We need to keep this moving. We are doing a great job here. Please wait to be released. Like I told my marshal, I've been waving like mad at me. Oh, look at that cool Dustin goes full coming out of a long boat. Yeah, no crashing, I'm doing a long boat. You can have a go at filming in a minute, that would be great as well, you know. And all cars away, seen and counted. Director going to lead us off this time with a straight wheel. And Cameron Wells going to push us round. Now that he's got 4 wheels on it. Oh, let's pick up with Greta, who after one is on for a new FCD. Flashing yellow on my screen, the only one of this thing that is. He goes past me, getting even faster, throws down at 25.7. I don't care who you are, that is fast. Dresser's on fire. What's that, Cameron? Oh, Dresser with nowhere to go. The back marks are crashing. That is going to put Simon Kemp up on the back foot of Craig Dresser. I kept getting my nosebleed for being that high and front returns Turtle to give him a link. You're going for example in the track like a competition as he consumes himself in the floor. Right, Rich, nobody saw it. You okay, buddy, close to yourself? In that case, let's do it. That's why racing was Kent, no, it wasn't, it was Dresser. Kent was right there, and then at a moment, Nick Dale up to the 3, then Rogers, Bournemouth, Richard, Troyer, Cayman, Kershaw, Worcester, Hastings, and Wales. So let's pick up with our leader. Round the back section. Oh, that sounded heavy. And it was heavy, judging by the way he just pulled out. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, so, everyone lost by catching those 3 wheels on my rack. And our leader up into the cricket back section, heading up towards the back pin. Pushing back in the back of that car. Managed to squeeze out just a little bit. And not be so heavy on it, otherwise he's going to spread it out in there somewhere. Our leader round up the back straight. Does a big jump, Marshall in front of me. Look at that. Nothing on it like Gazelle. He said he wasn't marshalling anybody. But when it's your opponent, when it's your race mate boy, yeah, sacrifice has got to be made to nothing. Where's our leader already come on found his Sawyer. And round into the back section. Heading up, next person you'll see will be Nick Dale. And still flashing for the SCD Pubs. 12 in 15. Taking about 8 seconds out of James Wiley. He's showing how rubbish Rick Greenwood thinks you are. You love it, don't you, Joe? So let's have a look at our aggressive Dale Robert. So we'll have a look at Dale, see where he is. He's in clear track. Bradford already casting. And we'll have a look for Martin Richards there with that corner drive RC10 up and into the 2. So we make sure he's in clear track. Indeed he is. Going out is showing his son Jackhammer. Just how it should be done with the stick boys. Jaden needs to have a word with himself. I can see those noodles in front of his eyes. So our leader at the end of the main straight now is actually closing down to put a lap on second place. So in the raw pace that is great pressure. I think Hume is just having an absolute mare out there this time. And don't know what happened there. The Colin Pellicle's car just did not steer at all. Complete radio write-out. So Martin Richards leader approaching. And you are in second. Thank you. Hang on. Thank you, William. And you guys, how to try from hang up the computer. Everybody keep asking me numbers. Worcester, Kenyon and Wales to finish. So Gresham going to take that. Was in 12, but a mistake on the last lap, costing 4 seconds, down to 12 in 16, but still enough to go top of the pile. So I think it's out, crack open, but crack on boys, so wait for the ball to go through. Crack is open guys, crack is open. And slow to the grid, please, driver. Slow to the grid. Everybody bar 10. And Rob Jacobs to 15. So Andy Peck, please cross the line when you get there. Oh, you haven't got out of the fire. That's Houston, and I've not seen Rob Jacobs. I don't know if he's up there. He's coming now. So this is heat number 12, 40 seconds to start. I'm afraid I can't stop the plate, guys. Apologies. And Marshall, do your change, please. If you are not released, please do a double stick. Marshall, change, please. Like I say, if you are not released, please just do a double stick for me. Please wait to be released. Nick, you're always miles behind. Wow. Racing and counting. Jaden Rich is going to lead us off. Nigel Wise going to put us round. Jaden's going to open up with a 26.9. I'm going to go and watch for the moment whilst the computer gets adjusted. And our leader coming around over this tabletop. Check up on it. Let's try a little bit closer. Lovely six and three double X balls for the pair of them. I assume Martin done a lot of work there. All the boys have started to do some of their own. Either way, both beautiful. So you two in that mid corner. Race leader coming. Sorry guys, white and grey. And you'll have second place with your team as well, please. Going down the back straight. Oh, Jake getting 7 shades of wrong. Doesn't need a marshal. But that's going to put Kai right back on him. And Kai was only half a second back. So keep the white, please. Thank you. And you'll also have second place if you choose right to Pete coming on to the main straight. David is having a million and one little microphone with me. Is with us. Still got it by 0.01 at the moment. And our leader going up past the Bolter. Sorry for the late calls, guys. Doing 16s here. Bolter, you'll see have second place with you. Our leader out onto the main straight. The gap was 0.01. It's now 1.6. A great lap there from Jaden somehow. So let's pick up with our leader. Clear track at the moment. So he's going to get it up with back markers shortly. Bolter, please. Thank you. Sorry, buddy. And for the order, Richard, Bartlett, Winter, Dawning, Peck, Smith, Robertson, Wise, Bolter, Reed and Jack. So Bartlett with one of a handful close, so at 2-2-3-0. Driving is should be coming up and down the main straight now in yellow and pink. Running quite well up there as well, looking nice and smooth. There's our leader in back marker for James Smith, you'll be next. And grey, green and white, your lead car or second place approaching. Thank you, that's one way out of the way. And you two coming down the main straight, second place approaching you as well. Guarantees red James come past. Ties will be close behind James Smith, thank you. And purple and black going down the back straight, second place with you. Great driving, guys. Great driving. Where is Ross? So, white, orange and blue, triple X. Third place is with you. That's one way out the way, buddy. And Ian Bolter, that's third place with you, please. Great driving. So, Jaden from Kai from Bartlett, top 6, going top, top 7 going top 7 at the moment. And that's distributed for Impy. We got Jaden, Ross, Phil, James, Ian, and Dan. You guys all on improved time, so just keep doing what you're doing. There's our leader. There he is. Quickly back on his roof. Andy Sawyer on a mission trying to get to it. Let's come by. It's a whole other guy. That was up to 3.5 from the station side. Oh, and sideways. It's coming down a little bit. Marvellous that is. Everybody's going back to grab silvers by the looks of it. David having to do it on the yellows because he's a man. Although Ty is currently leading it by half a second with all this going on. So don't let him run away, Ty. Keep pushing with 20 seconds on the clock. You guys starting your final lap. And it's back to David by 28. Ty, you are running. Ross Butler there, still watching the football field lead tonight for the three. And the rain coming down and the improvement disappearing. Freedom is still on it, but only just.
Put silvers on for me. They're on my desk. Where's the phone?
David, you're done. Cassie, you're done. Ty, you're done. Rest of the team, Alex.
Phones. I don't know where he's. Where is Rick?
Next team, number 13. There we go, straight through into number 1. And we've seen no stops on this guy. We need to keep moving. I need as much as I can on that one. And I'll keep listing it, but I need it. He's 13 up next. Please people try to reach the credit area and do not walk on this straight. Marshals, please wait to be relieved. As I say, if you are not relieved, please double stick me to make it easy on us at the moment. Track is open, guys. Track is open.
He's up right now, isn't he?
Come on, guys, go do your
One more.
1 minute and 14.
They can fucking wait for me as well. Ah.
Are you need to fill the roster?
Hey?
You need to fill the roster?
Yeah.
Do you cut?
Yeah.
That's my
Just that one wheel.
Marshall, please stay. Marshall, please put your position. If you are not relieved, please double step to me. Put the time no more down the road. Come on. Put them up, guys. No more.
Last one.
I've got a long way to cross in that track, and this is your fault now.
Hey?
So anybody that hasn't been relieved, I apologise. Please double speak for me. We need to keep this going. We are 30 seconds to the start, drivers. 30 seconds. I've not seen Ely Caddick or Greenwood. Tag Phil. I know we've got Ely once changed, so that's no problem.
Yeah. There's two hexes. I was like, why is it more reputation? The one I picked up.
Who's called Street and County presenting TP is trained. All done and dusted. A lot of slithering as they all come round for one. I can tell you, none of you improving. Fiddling currently targeting a fifth round. Or fourth even, sorry. After one. So that tells you how much slower the track is, because these guys are pros. Because the fiddling just puts it in the hose, you won't know. His dad's nodding in agreement. Right, Mr. Fiddler, we said what you were thinking and trying. Nobody saw or heard anything. So what have we got after one? It was George Coleman to the point from Bowen. Fox up pretty well. Or Tunk, so trying to remove every tooth off that fella again. And it sounds like he's succeeding. I'm sure there's one still left on there. No, got it. Okay, so Matthew Tunk's Fergie goes full Hollywood on him. And all that going on, George Coleman to the point with that Cat 2098. Or EC98. Fox all over him like an ill-fitting Mac. As they come round out onto the main straight. Has it stopped raining out there, Martin?
Yes.
Yeah? Oh, the track already started to dry after this section. So full rundown, Solomon, Bowen, Fox, Halliwell, Craddock, Ely, Fiddling, Pratt, Braxton, Ely, Greenwood, Fiddling, Pratt. Brooke or Laycock, and I know my wife's about to text me with something about the word fiddling and scorpion. Because she always does. Mitzi calls me no end of bloopers on the mic, and it's all your dad's fault. Or his dad's, I'm not quite sure how many generations that name goes back. So our racing, let's pick up with Coleman, the orange, blue and yellow coming up behind. They've already passed Chris Brooks, and Chris will have a whole gaggle coming through soon. So do not be a factor if you're a back marker. You know who the quick guys are already. So Ely, you've got a faster car with you, please work with him. Coming on to the main straight. So where's our leader up around the banking? Orange, blue and yellow. And to left and the right. Down the main straight he goes. Oh, up and seven shakes the front stuff back in like Bobby. And somehow makes it work for him. Up round now down the back straight. Drags and paces the landing and the hose. Gives it a handful of throttle and gets away with it. Not all for an improvement or anything. Just to slot himself into second overall behind Jason Richards at the moment. Jason looking to go top of the pile at the moment with all this going on. And he's going to be sitting there, rain dripping off his noodles going, hell yeah. Coleman, Bowen, Fox, Haswell, Ely, Greenwood, Frank, Craddock, Fiddling, Brooks, Laycock, and we've lost pumps into your last 20 seconds to them. That is your closing order. Our leader is clear track, as is Fox, as is Bowen. So 8 seconds on the clock, and I'm going to hand over to the computer. Coleman, the only one of these guys proved the extra lap. Top 10 is going to be Jaden Richards, George Coleman, Ty Richards, Rob Fox, Brent Pennywell. Track is live. Track is still live. Just Chris minute. There we go. I could not hear feet down around above me. Nice to meet Jaden from George, Rob, James Halliwell, then Andy Dunning. Gav Bowen, Mick Figlin, Rob Bartlett, and Matthew Punch is your top 10. In 11 is Andy Pett, still ahead of Greenwood and Craddock. And definitely up on Dan Pratt. So you guys are rubbish, especially feet. Track is open. Going to be right back to please.
Jesus.
There you go, self-mark. So just wait for it to come around a couple of corners. And marshals, you can change. As I say, guys, if you are not released, please wait to be released. If you're not released, please double stick.
Oh, good.
Mino Marsons, coming at 0.5, you're already there. Nice one. Thank you very much. So, heat number 1, round number 3. Have we got all marshals, guys? Come on, credit. All the way down to Danny Conway, going out the front. Bingham Fraser, pumping the ground from the back. So, Danny Conway, coming around for 1. Over the line, over the back, 31.2.
I'll just squeeze in there for
So, right the back, 33.4. So, Danny Conway, 2 lead already after 1. Conway will be looking really nice as we inside it. So, it's Danny Conway from Richard Stewart.
James, crack on that yet or not? Crack's starting to dry out.
Around the corner, back from Danny Conway. Then we've got Dustin Wood around the second end. Back from that.
I'm out in about 15. What do we think? Yellows? Be brave. Okay.
Oh, Danny Conway.
Going for it. If it's rubbish, it's your fault.
And as much as you're having to go at people going slow down the straight, it's been me twice. Because they're all leaning forward.
Yeah, you then can't see anything.
You can't see my car. So
I know that one. No, what I had in one of about 3 heats before you, someone went slow, somebody just went flat out into the back of them.
It's so difficult to see the start of the
I know.
everyone's leaning forward.
I get it. I just, trying to keep this pushing forwards, and I don't want to delay because somebody's written off their car.
Well, I played George Tom and me. I had to fix an XC.
Yeah.
You guys are just like the indicators. You're going to have second with your one two. Blue and white and yellow body show, white wheels.
Yeah. Yeah, when the guys take it down for you.
Oh, orange body show. It's quite a wheels.
Does this fit over or just sit and over?
It does fit over, you have to force it, that's the whole point.
Well done, my honey bun.
pink as a light.
Be everywhere else. Yeah.
Come on, got a little bit in the track now. You try and get good lap then. Through where the grip is. Just under 10 minutes to go, so we've still got Danny Conway at the point. Guard on the straight, guard on the straight, caution. Go high, go high. On the straight, high. High. Who?
Hi.
Hey.
He's gorgeous. Hope you had a couple.
Just put in his fast and flat for 29 points.
John Herbie. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I just flashed him.
Marcus Lumley into the 3. Martin goes into 4. In the 5. Then somebody still pushing. Got some clear traction on Lumley. Sideman is onto the straight. Lumley is off the straight. Still scrambling to grip, guys.
I think I've seen Mason boots apart.
I think I've seen
Mason's boots apart. Even Rick was running. Check it out. Steve, check it out. Hey, well done, Steve. Car chucked at you. Change tyres. 30 seconds.
I said to PK, I said, call it really horrible, but I said, I'm going to happen. I don't want Rick's wheel to come off, but I said, if it does, I know I'm in shot for a 3 metre trophy.
Oh.
With my reputation of wheel nuts.
You did very well. George running one way, Rick running the other way. Third person running through. And they're like, oh, must be changed tyres twice.
No, Danny Conway takes that one. 10 minutes.
Right?
Yeah, but Dad asked for the free TV. But it's got a line across it. It's not enough.
No.
Can't tell.
No.
Feels quite up to this, guys.
Sorry.
Number 2, ready to go up on the rostrum. Oh, ready to go. Just waiting for Tommy Peter, but
Well, I really hope I'm not that one. As they're here, you know. I know, I was looking at that. What's it? It's like a cute, isn't it? It's shot on the bloody floor. It's done, isn't it? It's a strange one to have, isn't it? It smells of raspberry.
Oh, he goes. Look, guys, straight down and down. Please. Heat number 2, onto the rostrum. Let's keep down, Mr. Craddock.
Hey, one more heat and that'll be about ready, won't it?
Wait, hold those guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be nip and tuck, but I'm going for a rather. I'm on a narrow track car, so I'll be fine, you know.
Right, please, guys.
I'll let you carry on.
Wandering round.
Just wait, guys. That's what he's getting down. Please. And Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change. Thank you, guys. This looks great. Lots of Marshalls coming out. Everybody take everything sharp off Rob Box's desk, please. Have we got all our marshals? Looking good. Excellent change over, guys. All the way in county. Mike Richardson sticking up the front. Jonathan Davies pushing us round. From the back. Let's see where we are after one. Tom Scarlett jumps to the point. After one lap. Quite a few cars looking to improve in this one. Tom Scarlett, mid-line, Paul Ruffley, Jack Thompson. All flashing to improve. Cross up the straight, go high, go high, go high. Clear. I want to go in cars on the straight anymore. So, 3 minutes left on the race clock. Jonathan Davies to the point. Mark Richardson in the 2. Tom Scarlett in the 3. Let's go to the lap time. Best lap time there. From Jonathan Davies. He's an 18.6. So, track getting a little bit faster. Marshals, is it still raining out there or not? No, dry. Guys, staying dry. Two and a half minutes down. 2.5 minutes to go. Halfway mark. Mike Richardson, Jonathan Davies, Tom Scarlett, you top 3. Nothing between Mike Richardson and Jonathan Davies, which points to the second. Looks to be a few mistakes in this run. Probably strange conditions. Governor Tom Scarlett leading the ground. Let's back on 31-0. The last one. Big wide, big 2. Oh, Ruffridge in 3. He would be a from Ruffridge. So, 1 minute remaining. But more importantly, big sold by John Weston. Jack, the raffle will close at 2 o'clock. So, if you have not yet got your raffle ticket, get over to I-45 and get yourself some raffle tickets. Grayson Dunn will sell your raffle tickets. No problem at all. Remember why we are here. We are here to support Parkinson's UK. Back to the racing. 30 seconds to go. Tom Scarlett to the point. Big wide in the 2. Paul, eyeball for Ruffridge in the 3. the finishing time, guys. It's a Bingham. From Scarlett, you've finished. Oh, Jonathan Daly's going to take this one. Just waiting for Jonathan across the line. So that race over. On to number 3. So camera straight into Screw and Henry, please. Heat number 3 straight up on the rostrum. Once you're on the rostrum, get out and do the out lap. Wow. Alex, the rolls roll a bit going around again. Marshall middle. Just hold it, Marshall. I ain't told you to change yet. Marshall, Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change. Have we got all our Marshalls, guys? You finish out if we have or haven't. Marshall 10. Riley Johnson, where are you, sir? Thank you very much. This is your chance, kid. All the way out county. Nathan Rolls round at the front. Bill Barrow pushing his round from the back. Rolls down the straight, off the end of the straight. Looks like there's grip there. Not sure what outside if the Rolls is on. That means he's on yellow compound tires. Caution, race leader, thank you. The race leader coming up behind you, green body shell, yellow wheels, black wings, thank you very much. And second, we'll be with you very, very shortly. So, race order. Nathan Rolls from. Let me hold. Nathan Rolls from. Jonathan Belly Dyer. Then we've got Mark Everett, Simon Gilly, Simon Golding. There's a less than a second before the stop. 6, 4, everything to play for. Mr. Rolls, best lap, 28.3. So change at the top. Nathan Rolls from Mark Everett, from Stuart Coulthard. Then we've got John Dyer, Simon Dewey, Simon Golding. So, black and white wheels coming onto the straight. You have the race leader behind you. Second place coming onto the straight now. Just Great driving, guys. Thank you very much.
You lose hard now. £400 on bills. Too good for second half. Keep an eye on your kids' spending. You might download your newspaper. I didn't use a powerful AI sales force, so an AI agent didn't seem to pass through my gate, which has changed. I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane. They got an accident. Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent, it's what AI was meant to be. A new season brings new upgrades. What's your car? I got something better. Power boost actives activated. They boosted the money. Only Duracell has power boost actives. Your supply manager left to phone themselves. You lost. You need to hire. Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them.
At Money Supermarket, our mission is to help you be better off. That's why we'll give you a £15 reward when you switch your car insurance. And when you keep switching your household bills with us, we'll give you even more rewards. See how much you could save today with Money Supermarket.
How much? 160 less. That's not enough. We like that. Mr. Flint, what is our secret? Lightness. All about lightness. For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force. McDonald's side mission. Unlock daily offers in the app every weekday, with bonus prizes to be won every weekend. Visit the McDonald's app today. That was dead. Turns out he's just left us, so we got some questions. We're looking for Don and his sons. We're coming for you. You closely with them. We lose you.
You've got to pay.
See you later.
This level of rain we stay for 35, 40 minutes. Okay.
And this level of rain is certainly intensifying as we speak. Sets us up for a very exciting race indeed. Let's head down to the grid. Martin and Nico are hopefully staying dry.
Hello, we are indeed. And it's going to be tense down here. A quick word for probably my most favourite ever quick walk guest, Ozzy Osbourne. Condolences to your family and friends, and we'll miss you. Rest in peace, I don't think quite fit for Ozzy Osbourne, but here we are. I've got a new guest today, Nico Rosberg, and really looking forward to it. Let's start with the hat, Nico, and just explain what we've been talking about the difference in the rear wing if we head back there.
Yeah, the story of the weekend, really. Like, what downforce level to go for between yesterday's qualifying and today's race, which they're not allowed to change anymore after qualifying. As the Haas team decides to split their cars, and here you have Ollie Behrman, who has a massive rear wing on. I think John, our cameraman, is capturing that now. It's enormous, especially when we then go to Ocon's car, which is right next to him here on the grid, ahead. You will see the wing on Ocon's car is almost flat. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Let's have a word with him because he's making hand gestures about his wing. What, Ollie, you're happy with that rear wing on? You're happy with the rear wing, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was a bit less happy going into quali, but now I'm a bit happier.
every car I've seen come past has wrecked a set of intermediates, absolutely destroyed them on the going to the grid.
Yeah, they're very soft and half the track with the old tarmac is very rough. So on the left the grid before it started raining, it's way too dry for those tires. Was that rear wing your choice or was it the team's choice to split the cars? We wanted to split the cars as a team and I was the candidate for the big wing. I'm actually quite happy about that now.
All right, we're going to go look at the other way. Have a great race. And he's very relaxed.
No, it wasn't really his choice. The team kind of decided.
I would have claimed that if I was him. But look at the dish then. Ocon's rear wing looks like a sort of a tea tray with a bit of a dish on it, compared to the north face of the Eiger for Ollie Bierman's wing. So, and that's downforce. It's also drag, but in these conditions, you need all the grip you can get. Let's head towards the front of the grid. And this is something I want to just show the audience, Nico, is as we step past my son here, who's, how you doing, Al? All right?
Martin, let me just try and capture Ocon here quickly. John,
yeah, okay.
John, if you can follow me.
Yeah.
See if I can get a word in here with
a full house of
Esteban just quickly, but he's having a very deep discussion with his engineer at the moment, probably a last minute decision on setup. Esteban, one quick question. Are you worried about your wing level today?
We'll see.
It looks like there's no wing at all almost on the back there.
I was not through, so not bad.
Really?
So try that today, huh? Take it easy today.
Now with more rain, we'll be more tricky.
Right, this is what I wanted to show also. Yeah, good stuff. We've got full house of Haslett. See these wets sitting here without a blanket on. You are not allowed to heat the wet tyres. Intermediates, you can heat up to 60 degrees. The slick tyres up to 70 degrees. Wet, no blankets at all. And that's why it's unusual just to see a set of tyres minding their own business with nothing on them on the grid. Just keep walking forward.
Martin is sucking it down now at the moment, and as you know, we need to decide on tires. The team needs to decide on tires until 5 minutes to go. At the moment, the decision will probably be towards the wet.
You would imagine so, and in these conditions, because of the spray that spray that hangs at the top of Radion all the way up to Lake Com, Zone 5. The spray just hangs in the trees up there, doesn't it?
It will be absolutely horrible these first couple of laps. It's just a white wall. You will not be able to see anything unless you're in P1, which hopefully Lando Norris is going to manage to keep after the start.
I want to try and speak to Laura Meskis up here because it's something I want to ask him about Max's car. We'll just doorstep him. Serious talking to him there. We'll catch him as he. There, Nico, where are you?
I'm right here.
Yeah,
I'm watching you have an umbrella fight here.
Massive rally crash up here. Because they changed the engine on Max's car, all the power units, for an old one. So they won't take a penalty. So only 16 cars start on the grid. 4 more in the pit lane. That's a fifth of the field starting in the pit lane. And if they're there 5 minutes before the start, they line up in where they would have been on the grid. So it's no disadvantage to those that take in a grid film and they stay out of any trouble. But I'll see if I can find somebody else.
Might those guys in the pit lane have the advantage of waiting really until the very last moment? And then you have a better choice on the tires.
You do, but you'll be last one out.
But it's worth it.
Of course, if there's a safety car start, they lose absolutely nothing anyway. Absolutely nothing. We'll keep going. I want to try and understand why that happened. Have we got any other drivers around?
Not himself.
A lucky nipple tweak. But
I'll give you one instead.
how are you?
I'm not working really. To watch motor race.
So unstressed. How wonderful.
Would you be happy about that, or would you be unhappy?
I mean, even you still think you're a racing driver. You'd like to be out there, wouldn't you?
I would, because I love days like this. It's a chance of nicking a few points.
But no, this is nuts. Hopefully, for their sake, they'll be under the safety car and start. But no, it's going to be a good race for us, not for them.
You like my brolly for 500 quid?
I'm okay. I've got a friend. Ed's got a brolly for me. So
250 then.
so nice. This is lovely being here and not working hard. Anyway, enjoy it, boys.
All right, the last pole here for McLaren was you 2012, and you won it. So maybe a good omen, right?
Yeah,
Nico with the flat. Unbelievable. I know, it is unbelievable. Yes, exactly. It was a little bit dry this though. I don't want to crash, so I don't like it.
I was a big fan of yours, so I know all your statistics. Just kidding, just kidding.
Right. Let's see if we can find some people up here, Nico. We need to try because we might, if we put our fishing net out in there at the time when the drivers come back on the grid, we might just have a chat and get a little bit more knowledge from the drivers as well. We're up on the front row now, 68 front row lockout for McLaren. Second.
No, I was just saying there's Gunther Steiner there. And I thought it was quite funny how everybody was saying Gunther Steiner needs to be team boss of Red Bull now.
Really? Yeah, that would be funny, wouldn't it? But yeah, I've had enough problems with people swearing when I'm on the grid that I don't need to talk to Gunther today. So we've ended up on the front row of the grid, somewhere that you were more used to than I was in my career. But we'll move through there in a minute. It's actually harder than ever to see people underneath all these trolleys. So let's just wander back. How long have we got to go, please? I've lost track of time. Nothing in my ear at the moment. How long have we got to go? I'll look at my watch. We are three and a half minutes. There's Heikki Kovalainen. Remember him? He's been doing some TV as well, talking to Josh. Josh, you up for a chat? And Heikki, welcome to the world of TV, Heikki. Oh yeah, you're both rally boys, aren't you? Yeah, Formula One is part of rallying at the moment. Good stuff, good stuff. How you doing, Josh? All change. In the team, big changes in the team. Are you and Max, everybody happy with where it's going so far?
Well, they decided to change, so I'm fine with everything, so I'll go with work. Yes, last year you said Horner needs to go because you said Horner needs to go last year because he's going to destroy the team. A year ago, so it's different. I have nothing to say, so it's fine. Now you're quiet. You're quiet now. I'm always quiet.
Are you hearing anything from Max about track conditions? Has he said anything to you?
Well, as you can see, it's very wet, so
I kind of worked that out, but
so anything is possible.
Right, have a great day. Good to see you. Another former Formula One driver, of course. There seem to be more F1 drivers on this screen or former than anybody else. Right, let's go for a high brolly strategy through here and see if we can make our way through. I think we need to go so we can find some drivers, Nico.
John, I have about the Bottas just quickly here. Let's get this. Yeah. Valtteri, new contract with Cadillac. New contract for Cadillac. I can't hear you. Sorry. It's just a rumor, yeah?
There's lots of rumors in this one.
Thank you very much for the confirmation.
Well, we look forward to talking to you on the grid next year.
I hope that's the case. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we need you back. We need you back, Valtteri. Right, good. Let's see if we can find some drivers, Nico, and see if we can find out how they found the track, although it's going to change somewhat. We've got to get through this rope somehow. Have you got the right sticker on? See if we can get through here. Excuse me, can you just lift this rope for me, please? Or no, lower it. It's going to be better with it rolling in the hand. Think about it. Cheers. Right, we're supposed to into Ollie. We've still got the disco, got the easy up on the disco. John's
Sorry,
running through the rope.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Quickly.
Okay. You're not
Nico, the repeat of Silverstone coming up.
What do you reckon?
Enough.
I think you can do it.
Not thinking down the old cheeky.
Right?
You're the strategy master, huh? That's going to be required again today.
I hope I had the same record like 2 weeks ago and I get it done.
Anything you learned out there on the track, or it's going to change dramatically since then?
Rubbing like mad.
Since then, so we'll see. It's going to be another survival one.
Right, have a great one.
Well, obviously not
So we're not allowed to talk to the drivers now, Nico. We're not allowed to talk to the drivers with half a minute to go. So
we're glued to them anyway.
Onto the grid. They've all got their umbrellas. They've all got their place to stand. Let's move back a little bit. And
I can't believe that.
seconds to go to the anthem.
I can't after yesterday.
They're not getting wet, but there'll be a lot of nervous drivers standing there, won't there?
Did you say that? Hanging off with Jasper, smiling and quite relaxed. This is his usual strength, you know?
We horizontal best time.
Belgium is a multilingual country. French and German, so all three are represented in the national anthem. Diversity on the grid too, and a man of Belgian heritage is on after winning in very similar conditions in Silverstone, Naomi. Can Lando Norris get second over Grand Prix today?
Oh, no.
He absolutely can, and I don't want to say that anything is impossible today. These conditions for everybody to have a bit of an opportunity.
No, the race
Lando
starts
certainly
at 2.
in the best place position. Of course, as we know, we saw yesterday, sometimes in P1 and heading down to the Lake Humber chicane can be a bit of a vulnerable position, but these conditions today, and I don't think that should put anyone.
So what if I need, say, slightly more from point to point?
Race for the drivers. What does that mean? Let's head out to the skypad for more.
Well, in torrential rain, we know visibility for these drivers gets incredibly tough. Here's a great example. Riding on board with Daniel Ricciardo's visor cam. Rain pouring through the inside of the visor where it streams down sometimes out. A car overtakes him. You're absolutely blinded by the spray. You're desperately looking in the mirrors, trying to see who's coming up behind you. The worst thing you want that can happen to you in these conditions is to get hit up the back and spin you round. You'll be out of the race in no time. If you're pushing on for wet conditions, like we saw with Lando Norris here as far as Q3 from 2023, it was all too much through a rouge, carries too much speed, and you aquaplane, and around it goes. That's a big moment for Norris. I know it's qualifying, you're pushing 10-10, but stuff like this can happen in a corner like Eau Rouge. And let's not forget, the reason we have safety cars in these conditions is because of visibility. This was Silverstone, this last time out. Isaac Hadjar showing the way exactly why sometimes we unfortunately need a safety car. Couldn't see Antonelli, straight into the back of him, and around he goes out of the race that time. Huge damage to the Mercedes as well.
No, it's not that. It's
happening today in extreme conditions. But if we do get the luxury of it starting to dry up, go to this one instead, actually Stroll on slick tires, venturing onto a wet track. One of the first ones out there.
One of my ports is either gone or
into the barrier.
I just tried a different box on the same wire with the same result.
You've got to be brave sometimes to explore these conditions. But if we get to this point in the race, hopefully, who knows, with a drying line like we had here, it makes it incredibly hard to overtake. You're in train tracks. When you're on slick tyres in these kind of conditions, something to watch out for potentially later in the race if it's drying. Who knows? You get into this situation where if you are the car behind attacking, it makes your life incredibly hard to overtake when it comes to the wet stuff in amongst that dry line. I wish them all the best of luck.
Thank you, and right, let's hear from Yuki Tsunoda. He'll start P7 and he's with credit.
Yuki, do you think there's a risk there won't be a grid start or a delay or something like that?
There's even do a start, even rolling start, so we have to wait a little bit. The only issue is the visibility. I think we can race, but the visibility, this one is going to be a bit tricky. But let's see.
Now, Nico, we heard from Ant there just how tough visibility is in these kind of conditions. What's it like from the cockpit?
Well, it's a little bit like you saw there, but even worse, honestly. It's literally a white
That's not
wall.
let me do it
and
any
you
which way,
cannot
shape,
see
or form.
anything. So what you're doing is you're looking left and right at the wall to see if you can recognize something to tell you where you are on track and where at some point the breaking point is going to come. And it's just a horrible
Your lead.
situation to be in. Because imagine also someone spins in front of you, like at the top of Mont Rouge. You would 100% not see it at all and drive straight through it. So it's also very dangerous around here.
How much of it comes down to muscle memory, knowing this circuit as well as these drivers do?
So, going the muscle memory
That one
part, we
really
know
low
exactly
voltage.
how we're driving around this circuit, and that plays a big role in the wet when you can't see anything.
Okay, let's hear from Oscar Piastri, who's with Craig.
Oh, this is
Oscar, we think there might be a delay.
Yes.
I think if it gets harder than this again, then probably yes, but we'll see.
There's a downside for you if it's a rolling start. Is there an opportunity off the line, obviously?
Yes, but it also means that the guys behind can't do much either. So it is what it is. But let's see if we start on time first.
So heavy rain here in Spa, not long to go now to the Belgian Grand Prix.
Can you put that on a storage charge for me when you get five? If you've got a port that does balance on your charger. No worries, no worries.
Audi sponsors Formula One on Sky Sports.
Not here, it's got to be 6, so I'm due up there in a minute. No worries. Yeah, that's the only problem, it's having to go up there. It fucks us from coming in as well.
AWS powered F1 Insight to bring fans closer to the race, closer to the raw speed, closer to edge of the seat decisions, and closer to. Okay, that might be too close. Yet closer to F1. Real-time data and insight powered by AWS.
There's Rick's battery.
Take your F1 experience to the next level and ride on board exclusively with Sky Q, Sky
Happy
Sports,
days.
and Sky Glass. Now, this gives you full access to every driver's onboard feed. Get into the cockpit of any of the 20 drivers during practice, qualifying, sprints, and race sessions, and tune in to their team radio.
It's a Saturday against us.
Thank you for my lunch.
The interactive button on your Sky remote will arrange thrilling onboard news and gyro cams and visor cams that put you right in the heart of the action. Plus, don't miss Sky's Battle Channel, showcasing unmissable side-by-side action you won't always see on the main broadcast. Out and about, race wherever you go. Scan the QR code to download the Sky Sports app, choose your driver, and experience the action live. Strap in and enjoy every twist and turn, only on Sky Sports F1. One of the most legendary circuits in the world, a track revered by fans and drivers alike, the mecca of motorsports. It's the Belgian Grand Prix here at Spa.
Plunges and twists and turns through magnificent Ardennes countryside. You must be so proud of it.
It's jeopardy everywhere you look.
0 to 0. Just going to pay dividends. Glenn and I both want to be working out. I don't know what possibly makes you think just so many other meals.
Well, it's set up perfectly and guiding you through the on-track Palmers and Davidson in race control. Ted Kravitz in the pit lane. You're in the capable hands of Martin Brundle and David Robb. Buckle up for a roller coaster ride in the Ardennes Forest. It's time for the Belgian Grand Prix.
Body to the second part of Formula One in 2025. We've reached the halfway point and now we kick on from here. We've had 36 changes of the lead, 358 track passes in Grand Prix for the first 12 races. It's not great yet. Part two with Lando Norris on pole, McLaren with a front row lockout, and rain in the air. See what round 13 brings us. Here at Spa this afternoon, 4.35 miles. This track 44 laps to come. Pace of lap started behind the safety car. It started raining about half an hour ago. It is still raining here. Conditions very, very damp indeed. So for the time being, forget the dry tyres. C4 and C3 and C1, the hard tyre, thought to me a little too slow to use too much of the dry conditions it's into. And it's wet. And probably wet for the start here. And those on the campsite are in for a soaking if they're staying tonight, where they've had revelry throughout the weekend so far. It's been a spring weekend, and Max Verstappen with the win in yesterday's race. It's the grid for today's race. Only 16 cars actually on the grid. Fernando Alonso will start in the pit lane. He's got a new power unit. So will Kimi Antonelli. He's got a new power unit. So will Lewis Hamilton. He's also got a new power unit. Carlos Sainz has got some setup changes on his Williams. So it means Lance Stroll will be in the back for Aston Martin alongside Franco Colapinto out in Q1 for the fourth time in 6 races. Ahead of these two, Nico Hülkenberg on the podium at Silverstone starts 14th today. Pierre Gasly 13th for Alpine. Lee Behrman, who's finished 11th at the last 3 Grand Prix, starts 12th with his teammate Esteban Ocon, 1 place ahead of him in 11th. Top 10, Gabriel Bortoleto for the second time in Q3 this season. Liam Lawson alongside him, who won in F2 here in 2022. 12 months ago, Isaac Hadjar was winning in F2 here. He starts 8th with Yuki Tsunoda. The first Japanese driver to reach 100 Grand Prix starts is 1 place behind George Russell, who's 6th for Mercedes. Alex Albon, 5th for Williams' highest start at Spa since 2020. Max Verstappen's won 4 times from 4th on the grid, and that's where he is today, alongside Charles Leclerc, and it is McLaren off the front row with a lockout for the 68th time in Formula One. Oscar Piastri second, and Lando Norris on pole for the 4th time this season. So there's the scene as it is at Spa at the moment. It is wet, 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 damp, 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 drying off after the grid walk is Martin Brundle. Well, we still remember 2021. There were a lot of laps possible behind the safety car. We got 2 in that day, Martin. I hope we get a bit more today and a little less safety car action.
Those that are starting in the pit lane will be happy enough with it because they just trundle out and join the back of the queue where they all were anyway. But they've got a whole new suite of power unit parts to go with that. Max Verstappen, they changed his power unit but put in a previously used suite of all of those turbos and electronic units as well as the internal combustion engine. So they've all pretty much burned out a set of intermediate tyres going to the grid. They've got 5 of them because we haven't had any wet running in total for the weekend. That's down to 4 for most of them anyway. You're no longer absolutely obliged to put full wet tyres on behind the safety car. The race director can dictate that, but you're not obliged to otherwise. So I'm going to assume that there'll be intermediates on everything else there because you know that if it's in full wet conditions, the visibility will be so poor that you'll be behind the safety car anyway. So many of you, I know, you will have noticed over the course of time everybody is indeed on intermediate tyres, but when sort of weather like you can't wait for it to work.
Yeah, well, the wet tyre shift 85 litres of water per second. That's the problem with the amount of water it needs shifting. Here at Spa, in the middle of the Ardennes forest, you mentioned it now, Martin, it's visibility that is the issue, and that's what race control, I think we'll be looking at on this lap behind the safety car, how well or not can the drivers see.
Yeah, and of course, until they get up to F1 speed, the visibility, the true visibility, is not possible to understand. That's really right, isn't it? Just coasting down to turn 1. But that is the key thing, is the spray hangs in the trees all the way from Rally on the top of Eau Rouge up to Les Cornes. And it's funny as a driver here because when you are at the top, beginning to come back down the hill, you can see top right of your screen there on the racetrack. You can see the weather as a driver, unless it's a grey out like today. You can actually see the weather coming in and you get a better view than most. But it's also because it's uphill and down Dale, you get rivers streaming across. You get rivers streaming across the. So they're now releasing them to do the formation lap. And then we'll see what they decide to do towards the end of this formation, lap 10.
I believe it, Martin. You know, keep waiting. We're in the pocket. We're in the pocket between 2 showers, so it's only little droplets out there. No need for a brolly on the grid or the formation lap now, or in the pit lane. But we're in a pocket between 2 showers. We've had the first one. The next one's coming in about 15 minutes time. Get racing now, then. Yeah, while we can. 4 drivers in the pit lane, which is all. The record for a Paul Green, second
What's beeping?
Resulted out of 3 in Austin in 2023. Starting procedure has been implemented and it's just flagged up on the last 3, which leads me to think we're going to get another lap behind the safety car. It's been a red flag.
Just do it.
That is a red flag now. So, race control making an immediate decision, and they've got all the on-board
Still changed.
available to them. They've decided not to visibility
Still changed.
Systems up the hill. Yeah, that's not ideal for the time being. I can't see a lot behind those safety cars, so can't imagine what it's like for everyone else.
So he can't see, bet your bottom dollar that those behind can't see. Red flag. Now this could be good news for those that a real win because it's like the top of the downforce yesterday. The likes of Esteban Ocon, the likes of George Russell. If it's a left red flag, now that we've got the formation lap underway, can they change to a new spec?
It's too long to change a rear wing. That's a big job. A very big job. But yeah, you're out of half main conditions once you get going. But we haven't started the race yet, have we? What we have done, of course, is started the countdown. We had the draw before, haven't we? But it's a 2-hour, maximum 2-hour race within a 3-hour window. I believe the 3 hours is started.
So, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Started by 6 o'clock. Otherwise, the race will be called off no matter how many laps we have put in so far. So we're into the pit lane now. The cars for how long?
I mean, that's part in the fast lane. If they're taken out of the fast lane of the field, Max Verstappen is saying something that I'm thinking very much too. Why not just keep running around? The best way to clear water is to have this lot go over them every 3 minutes in safety car speed. So why not just try and grab them behind the safety car?
Well, oh yeah, I did that.
It's a very fine point. We're not racing control. We make those decisions. We find it to be risk averse rather than risk everything. Big accidents, we've seen big accidents here as far as so put safety first at all times. Possibly would have given it a couple of laps just to see if the conditions improve or not. If it has stopped raining, can these intermediate tyres get enough water washed away or not? Way, all the cars now stopping in the pit lane, and the crews will get the easy up. By the looks of it, this is Red Bull Bingham, they're struggling, and it's not very easy to put up down there. They'll get the easy ups up. And we'll wait for further instructions from race control.
Yeah, and to quote Max, that's just silly, way too cautious. But anyway, we are where we are. It didn't look to be. It's the standing water. It's the frustrating thing. The spray's difficult, but it always was.
Absolutely. Max Verstappen, 65 career race wins. As I mentioned, 4 of them coming from 4th on the grid, but no one has ever won from 4th on the grid here at Spa. The fans believe that when it rains, Max rains. Very good. Play on words. Like it. Those are the grandstands that are covered. Probably enjoying the conditions an awful lot more. Ayu Komatsu is down on the Haas pit wall for us. Ayu, we kind of expected this, but any indication as to how long we might be waiting to get going again?
Yeah, this is the thing. We just got the gap of this weather, which is around 10, 15 minutes. So, start procedure will have minimum 10 minutes warning, right? So by the time they want to get going again, next rain's gonna hit. So potentially you're gonna be waiting for some time.
I wondered if you had enough time to make adjustments to Esteban's rear wing, given that his is a lot skinnier than Ollie Behrman's, and you could give him a bit more downforce. Is that happening? Can it happen?
Not really for us now.
Okay, which is a bit of a shame. He intimated on the grid that he didn't necessarily have the best setup for these conditions.
Yeah, but really depending on the water level, how quickly it dries. He had a decent amount of confidence in the configuration. So, we discussed it, including Esteban, of course. And then that's the configuration we went for. So, now I think it's all to play for both cars.
Obviously, the race hasn't started, so there's no countdown on the 2 hours. Yeah, sorry, I've just got another thing coming in there. My question is, has the 3 hours started yet? The maximum that a race is allowed to take place over? Are you there, Ayo?
We might have lost Ayo for a moment. We'll try and get Ayo back in a few moments. Apologies for that. Yeah, the formation lap has taken place. There will be at least one more formation lap once the red flag procedure period has stopped. That will count as a racing lap. So the 2 hour clock for the race time can then start ticking down. But the 3 hour window in which the race must be run, I believe, like you wanted, that has now stopped. What we were hearing in our ears was a radio message at the crowd. So let's have a listen to it now.
Lando, question, is it visibility or standing water? Visibility, standing water's not too bad.
Right, it's all about visibility here. This is what we feared, and the information we were getting for the teams is that that's what they were fearing as well, going into this afternoon, and knowing that that visibility is so poor here, Martin.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like we should be out there in this window. We should be out there doing something, whether it's behind the safety car or actually getting underway, and instead of waiting for the heavy rain to turn up. Meanwhile,
actually is at the Sky Pack. Yeah, thanks, Martin. It's really interesting, all the views, and fans have their own views as well on whether we should be going racing or not. If I look up under the canopy of the Sky Pack, I can see more clouds coming this way. Maybe some people thinking, well, you know, like you ride on board with Oscar Piastri, you can see on his dash actually, stop it there. On here, you see his speed, 125 kilometers an hour on his dash. So, and the visibility looks fine. You say, yeah, this is no problem at all. Let's get out there, let's go racing. But Lando Norris, who's just in front of him, has said the opposite. He's just saying that he heard him on the radio saying, no, actually, visibility is too bad. But if you go further down the grid, I just asked for this clip to come in, and you've brought on board with Pierre Gasly. It's a very different story. Yes, he's going a bit faster, but further back in the pack, once he gets out of Radion here and behind other cars on the Kemmel Straight, suddenly start questioning that. Maybe I think I'm quite happy with the decision not to start this race, because it's like we saw before when I did my piece before on the Sky, but based on previous years. Yeah, when visibility gets as low as this, you're kind of asking for trouble. The track is good enough for intermediates, but it's the visibility that's the problem. As a race director, you've got that responsibility in your hands. And it's easy for us as fans, maybe people sitting at home, to think, just get out there and race. Think about it again. If you're the sole responsible person to give the green light to allow these drivers to drive flat out like they will, like they want to, it's a very different ask, I think.
Very difficult. The fan hasn't come back up yet. And we are all the race on
Heavy raining. 9 minutes.
And I think the hope is that after that heavy rain has gone, what will push through is something a little bit drier, and then we could maybe get going in a while's time. The news from the FIA is that most of the drivers did report poor visibility during that formation lap, hence the red flag. And Ad's just been looking at this on the Sky Pad, but we can have another look once again. I mean, I've seen it worse, Martin, but I wouldn't want to be in the cockpit of that Alpine at the moment.
No, I think in this day and age of responsibility, you've got the majority of drivers saying visibility poor, and then somebody drops it at the top of the radio here and gets T-boned and there's serious injury or worse, then you've got responsibility to go with that. Yeah.
Liam Lawson, I'm too old school on it. Liam Lawson, former winner here at F2. As I mentioned, that's the view from his cockpit. Lawson 9th on the grid for this race. Ahead of him is former teammate Yuki Tsunoda, who I mentioned, the first Japanese driver to reach 100 Grand Prix starts when we could finally get going, and actually putting in his best qualifying since he got the promotion to Red Bull. So on a weekend, when his former boss at Racing Bulls is now his new team boss, he puts in his best qualifying for this team, for the Red Bull team. And here's the view that Max Verstappen had coming up towards the end of that formation.
Yeah, and of course there's no risk whatsoever behind the safety car if you want to keep this day. I think the best way to clear water is to put these things over it. It just breaks the surface in any standing water. But it was surprising how much spray was coming off the back of what was like a slow-mo of Lando Norris behind the safety car at the top of the hill there in Silicon. But hurry up and wait now.
I'm afraid so. Happy Sunday afternoon to you all. And I'm sure, like Max Verstappen, you're sat on a comfy chair somewhere, wherever you are around the world, waiting for the action to happen. Max, for me, showing this weekend his ability, Martin, to just compartmentalise everything and put any off-track distractions and noise to the back of his head, then go out, do what he does best, and which was win a sprint race yesterday. He looked in full control of that.
Yeah, he was super impressive on that last year. There's a lot of noise around him. Last year, and Max got his head down there and won the World Championship. But obviously not solo, because he had a lot of people around him to do that. But he does have the ability to leave all that in the kit room when he jumps into the cockpit of the car. Very easy up on the grid. In the fast lane, they were given specific permission to do that by the race director. Warnings may be used at 15:09 locally, so which also suggests to me that it's going to be a while before we get back underway.
So the party is in full flow in the grandstand, and the tunes have been cranked up to 11. We saw Max Verstappen just taking a few quiet moments in the Red Bull garage. Let's hear some team radio from him when he was out on track.
No overtaking, Verstappen Delta, going straight to check, do not stop at the box.
Well, that's a bit silly. I mean, I should just grab it. 2 laps. Well, very cautious, and now the rain is coming, the heavy rain, and then going to be 3-hour delay.
I think that's the frustration, and I can understand those frustrations, because we've got a little bit of that, I think, in the commentary box here as well. If the heavier rain is coming, this delay is going to increase. But do we want a 2-part race as it were?
Well, I'd be happy with any race at the moment. It's only a 44 lap ahead because it's such a long circuit. So if you've got 10 of those out of the way before the heavy rain came, and you have to red flag it, at least you're underway, aren't you?
Yeah. Ted, down to you. You said the rain had stopped and has still. Yeah, can you see out the commentary box? It's still just a tiny mist. But if you look away to your right-hand side, I think you're opposite the main grandstand. If you look away to your right-hand side, you'll see this huge dark cloud, rain-bearing cloud, coming in from La Source, which is where it's coming from today. But yeah, it looks like we are going to have some more. Lots of teams on the radio sort of telling their drivers what's going to happen. After that Max Verstappen radio, he had something else to say. He said, "That's a bit silly, we should just run, like, chillax." So I think it wouldn't be quite chillaxing, but I think the mood for drivers is that nothing shifts water better than some 20 or 16 or however many we're going to have going round 20 for the pit lane. They're still going to be going round Formula One cars. So I think that's the point. And actually, as I speak to you right now, I'm having a little bit of the cold front that comes in just before a few rain shower. So while Max is correct in saying that race control should chillax a bit, he's also correct in saying that we're just going to hit the next round of rain coming in imminent. Well, on that topic, let's get the weather radar, shall we? Have a little look at what the team gets. There's the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, nestled in the middle of a load of darker blue and purple, like that. And you can see that big rain cell that's just moved in. My hope is that that goes pretty quickly. Let's hear George Russell's team radio.
That's red flag. Entering the pit lane. So it'll line up in the fast lane in the order that you're in. Line up down for you. Whenever everybody starts saying they shouldn't send the safety car so close to us, we're not going to clear any water in the straight going that slow. The straight.
So when he gets going, he'd like the safety car a bit further up, but the car able to go a little bit faster. Ted said the weather was coming in from the source, and that's where that camera started there, Martin, from the source, where it looked like it was coming down a lot heavier.
Got to ride my motorbike to London tonight. We need to get on with this.
You're not getting changed in the commentary box again, are you?
No, to the other side. Couldn't do that again.
Memories of 2021. Back again. That was a very disappointing afternoon. I mean, not for George Russell, he got his first podium in Formula One that day and has the trophy to prove it, but it was disappointing for those fans here at the track, those fans back at home as well, and others in the commentary box, and just want to get more in laps in. And we have a system at least now where we know what the points are going to be depending on how many laps we do get in.
Indeed, let's take
if we get to the end of lap 11, that is 25% of the race distance. If we've already gone over 2 laps, we can start scoring some points. By the end of lap 11, the winner will get 6 points, 4 for second, 3, 2, and 1 for fifth, and no one else gets any. If we get to half race distance, that's the end of lap 22. That's 50% done. So the winner gets 13. The second place driver gets 10. Then it's 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 9. If we get to 3/4 race distance, by the end of lap 33. It's 19 for the winner, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 10. And if we get beyond lap 33, that is going to be full point score. That is how it will all get worked out. But no points will be scored if we haven't done 2 laps of racing.
Absolutely. When you've got such a tight championship, what we're not looking at is a 1984 something where we had half points, where Niki Lauda ended up with a half a point. But it can't happen.
I update the points after every race, and Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton are both on a half a point total. And it really bugs me. Just one of those things. Rob Joseph, Lando Norris's race engineer, but let's hear from the other side of the McLaren garage, Oscar Piastri of the team race.
So in about 10 minutes, they expect rain to be heavy, as it was in the last match. Then a 30 to 40 minute delay while we wait for Matt Brandy. The FIA expects we will have to wait for that 30 to 40 minutes before we can get going.
So we're looking at about 4 o'clock-ish at the earliest here at Spa.
Yeah. We're earlier in the year than we used to be, so sunset is showing we've got sunset at 21:27 sunset.
As I went back to Rostrum, it was
Sunrise if you're interested. But yeah, there's daylight. Daylight. July.
The average rainfall in July is round about the same as in August. It doesn't feel that way, to be honest. I did actually have a chat with Vanessa, the chief executive of Spa, a couple of months ago, and I said, you know what you should do for this race? Have it in the summertime, and then we won't have all these rain delays. Just laugh. If we are at altitude, we're in the Ardennes forest. It's lovely green scenery for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, because it does rain a lot in this part of the world. And it's a beautiful part of the world as well. Find that attractions trying to blow some of the water away.
Yeah, that's a bit like is it 7 bricks or something? Just got finished the start again.
But at least they're doing something proactive. Race control. Whilst we wait for things to get going again. I think lost it down the Antonelli. No fault of either of those drivers. They both decided as a result of
you've got to keep your foot in. Otherwise, A, you're not the racing driver, and B, somebody running back of you. So you've got to keep your foot in on the throttle and assume and hope there's not something in the spray ahead of you.
So if you're just joining us, the scene here at Spa is rather a wet and soggy one, I'm afraid. We should be 22 minutes into the Belgian Grand Prix, the anniversary of the Belgian Grand Prix this year, the first race of 1925. The track was 9.3 miles long back in those days. Only 2 of the drivers finished. Antonio Ascari, 21 seconds later, Seti Campari. Both were driving for Alfa Romeo. Make it up to 3. Car didn't turn up. Sorry. Someone told by those that were.
Yeah, I've been listening.
We started dinner the other night. Very much part of the old track. Yeah, that was quite something.
They were brave. It was a different era.
Certainly was.
Not that they're not brave now, they're extremely brave now, but it was just a different mentality, I should say, back in those days.
Yeah, so if you are wanting a bit of racing action, I'm afraid we can't give it to you currently. We've got something of a rain delay, and I'm rather expecting a very lengthy rain delay, but keeping everything crossed that we do get going eventually. But we have an intriguing grid, an intriguing prospect as well. McLaren, the dominant car in terms of the points that have been scored in the first half of this season. Ferrari for Charles Leclerc, he just keeps putting his Ferrari, there or thereabouts, going for a full podium today. And Max Verstappen is pretty more downfall and could be a force to be reckoned with in these sort of conditions.
If you put fifth fill on a speed dial, I think we're going to go.
He's never far away from me at any stage in in my broadcasting career. Oh, we love Big Phil. To be honest. What do you want to talk about? Can I talk about this? If we're doing a Big Phil, one of the things that I watched over and over again this week, and this week of all, is you and Ozzy Osbourne on the grid at that time. And whenever I think of Ozzy Osbourne, I always smile because he just was a proper legend. But that interview with you two, I both really enjoyed it. And your comeback and the questions that made the best difference.
Yeah, he was very, very funny. A lot of words, but they weren't necessarily in the right order for Ozzy that day. Just put me into my head. I try and think of the question for that answer, and then I think about his dog at the time with the virtual reality world, TV and all that sort of thing. I didn't understand any of the other words, so I don't know why I would know that. But anyway, we survived. There's a lot trying to go down. Terrifyingly, but yeah, what a wonderful character he was. And we've certainly met some on the grid, haven't we, over the decade?
Absolutely. I think on the Sabbath, it's right to have a little chat about it. It's one of those great moments between you both. Mikael Hulkenberg has his fans here. A great moment from Silverstone as well. Still, my personal highlight from Silverstone a couple of weeks ago to finally see Mikael Hulkenberg on a Grand Prix podium. And what's the phrase? First you don't succeed, try again. We tried for another 238 times before he finally achieved it.
And let's not forget, he left Formula One at one point. It looked like he's retired, didn't it? He came back with, I don't know, a new purpose, a new energy. He should have won that before Cynthia. Great chance to win that day. That incredible rain racing time, something that like many others flew off the road in the final corner. So yeah, it was nice. He's a cool character. What a fool what you get when you can't.
Absolutely. His junior record was absolutely phenomenal. GP2 and A1 GP as well. And of course, world champion Le Mans winner in sports cars. Finally getting that podium. He got asked about the trophy, the trophy that was made out of bricks. Still, I don't care. I've got one. That's the main thing. The fact that I've got it now is absolutely brilliant. So wet, very wet down on the track, heavier rain coming through. We could do with is the wind picking up a bit to blow these crowds through just a little bit more. Crowds have blown through in Milton Keynes in the last couple of weeks. Lauren Meckies off to a winning start as team principal. First time ever that Christian Horner has not been on a pit wall or at a racetrack in Red Bull's 406 now Grand Prix history. Whatever the rights or wrongs of the decision and the surprise of the timing, I was a little surprised by the timing, I must admit. It's a strange weekend for the whole team, and I think on the track and operationally, I think they're coping.
I'm going to go over and speak to Warner.
The size that some of our teams are now. So it'll be down the road as to where it heads before positive or negative shows up with changes like that in any Formula One team. I hate Nico Rosberg having gate crashed my grid wall is now going to gate crash the commentary box. But before that, let's hear from
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, down here in the pit lane where I've come across the team principal from Aston Martin, Andy Cowell. Andy, I assume you have the same information the rest of us. Maybe you have some more that the FIA is just waiting for this rain shower that seems to have started, but immediately kind of petered out to pass through, and then we can get going again. Any more?
Just waiting for the rain to pass over and make sure that it's safe to run. You can see it's cars that have actually had to take the car. The visibility is just too bad, and it takes a while to clear here. So we're just waiting for the FIA.
Is there ever any thought from anybody that if they had kept going round? We heard George Russell on the radio saying they are going to go round and help clear, effectively make the cars clear the water away, then the safety car can go on. I'm not sure with this kind of thoughts of race control that they were minded to do that kind of thing. Any idea about that?
I think it's always a difficult balance, isn't it? You know, F1 cars are very good at clearing the water, but equally when the water levels are back, we need to be very careful with aquaplaning and safety for the drivers.
Okay, I've just been looking down to your cars. If you could, would you be allowed to make any changes now? Because we've had a red flag, but that's only red flagging the start procedure, not necessarily the Grand Prix.
We're happy with where we are. We made the changes earlier on, so Fernando's made some adjustments yesterday. Let's hope it clears up quickly and we get racing.
Okay, and when it does start, you imagine it would be a standing start or even a start in the safety car, but that doesn't change anything in terms of the people who have to start in the pit lane. They would still have to start in the pit lane. Lewis, Fernando, Kimi, and Carlos.
Exactly. But I imagine we're going to start behind the safety car.
One more question about your chances in this race. With Fernando's experience and Lance's skill in wet weather conditions, is this a race potentially you could grab a podium on?
Yeah, we're fortunate about Lance and Fernando have got great experience and pedal the car well in the wet. So let's see what opportunities there are that we can grasp hold of.
I'm sure he wants to go. I'll just offer Crofty or Martin a chance to ask you a question. If Crofty, you have anything for Andy Cowell? You're down here.
Always got questions for Andy Cowell, who I'm reliably informed has banned French fries, from the Aston Martin motorhome this weekend. Chips must be really down at Aston Martin there, Andy. But recently, things have started to progress. Points are scoring, but you're in one hell of a scrap in the midfield this weekend.
Exactly. It's you know, we're not in great position at the moment, but you know, let's see how the race unfolds. The strategy team are on their toes, and yeah, let's see what we can grab hold of.
Andy, sorry, Martin's going to ask a question.
Yeah,
sorry,
Andy, it's Martin here. All the cars I saw coming to the grid have destroyed a set of intermediates. Have you lost one of the 5 sets already? Would you sell both cars?
We're not really intermediate, so I don't think that's an issue.
Okay.
Great.
Well, my friend, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, interesting that, I mean, plenty of intermediates. They've got 4, haven't they? It's not
if they burn them out going to the grid, they don't last very long.
I know. They've got to look after them.
But when they get running, they'll dry up the track nice and quickly. Right, we've been joined in the commentary box by a special guest. Yes, the gate crasher, ladies and gentlemen, is back again after his exploits on the grid. Nico Rosberg is alongside us. Just the sort of day to be stood, not racing. We're going to try and get us all in vision. I feel like I'm in the middle of a Coldplay meeting at the moment. I'm that close to Martin. But Nico, as a driver, this must be the sort of day you really hate.
First of all, I must say I almost feel honoured as well to be alongside this incredible legendary lineup here. Frosty and Martin. It's a huge moment for me. My first time ever alongside you guys.
We love the fact that you're there.
I mean, now they're trying to have a moment of relaxation, having a little bit of a laugh or so. But the conditions out there are horrendous. The race start will be horrendous. It will remain extremely difficult. I'm sure even if they wait a little bit, the visibility will still be extremely difficult, and you can't see anything. Literally, it's just a white wall.
What was your worst ever race in the wet?
So many. Here,
Silverstone 2008?
Canada was a long one, wasn't it? You have those long straights right here as well, and you have to keep pedal to the metal. You have to keep flat, obviously, and you're going blind for 10 seconds. So you're looking left, you're looking right at the wall to see if at some point you can find a brake marker board appearing out of nothing, because that gives you an indication. Okay, the corner could be coming up soon. Maybe I should start braking. And at the same time, you don't want to brake too early because you have the other guys behind you who are flat, and they're going to run into you, as we saw Hadjar run into Antonelli, if I'm not mistaken, at Silverstone, just because you cannot see anybody in front.
Have you had that where everybody starts slowing down because you're listening to the car in front, you can't see it, and then you go, we're not at the corner yet, and start speeding up again? It's a weird thing when you slow down as a paddock.
Let's have a listen to Ollie Fairman.
What have you and the team been discussing here in the garage as we wait for things to get back underway?
Yeah, I think we have a bit of rain on the radar now, so we're waiting for that to clear, and then we have to see. On that lap that we just did, that was still a bit of rain, but the visibility wasn't too bad to start. It's different in different parts of the track because they have different bits of tarmac on the circuit. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm looking forward to the race though because I think we've made the right call with the downforce configuration. Hopefully it's a very good one.
What do you think is possible then when things do get going again? How far up the order can you get yourself?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I don't want to make any predictions, but I had a good feeling yesterday in the dry. And we had a bit of a penalty in the straight line, you know, of course we're a little bit slower, but hopefully in the corners in slippery conditions, we have a bit of a benefit.
Give us some insight as viewers. What are the drivers actually doing to keep yourselves ahead of the game? We've got time just sitting down alongside watching on the TV there. What are you doing to make sure that you're staying on top of things so you're ready to go when we get the green light?
Yeah, I mean, we get like a 10-minute warning as to when we're going to get back in the car. For now, it's just stay dry, stay warm are the main goals. And just keeping an eye on the weather, you know, what it's doing. Because once we get out there, we need to know if there's any more rain coming. Because that will depend, you know, how hard we push the tires and stuff like that. So
Thank you for chatting with us, Ollie. Good luck today.
Interesting. The F1 equivalent of challenging, confusing, ridiculous. It covers many bases. As a non-F1 driver, I've got two F1 legends with me. How do you keep your foot flat to the floor in these sort of conditions? How do you go beyond what most people would do, and that's like slow down? Because people watch the bravery, the skill of Formula 1 drivers in the West, and I've no idea how you guys ever do what you do.
For me, that's when you know whether you're still a racing driver or not. If you've lost the confidence to keep the strong fingers, as eloquently describing, and then if you can't do that, you've got to stop, get out of the car, do something else with your life. And then, as I said before, if you don't keep your foot down, somebody will just run into the back of you anyway. So you've got to go up the link. Keep it there. Not like still racing. No, well, I am racing there actually. Next September I'm racing there. Yeah, my son's GT Fox. You haven't found yourself lifting there. I will if it's wet. I said to my son, Alex, if it's wet or dark, you're in the car. I'm not doing either of those two things. If it's wet and dark, I'd probably go home.
Right. You're allowed to do that, no problem. There's the Alpine pit wall. Flavio Briatore. We've seen a few wet races in his time, I'm sure. Got some Pierre Gasly fans in the crowd. I believe we're going to be hearing from Pierre Gasly in a few moments' time as well. So stand by for our conversation to get interrupted on that. Yuki Tsunoda also just waiting for some of that.
We had the opposite here in 1985. Your dad would have been here as well, Nico, where it was really hot and the track started to break up and we all went home.
You didn't race?
We didn't race. So it was abandoned on the Saturday night. They had their Net 3000 race. They were going around the outside of the track rather than the racing line. So the racing line was a new surface that just came up because it'd been really hot, ironically. And then we had to come back later in the year and do the race towards the end of the season. Yeah.
So we won't have that problem today, but we will have intermediate tires falling apart.
Yeah.
Because even those laps to the grid destroyed one set already. It's very unusual for them to get ruined so quickly, and that could add another round of excitement here today. Because if you're on the inters and you're starting to wear them down, and suddenly more rain comes again, you will not be able to stay on track. You'll have to come in again, and then you put inters on. What are you putting on? That could be another spanner in the works.
That's why I think only 4 sets of inters left. It could be, depending on the conditions. They're fine. They're fine with that, but they will. You know, if you do 2 laps and it's dryish, they're destroyed. Then, as you say, then it rains a bit. You've got to have something new.
What could be problematic if the tyres don't hold on that long is if you've got a team with 2 drivers very close to each other. You need about 4 to 5 seconds gap to do a double stack successfully in the pit lane. Otherwise, you're going to lose time. Because the lap is so long here, you don't want to avoid the double stack. If you can help it, you'll take that penalty rather than go on for a lap too long. Here's Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, you're looking very relaxed here in the garage as you watch the weather radar there. How are you feeling about the race coming up?
Well, I just hope we can go soon for the fans because we know here we've had a few situations where they've already waited a long time, some couple of years. So, no, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to restart in the next 15, 20 minutes. There's the visibility. especially through Eau Rouge and down to turn 5. So once this um, is gone, then I think it should be a good race. Wet start and probably going to drive towards the end. So it should be exciting.
How confident are you feeling in the car for when things do get underway?
I mean, yeah, it's tricky conditions. So I just know what I got in my hands, and I know what's. Yeah, I'll fight as hard as I can. We're 3 positions away from the top 10, and yeah, I really hope we can make it.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Go well today.
15 to 20 minutes. Hopes Pierre Gasly. You know what, gentlemen? Nico, see blue sky up there. Or kind of a little gap of cloud. And it's a very small little gap of cloud between the darker grey and the lighter grey. But Komatsu, I can see a little bit of a break approaching. And every time I see that, I get really hopeful that we're going to get going at some stage here. What are you being told?
It's same for us really. What we can see after this race, let's say 15 minutes, 20 minutes, we should have a clear window to start the race, yes.
Trouble is, sometimes they disperse when they get near to this valley, and other times they amalgamate, don't they?
Yeah, it's very tricky to obviously predict exactly, but so far we haven't seen anything behind this one, so it should be okay.
I know it's Nico here. Ollie has a huge rear wing on, and Ocon's car looks like it has no rear wing on at all. It's almost so flat. Do you think that's going to be a huge advantage then for Ollie today in the race?
Yeah, obviously depending on water level, how quickly it dries out, etc. But yes, this is the thing. Earlier on in this race, I expect Ollie to have the advantage, and once the track is drying out, then Esteban's gonna have more advantage as well. So we sort of like played it in a sliding scale, So of course Esteban more towards dry side, and then Ollie more towards wet side.
We're just looking at Laurent Mekies on our screen at the moment. Now, he wasn't at Enstone before, but Enstone seems to be a really good proving ground to be a team principal in Formula One. Alan Permain, new boss at Racing Bull, Steve Nielsen going back to Alpine to be their de facto team principal. You were there at Enstone many years ago, and you were team principal now. What is it about that place that provides, Jonathan Wheatley, of course, as well at Sauber. What is it about Enstone that's the great breeding ground for team principals of the future?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any common factor, but certainly I really enjoyed my time there. I learned a lot. I joined them in 2006. It was a really proper racing team with a racing spirit, team spirit. So I worked for them, I worked with Steve, and then Jonathan wasn't there by the time I joined, but I know him for a long time. So certainly it was a really good ground team for me.
One more thing for me. You're making a lot of progress now as a team. What is it? What's still missing for you guys, like to be challenging for podiums at some point in the future now? What's the main things that you think you need to put in place? Is it the infrastructure, money? Like, what is it to get on that podium?
That's a very difficult question. It's not just one thing, really. Sometimes, we don't start the process so that we cannot develop the car quick enough. But if you look at Silverstone, on Sunday, last race, we had everything in our hand to, let's say, go across the podium, but we just simply didn't execute this. Okay, as a team, we need to be more mature, communicate better, work together better. So it's never really one thing we need to focus on. Just need to be looking at multiple things, setting priorities. What's the most in the sense thing we need to focus on the big two or three battles, then focus on that and keep moving on.
And every point precious now. RB on 37 points, Aston Martin on 36, you on 35. Oh, it's tight down there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. This is why, that mistakes like Silverstone hurt a lot. So we are really keen to, get best out of it and score points in the sprint, which we did. Qualifying yesterday, we didn't maximize it again, but today, again, we just got to be on it, got to do our best and score some points today.
We don't have any information up here. That formation lap, does that start the 3-hour clock, the overall 3-hour clock, or is that yet to go start?
No, 3 hours clock already started, so we are now for this minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks ever so much, Io. Cheers for your company this afternoon. I'm sure you've got a lot to be getting on with, and hopefully we'll get back to you very soon.
So that means we're 17 minutes away from the 2 hours of the race available. Start counting down. But of course, it's a fast race here. even in the rain, relatively speaking. So we need to get underway, otherwise we're going to start clipping laps off the end of the race.
Absolutely. And Ted, that's it.
Thank you, Crofty. Yes, we're still raining steadily in the middle of this rain shower that we're all waiting to rain itself out and then hopefully have some dry weather on which we can have notice and get going. Just picking up from what Pierre Gasly was saying, the Alpines are both, him and his teammate Frankie Colapinto, running some of the lowest downforce on the grid. It's kind of Esteban Ocon level low downforce, very slim wings. Of course, they can't really put any more on given the deficiencies that they have from the power unit and in a straight line. So it's kind of the best that Alpine could do, and they're not allowed to change it now. Were it later in the race, they have some time, a lot of time, and maybe they could change it, but they aren't changing it and not allowed to change it. And the other thing, Crofty, I've got from down here, I've been visited by a Belgian carrier pigeon with some news from the FIA about a very sensible idea as to what happens if we do have a safety car start or if there is a safety car period during the race. And what does the pigeon say? The pigeon says, well, he's just delivered the document, and the document says that they've abandoned the rule about having to stay no more than 10 car lengths apart. So you don't now, it's to allow the cars to have a bit more distance for visibility. They said that in the distance to the car in front, if the distance to the car in front does not exceed 20 car lengths, then no penalty will be delivered. So they are allowed to stay within 10 to 20 car lengths in the car in front, which I think, Nico, Martin, very sensible idea.
It is, except you can't see the car in front, so how you could anyway measure 20 car lengths, I don't know. That's a car's 5 meters long, so that's 100 meters. It's not that easy to kind of judge that from the cockpit in the spray.
True. At least you've got a bit of a safety margin. You can drop back as a driver a little bit more now without thinking, well, hang on a minute, I need to be closer because I've got that 10 car left.
Yeah. It's just relaxed. You can drop back as much as you want. They won't penalize that. Really, really silly. That's the point they're trying to make. Yeah.
If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon. If you're in the UK or the Republic of Ireland, I'm sure you want to see some Formula One action. You definitely want to see some Formula One action. But we got underway for a lap behind the safety car at 3 o'clock, Spa time, and at 3:46 and 5 seconds, well, we're waiting for the car to go back out again because the visibility was so bad. And the drivers reporting in, they really couldn't see too much, other than Max Verstappen, who actually wanted to keep going. The race director, Rui Marquez, decided it was time to bring the cars in to put out the red flag and just to suspend things for the time being. More and more, blue sky is now opening up above our commentary boxes for stats.
And the reason why we're not out on full wet tyres is visibility. It's not standing water. And that means they've got to redevelop the tyre differently. The wet tyre needs to move much more towards the intermediate and longer lasting, because the reality is you will never use them. Remember, were you around when we had the monsoon tyres, Nico? And that never ever got used either, did it? Because again, track conditions, aquaplaning, or visibility meant that it was actually as useless as a chocolate fire guard.
So we talked to Aya Karatsu on the pit wall down at Haas about the Enstone breeding ground for team principals. Alan Permain is the latest. Started out as a test electronics engineer in 1987 at Enstone. He's now at Racing Bull, was the racing director, he's now team principal, and here he is.
Great news for your drivers today for when things do get underway. How are the team feeling coming in today, given all the learnings that you've had so far?
We're very good. We were expecting let's say mixed conditions today, and we set the car accordingly. So we were happy in either conditions. So we're not disappointed to see the rain.
And in terms of what you think is possible out there, where do you think the strengths of the car lie, especially with the competition you have around you?
So definitely the strength is in that middle sector where we're carrying maybe a little bit more downforce than others, which will be very useful in these conditions.
Thank you very much.
Short and sweet from Alan for me.
Yeah, Alan, he gives me that vibe that oh my goodness, I didn't think I signed up for this many interviews by becoming team principal.
It might. Alan is a top guy, and I've known him for many, many years. He's always very amenable to stand and have a chat, but he has avoided doing a lot of on-camera interviews throughout his career. Might be the only job he's ever avoided doing in Formula One, Martin.
Yeah, but he just likes to get down and run racing cars. You know, Alan won't use 3 words when 2 will suffice.
Correct.
Learning. So just this is a word that's come into Formula One. There's always learning.
Are you learning about learning?
It is. It's a plural noun. Learning. It's just become an F1 word. I don't ever remember it.
That's suboptimal, which is a very F1 word.
But that was Ron Bennett. Sorry. Who came up with that one. Mostly talking about my driving, which is
Did you ever meet or see Ron Dennis again in the last year?
saw him at Eddie George's Memorial in London just the other day.
How was he doing? He just blocked out F1 World entirely.
Yeah, building the startup, funding for the startup business.
Comes a spark in this, such as this, who would forget? Who could ever forget Eddie skipping down the pit lane after the 1-2 victory with Bingham? Winning that day, absolutely superb. Let's go to Craig Slater. He's at the paddock. Tia Bonotto, CEO at Sauber.
I am indeed a man much in demand during this rain delay, but I think there's a thought that at 4 o'clock, so quite soon, 15 minutes or so, that if there's no standing water, we can get back underway. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, it's always understanding. If you look at the radar, the rain should be, let me say, passing very soon. 15, 20 minutes, and then it should be over to the rain. The good conditions for start. Drivers were reporting very poor visibility before racing the right decision. People wait for the wind stopping.
I mean, most drivers seem to think it was appropriately handled at the original start time. Max questioned it a little bit. Max Verstappen. What do you think? Could he have kept the cars out behind the safety car a little bit longer? Would that have not really made much difference given the extra downpour we had?
I think the tires were as well cooling down. It's a very poor grip and poor visibility, so it would have been very difficult. I think from a safety point of view, I think it has been the right decision. And we know from the radars that the rain anyway will stop.
What hopes do you have for today then? Gabriel qualified in a good position. We saw what Nico could do coming through the field. Pit wall calls will be key for him.
Communication before tours, car as well performing is important. We expect a power chat for conditions today. And Boston is a favor race. So we are very curious. We are looking forward to the race today. So we are, let me say, we are really keen at the start. The race will start.
Gabriel, he's really have taken a step forward, hasn't he?
I think he has been fast since the very start of the season. It seems that the car was not really performing well, but now that the car is better, he can show what he's capable of. So I think he's a good rookie. He's very strong, very fast, very consistent. No big mistakes so far. And he's driving very
Last thoughts. I haven't spoken to you since the news of Christian Horner emerged. Strange to have a race weekend without him.
Yeah, we are missing him somehow because it was back to the surface. We are getting used to. But that's not me to judge. It's difficult for me to make any comments.
We'll be watching. Let's hope we can watch some racing sooner rather than later. Thank you very much, Mattia.
Thank you very much, Craig Slater. With Mattia Bonotto.
Do we know if Zach Brown and Toto Wolff are also missing Christian Horner?
I think they probably are. Because every rivalry needs 2 parts to it, yeah? And let's face it, Christian and Toto were head-to-head rivals for many years, and Zach last year has kind of replaced Toto in the rivalry stakes. You know, your yin needs a yang, Nico, I would say on that one. So in most respects, I think they probably are.
It's like Senna and Prost, who suddenly, when Prost retired, said, I realized, oh damn, I hate that guy, but I actually want him to be here. And they became best friends afterwards.
Well, you know, your World Championship win in 2016, would you look back on that so fondly now if it hadn't been Lewis Hamilton that you beat, who was your teammate and your big rival at the time?
No, of course not. That really made was a big part of it. Huh? For sure. Yeah. You are right in that sense.
That's Lewis now. But you just asked the question.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Are you still next door neighbours?
We live in the same building. Yeah. So we catch up from time to time. But we have a very nice.
Is he still
Very nice
still
and neutral.
relationship?
Moving on.
Has he still got your safe? Was it when he first moved in? You put your little safe in his apartment.
No, the other way. He put his
I
safe
bet
in our apartment.
Yeah, you looked after him.
That's true.
The
Yeah.
jewelry for a bit.
Yeah, yeah. I was considering whether I should like kind of forget where I put it when he next asked for it, but then I did give it back.
When I was driving from McLaren, and you two kids who were karting as I'm hanging and terrorised the motorhome, you were so annoying as kids, you and Lewis, running around the place, causing havoc. And I've always wanted to tell you that, actually.
And there you were trying to have a nice quiet moment.
Well, me and Nick had a neutral relationship as of now, anyway.
The worst was the hotel rooms we left behind because we shared a hotel room for 2 years.
Really?
And we would have wrestling competitions in the hotel room. They would not look. They wouldn't be at their best afterwards.
A bit like rock and roll on tour.
Yes, yes.
Sometimes I love a rain delay because you get the sort of information that you never actually expected to get when you came into work earlier that day. More of this.
Yeah, I'm using Rob Fox. It's all fine.
The sunshine is streaming into our commentary box now. This is absolutely brilliant. The rain hasn't completely gone away from the area, but it looks like it might have gone away from the track. Those on horseback are checking their weather apps to see if they can take the ponchos off. But the crowd are starting to celebrate on the damp and soggy back.
Yeah, you need some factor 30 anytime now and take ponchos off, as you say.
Is there any way, I just got sent this funny picture of Lewis and I as 13-year-olds. Is there any way for me to get that on screen?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll tell you what.
The camera here?
I'll tell you how to do it. And while I do that, let's hear from Yuki Tsunoda. He's down in the pit lane.
Yuki, a fantastic qualifying for you yesterday. Set you up nicely for this straight, but of course these conditions very challenging. But how are you feeling about getting out there eventually?
Yeah, I just drove the for formation lap. I mean, visibility is the main issue. To be honest, I think with a single car, probably easy to drive, but yeah, hope we can race as soon as possible. Yeah, hope especially fans waiting this condition. So yeah, finger crossed.
That requires confidence at any point, but especially in conditions like this. How confident are you feeling in the car this weekend?
Yeah, feeling good, especially on qualifying. Like clearly, it felt different, especially in general mode. So yeah, looking forward to the race. Definitely more than usual. But at the same time, have to finish up with a point and to achieve that, I need this race. So yeah, let's see how it goes and yeah, stick the race and feel the car.
Thank you very much, Yuki. Go well.
So it's very nice to see there. You even mentioned it again there. I'm looking forward to this race more than usual.
Yeah.
And I think it keeps on coming through this weekend. And this is the first positive impact from the new Red Bull team principal CEO Laurent Mekies that he used to obviously race with Yuki previously at RB. And he has now really empowered Yuki Tsunoda this weekend, giving him the new upgrade, that he can have a new floor himself as well, not just Verstappen. He gives him a thumbs up and a smile after the sessions, like after qualifying. They connected, like as Yuki was driving in, saw Laurent on the pit wall, giving him a big smile and a thumbs up. And that makes a huge difference for a driver, you know, when suddenly he sees that he has the support from the team. Whereas before, he said, and I heard that he felt like he was on his own in a team that was for Max Verstappen and they only cared about Max Verstappen. And now Laurent straight away is caring also about Yuki. And straight away, Yuki does his best qualifying performance in a long, long time and is seventh on the grid and is looking forward to the race and everything, you know. So perhaps that's a really first positive indication there from Laurent.
Racing drivers react like anybody else does.
Sven, can I have my mug back, please? Sven, can I have my mug back?
The awnings were coming down. Were easily coming down, and that bodes well, doesn't it? So you've got some news on the 3-hour topic, haven't you?
Yeah, with the FIA. Thank you to Roman for the FIA for sending this to us. Article 5.4.d of the about the 3-hour period to run the race only applies when there's a race interruption. So in this case, the race hasn't started because we had a formation lap, and at the end of that, that is a race start. If the lights out and away we go goes on, but the race hasn't started yet, so that 3-hour period to run the race only applies when we get going for the absolute race. So Ayukamatsu wasn't particularly spot on, and you were a little bit confused as well. I was with you.
Yeah. But I guess the phrase there was ages ago on the computer, start suspended, so it's no start, but like I thought 3-hour set off anyway. Once you trundle off the line, you're underway, aren't you? But clearly
Martin was talking about times at McLaren when the kids used to come in and run riot, and hoteliers around Europe and the world would hide and quiver in fear because 2 tearaways were coming their way. And Nico Rosberg, ladies and gentlemen, has been sent a picture of these 2 tearaways. Oh my lord! You look good back in the day.
I got that yesterday.
Someone just said you that
because we're always on holiday together. You know, we're best friends at the time. So here with us, actually at my parents' house, quadding, flat out quadding, always with an engine, full speed on everything. And Lewis was proper nuts. Like he was
really
nuts. I remember once we were jet skis together. I was on the back of him on the same jet ski. Oh my god! I had such a big stunt. I flew off for the biggest wave. And then we went with 2 stand-up jet skis, and I was watching him go off this giant wave from the ferry. He did not live. He was. I've never seen someone go so high airborne, and then he came crashing down and knocked open his chin when he smacked down onto the jet ski and he landed. So he was lying there like half unconscious. I had to go like check that he's okay. His chin was cut off, complete nutcase.
Honestly, you two. It's a wonder you ever made it to Formula One and settled down and concentrated. Look at this medical car out on the track, ladies and gentlemen, and the big cheers from the crowd. They're still sweeping the track as well and trying to clear the standing water down at Eau Rouge. That's why the medical car is taking it very carefully through there. But this is hopeful. This is good. An hour after the scheduled start of the race, the rain has passed over. The sunshine is poking through the clouds. Medical cars on the track. Said Kravitz, hope and optimism rules supreme.
I think we're about to get the 10 minutes notice that the race will start, at least under the safety car or whatever it's going to do. But interrupt me if that 10-minute notice comes, because all the teams have now stowed their gazebos. They're easy up, and they're just expecting a 10-minute notice to be given any second now. Just a question, if any of you were wondering why they're not running the full wet tyre, or why we don't make more use of a full wet tyre, or what use is there in having a full wet tyre if we don't use it? The answer we had from McLaren's Andrea Stella earlier in the day, and the answer I think we've said before in these situations, is that while it does disperse more water, it's not the problem about keeping the car on the track, it's just the visibility. So even if they were to go round on the full wet tyre, the visibility would still be so terrible that they couldn't race, and that's why they tend towards the intermediate. The full wet tyre is actually better in slower speed corners and, of course, in aquaplaning situations. But under this kind of race, where it's likely to be raining and then drying out, the limiting factor is just keeping the visibility okay, not in terms of actually keeping the car on the track.
I'd quite like to see 20 SUVs having a race, actually, judging by that. That looked really good, didn't it? Sliding around there. The DBS 7. Yeah.
Well, we had that once in the history of F1, 1985 in Nürburgring, where all the F1 drivers got into the same road car, Mercedes at the time, I think SL,
190,
and had a race.
190Es.
Were you in that?
No, I didn't get invited to do it. It was it and then Alan and Nicky and yeah.
Did your dad win? And my dad was in it, and Ayrton dominated. Ayrton Senna dominated and won that race by a mile.
I would be all up for seeing F1 drivers in different cars racing for fun over the course of a weekend. In fact, I'd be up for seeing the F1 team principals do it as well, because that could be more fun.
But they still laugh at the Lego lap they did in Miami, don't they?
Right. That was one of the best laps we've had in 2025. And every single driver came away from that buzzing. So can we do that again, please? I mean, the damage is quite substantial. These Lego cars.
So that's where the medical car's stationed. When in case of needed, so they can bolt out of there and go to where they need to.
And when the cars go past the line up on the grid, the medical car will then pile on and channel in, going behind them and join the back of the grid. Andy Cowell and Lawrence Stroll, whose Aston Martin company have provided the SUV and the package and safety car as well this weekend.
What a group of talent Lawrence Stroll has put together. He's new to the sport. He's come in, sport athlete, Martin, branded the team Aston Martin. And the talent. I mean, Andy Cowell made my F1 engine in the prototype. So he made the best F1 engine from this generation kind of. So he's an incredible manager. Adrian Newey, the best designer of all time, is also in that team. It's incredible the talent he's united. So really a team to watch for next year with the new regulations. And there's Alonso there. I mean, can you imagine if Alonso, now at the age of, what will he be, 44, may have one more crack at even a world championship? I mean, everything's possible.
It's why he's sticking around. I don't think you can understate Andy Cowell's contribution and Brixler's contribution to Mercedes' years of dominance.
Absolutely.
From 2014 onwards. And this is a bigger project, a bigger challenge for him, but it's one that he's tackling with his usual honesty. Look at that race will resume in 14 minutes or 15 minutes time, local time. Approaching with usual honesty and pragmatism, going through every department and finding better ways to run things and making operational changes behind the scenes, which will bear fruit in the future. Bringing new staff in, and Nico Cardilli from Ferrari was someone they've been trying to get for a while, and I think they're getting ever closer to a resolution with Ferrari on that. He also had a big impact on the chassis side, Adrian on the aero side. But yeah, on the project for next year, making their own gearbox for the first time as well. Fuel to come. It's a proper work team.
There, Andy Cowell again is exactly the right man for that. How to integrate the Honda powertrain and how to. I'm sure he's spending more time than a team CEO, team principal usually do with the Honda side to integrate that and really give them advice.
But also not trying to take over as well.
Sure.
Yeah, they're if you need me, but I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job. I think that's, well, you know, because you work with Andy, but that's the way you like to go and do it. They're good at it, but not to dominate. So, race will resume at 4:20 local time. Trying to zip up the overalls and get back on with the business of racing. So when these rain delays happen to you, how did you clear your mind from the standing around talking and waiting to let's get focused?
Well, now it's 14 minutes to go. So now straight in there into warming up my body. So with the physio, working on the neck muscles, the arms, we do a little bit of PP upping. That was my favorite way to get warmed up because also that would get my brain going. So it's reaction and it's a fun challenge as well. It's always like who manages to PP up it for more than the other guys. And so, yeah, now I would do that for 5 minutes, and then it's time to get in the car because I need like 8 or 9 minutes to get comfortable in the car, especially those seatbelts. You know, you have these 2 seatbelts on the bottom also, and it's very important to get those right because I had it once in a race that something slightly moved, and that's just horrendous. And you can't do anything about it. You're in there for another 1.5 hours, so it's very important to take your time there. That's my recurring nightmare is that. Still today, getting in a car too late and being in a rush, distracted. It's honestly my main recurring nightmare from F1.
There's a significant part of our audience absolutely feeling your pain on that one, and probably having the same recurring nightmare from time to time. Martin and I talked about this many years ago in China. I do remember. Charles Leclerc walking onto the car. Welcome back to the commentary box, Martin. Nico and I were just talking about the importance of putting seatbelts on properly when you get going again. It's still his reoccurring nightmare. That something isn't done up in the right place.
Yeah, it does bring tears to your eyes sometimes. So also, have you mentioned the little boots that the drivers wear because you take off the waterproof boots, you don't want to carry water into the car and put them on your pedals. The last thing you need. So that's why they'll sit on the side of the cockpit so it goes on and step in the car from there. And yeah, the last thing you want is you can't do sort of gritty, dirty water in there. I guess that's what we're about to see now.
Yeah. What a great job Leclerc has been doing this weekend, though, with that Ferrari. I mean, P3 on the grid, beating Verstappen, and only 3.5 tenths off pole on a track like Spa, which is phenomenal job. But that makes it all the more difficult for Lewis. Because if his teammate would at least have been messing up and having difficulties, then it wouldn't be that bad. But since his teammate is P3 and he's almost last, that makes it even more difficult.
Lewis getting to grips, literally, with the deep brakes he had, a different feeling on that Ferrari. But I think, Charlie, given Ferrari have been off the pace, I think Charles was having a pretty solid season, to be honest. 3 front rows so far this year as well. No pole, I know. But 3 front rows. As I said, going for a podium today, if he held on to third, which will be a 4th in 6 races. Horsepower coming your way in just over 10 minutes. Different kind of horsepower walking on from the banks. And we can head back down to ground level. Craig Slater, and here's Zach Brown. Yeah, thanks a lot, with McLaren CEO Zach Brown. We're about to get back underway. Builds tension over this, doesn't it, just a bit?
Yeah, you get your kind of adrenaline going, getting ready, and then you got to go have a coffee. Now we got to go again. But no, excited. I mean, the sun's out now, so it'll be interesting to see how quickly the track drives, assuming no more rain comes.
Standing start. I mean, I was talking to Oscar about that free race. If it was a rolling start, it takes away an option for him to get ahead. So he'll want a standing start. What do you think? Will we get one?
I'd be surprised, but I've not kind of seen what the grid looks like. But it's going to dry quickly now, and the sun's out. I think I need my sunglasses.
I mean, it's been really nifty. It's going to be like that from here on. We're detecting a little bit of change, not frostiness, but just, I suppose, seriousness of attitude and maybe them retreating within their own camps just a little bit. Is that to be expected?
I think they clearly smell that both of them have a chance of being world champions this year, so they're always serious. I've not noticed any kind of difference between the two of them, but I'm sure as it ramps up and gets closer, the stress will get a little bit higher, but the relationship between the two of them and the team is just awesome.
Well, listen, I'm no Christian Horner. You're not surprised he's gone. Particular reasons about that? Is it the tensions behind the scenes?
I mean, ultimately don't know and wouldn't want to speculate, but obviously there's just been a lot of noise the last couple of years on lots of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know behind the scenes. I'm just focused on my team. And, you know, he had a stellar run at Red Bull. Shame that, you know, ended the way it did for anyone. You don't like to see that competitor or not. But things move on quickly in Formula One.
A while. You're curious with McLaren maybe to get back on its feet again after Ron stepped away after a long period. Could it be something similar for them?
Yeah, you know, Formula One moves fast, but the teams, you know, I was telling someone last night at dinner, the worst team is really good. And so the competition, you know, once you get a little bit behind, it's hard to catch up because they're not standing still. But they're a fantastic team. I'm sure. Let's not forget they've won races this year, and Max is there in the championship. So they're a great racing team and always will be.
We're the top team right now, and let's see if we can close this out. Starting 1-2, that's how you hope to finish.
That's how I hope to finish.
Good luck today. Thank you very much.
Zach Brown with Craig Slater, and on that, Nico Rosberg, we must let you go. Thank you for coming to join us. This has been a fascinating hour. We've got into territories that I never thought we would. Before you go, though, little prediction ahead of the race. Who do you think, in these conditions, is now looking the best place?
Lando Norris. Yeah, the best car on a high mentally also, coming off the win Silverstone, great qualifying yesterday. So the favorite is 100% Lando Norris, but you have some amazing wet weather drivers right behind him. So anything can happen today. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I am off to speak some Italian now.
Ciao. Ciao.
Arrivederci.
Very good, Dennis. Thank you very much indeed to Nico Rosberg, 2016 world champion. And well, that was a conversation and a half this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it too. Stand by your beds, folks. 6 minutes and 45 seconds of action, Ted.
Yes, we are going to get going. That is fantastic. Just seen Lando Norris walk past me without his helmet, so most of the other drivers, Max Verstappen, Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, George Russell, have chosen to go into their garage, go to their little workbench at the back of the garage, then put the balaclava on, then the earpieces first, then the balaclava, then the hands device, then the helmet, and then go out to their car. Not Lando Norris, Crofty. He's just been walking, ambling, I think is the right word, down the pit lane like it's a Sunday stroll to his car. He is looking super relaxed about the 44 laps to come. And McLaren, having locked out the front row, realised that they just must stay in the race. Never mind what happens in the first lap. As long as they stay in the race, then they think their car is the best. Back to you, Crofty. Not long to go now.
Absolutely, Ted. Can't wait. It's great to see sunshine over Spa. And that rain giving way to the right-hand side. What we are noticing is that the rain down the bottom doesn't move up a little touch as well. That is the weather radar as it stands. But we keep our fingers crossed, everybody around the world. But we get some action in here at Spa, the 70th Formula One World Championship Belgian Grand Prix, the 100th anniversary of the Belgian Grand Prix and the second part of this Formula One season in 2025. And it has been. For a 75th anniversary season, it's been brilliant so far, Martin. And I think whilst McLaren are that dominant team, more than double the points that Ferrari and team in second place, we have two drivers out in front in Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris that are free to race and free to carry on giving us the action they give us. Absolutely.
So, and then all the way through the field, it's been close, it's been tight, it's been unpredictable. So it's in everything we hope for this season so far. I think it's going to get quite spicy. Yeah. So the race will start behind the safety car. So we have to pay careful attention to the exact wording because.
So at the moment, information we have is it will be a minimum of 2 laps behind safety cars. 2 laps behind safety car, and then they'll call it.
And that's the sort of information he needs. This is his first time racing at Spa in Formula One. You know, needs to know the procedure, needs clarity, and well done, Bob.
Yeah, it does make you wonder why we didn't do this in the first half. Well, doesn't it? At least some laps behind safety car, but we did. And yeah, so we'll have that now, isn't it? And then if it stays like that within a short period of time, they'll be thinking of stiff tyres. So, but that's it. So yeah, the intermediate safety set to 5 litres per second into the sky at 190 miles. The full wet 85 litres into the sky from which the rain came at 3.
The quickest way to run a bath is to use a set of Formula One extreme wet weather tyres. It's the best way to put that one. Right, just over 3 minutes to go here. And to remind you, if you were just joining us, you were with us for the build-up. We have big action over this weekend. We've got 4 drivers starting in the pit lane. Lewis Hamilton and Kimi Antonelli. And also Carlos Sainz and Fernando Alonso as well. They will join the back of the pack behind the safety car. So that disadvantage of starting the pit lane is by the time we get the race started, because they'll have at least 2 laps behind that safety car. So wise decision, I think, for each and every one of them. Carlos Sainz needed a setup changes, power units issues. Kimi Antonelli and Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, all of whom needed another engine in the pool at some stage. And this was very much the best time, without too much of a penalty, to take those power units and to be used for the rest of the season. At McLaren, reliability has been their strong point. It really has, other than Lando Norris, his exits in Canada after clashing with his teammate. The team
consistently finishing the points as well. They're on a 50-race streak of consecutive point-scoring finishes. So when they do finish, they score points and they finish well.
Yes, they've got more than twice as many points as Ferrari, who are second in the championships, and very strong on that front. You know, as you pointed out yesterday, the end of the sprint, the third sprint of 6, that was actually the halfway point of the season. There's a lot of racing and a lot of World Championship points to play for at the moment.
There certainly is. I think the smart money is that it's going to be Lando Alonso chasing down the title and McLaren going on for a second consecutive constructors title. But just a few races ago, Lando Norris was saying, you're silly if you think that Max Verstappen is not a threat in this World Championship. Any given Sunday, the four-time champion is often there or thereabouts. The Argentine fans cheering their man on, Franco Colapinto's future remains a little unclear at Alpine as to how long he'll be in that seat. It's a performance business. Formula One, the performance will carry on, but will a decision be taken after the summer break as to his future? George Russell starting 6th on the grid. Happy Norfolk Day to George Russell, to Martin Brundle, and all those celebrating the great county of Norfolk today.
It is a great county. It's the best day, I would say.
And you notice I've waited until the sun's come out to wish you a happy Norfolk Day. I didn't want to do it in the rain. That's not Norfolk, right?
I tell you what, driest parts of the UK, beautiful over there. Palm trees and everything.
Nelson, George Russell, Martin Brundle, and
lived up in Norfolk.
really, it's all Norfolk.
Yeah.
15 seconds to go. Thank you for sticking with this all the way through this lengthy rain delay. But after an hour and 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, sound your horns and ring out the bells. The cars are coming out onto the track. So 2 laps behind the safety car. This is saying that 1 of 44. We're on lap 1 of 44. So this is the first lap of the race, as it were now. We've had the formation lap.
No, that's not a happy cell. Can that go in the fire bucket underneath commentary?
With proper green racing, but they need to count these.
No, that's the one.
44
Yeah, I got it off of there and started getting it going.
A certain amount of laps here.
Yeah, just chuck it in the fire bucket for now. You put a load of sand on it, Steve.
Here has to count against the 44.
That's why we're charging and it's fucking red hot.
I weren't going
to charge it without being in. Yeah, I said it going.
But anyway,
got it going, but it's now red hot, so that's going to be no use.
The races and entity must have started.
No, we left it.
Formation lap counts as part of the race procedure.
Yeah.
What did you
feel what they're from today now because
did you
obviously you use it fuel.
No, that's been out for a while.
Full throttle.
Hasn't been charged.
Good. Yeah. We are underway.
It's self-discharged yourself.
Lap will be at behind two of those
starting.
And it sort of does feel like this could have happened 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, but it did. And here we are. So we've still got a race to look forward to.
Oscar, how is the visibility? It's always quite a lot.
Forward. The route is still quite bad. Yeah, the straight's still pretty bad. Luckily, that clears away quite quickly.
What are your drivers saying, Io Komatsu, on the Hats pit wall? Have they radioed into you?
Not yet, but I expect that visibility is still of a challenge.
Are you as excited as us now we've got cars on track? Let's go racing, please.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's going to be judging this how quickly this track condition changing, right? So you got to pick the right moment. So yeah.
There's a little bit of standing water that we've seen, not a lot, but that can clear up in 1, 2, 3, 4 laps maybe.
Yeah, I don't know exact number of laps, but I expect it to be a drive pretty quickly race.
Io, thank you. We'll be back with you in a little while. I'm sure you want to hear what your drivers are saying. Everyone on the intermediate tyre, not the wet weather tyre, certainly not good enough for slicks as yet. But as we saw at Silverstone, Martin Brundle, judging when to go on to the slicks can often be absolutely crucial, and the difference between
thoroughly disappointing afternoon and a great afternoon.
Especially on such a long lap as you have here. You can, you're a long time coming back round again if you're on the wrong tyres. But also, again, it can rain at one end of the circuit and not the other, for example. It's a pretty tricky place. Then I talked earlier on about the little streams that run across the various sort of hilly bits as well. So this was always one of the most difficult circuits. But the track temperature 25 degrees. That helps a lot. It's reasonably warm, especially now the sun's getting out. So that helps with tire temperatures. That helps, of course, with track clearing. But I mentioned that.
I remind you, if you need, you can extend to 20, Carling.
As you can see, drivers accelerating, braking all the way to the safety car phase. Lando Norris just slowed down a bit. Oscar had to, and then Charles Leclerc was in his acceleration phase. And he suddenly saw that the McLaren was going a lot slower in front of him.
Yeah, it just looks ready to go, doesn't it? Yeah. I know you see a lot less spray from above than you do from following. But the Camel Straight, it is bad, but that clears away very quickly. As I said, these tyres collectively 35 litres per second, and the wind just takes it away, and already that looks better. So that looks raceable to me.
It certainly does. I think what the drivers would like to see was a slightly earlier call from race control as to when the safety car comes in and when we get going again, be it a rolling start or be it a standing start, which is still possible, but we don't actually know those details yet.
I would have thought, looking at this, when they do go for a start, it'll be a standing start.
From the grid. Absolutely fine on the main straight.
Australia pretty quick.
And Lewis Hamilton, these sort of conditions, giving his feedback on the track too, as he makes his way around, currently in 18th place. But they're going through Curve Paul Frere, and Stavelot and Curve Paul Frere at the moment. And no indication the safety car's coming in at the end of this lap. I think after Silverstone, where Oscar Piastri had 2 restarts, where it was quite a late call to the safety car to come back in. One of which he got a penalty for, the other which wasn't referred to the stewards, and he might have got penalised for that as well. I think after that, Martin, we'd like
Ben Pedersen, if you're available, please bring my mug back to commentary corner.
Yeah, it was really tough for Oscar, that one. He preached the regulations and he took a penalty. I think they were mistake. So the white will cut you. 10 seconds, in my personal opinion, and they chose not to.
The right side of the grid still a lot worse than the left. And here, side to side equal. Yeah, that was clear on the video.
That's an important message there, as Lando Norris goes through that right-hand side of the grid, because that's where pole is. So if he's thinking it's a lot wetter, he doesn't want a standing start because he's at a massive disadvantage.
No, and that's a message to the other 7, because we've only got 16 on the grid, to go down that side of the grid and dry it out a little bit, which is what Lando was doing there.
So through O'Roon, and the race to right to O'Roon, so that standing water has been cleared away. The safety car will go as fast as it possibly can. It's never going to go as fast as a Formula One car, but it is a safety car. It's there for safety purposes. But you can see how quickly the F1 car can accelerate up to it.
And Lando clearly thinking also it could well be declared a standing start, race director's decision. Rolling start, standing start. But, yeah, we're very cautious, aren't we? Yeah. I mean, it's Silverstone, how many cars came in for slick? 4 or 5 came in for slicks at the end of the safety formation.
Which wasn't the right idea. So,
to do exactly what it says on the tin. Wet and dry, but such long, fast corners here. They burn out very quickly.
I was going to say, we've had more rain than the last time the cars were on the track, but how long even behind the safety car for these intermediates actually last, and how long before we start hearing on the radio that the drivers might need to come in for new tyres? That is Rui Marquez, the race director, his deputy to his right-hand side. It's his call. but he'll take it after hearing the chatter on the team radio, feedback from the drivers, and he'll take that decision not just based on his own opinion, but collective opinions of the 20 drivers out on the track.
Apparently, you know, Mike was there.
So the heavy issues in that, because some stars coming in into the same show, triple A. So it's a late call, so that's the jest. There's rooster tails, but they're like they dissipate pretty quickly. That's one plague of wasps, by the way. Don't adjust the sound level.
Greenwood's car already to
Drone
go.
footage for this week. Great drone footage as the cars make their way to the chicane. I hate to call it the bus stop chicane, Martin, but it's not the bus stop chicane. There's no bus stop there. No, it used to be a really great section of the original bus stop chicane. Yeah, so a message from Io on who's hearing us on the world was completely surprised that it's actually a standing start. But I think the thing is, you don't want the right hand side from pole down to P19 to be you know, at any sort of unfair disadvantage. I think you can't throw those factors into property. No, is it raceable? It is clearly raceable. Absolutely clearly raceable. So, and it has been for a while now. So that's just the way it fits a bit right there. Last rolling start to a Grand Prix after a safety car was 2022 Monaco Grand Prix, and we're going to get one today. We're going to get a rolling start. It also happened at the Miami Sprint, didn't it, this season? But a rolling start. So the safety car will peel away, and Lando Norris will lead them over the line. They'll overtake him before they get to the line. And so that's the compromise, isn't it, for race control? At least we're going to get a start. Yeah. Stabilizers, yeah.
And there'll be 10 of them written off by the time they get into that first corner.
I'm with you, and I'd like to see a standing start as well. But you're going to get, if it is that much better on the right hand side, you're going to get a lot of drivers complaining about that, and it's costing them potential places at the start. Not sure. The pollster to Lando Norris, who's been told by his team to drive through that pit box each and every lap to try and clear some of that water away. Now that just being down a little bit. Let them find out in the safety car, get away, get back to the pit.
Sometimes needs to
It'll look fairly calm, doesn't it, for the moment, down in that McLaren garage? I'm sure it's not.
Yeah.
Oscar
Yeah, he should be
Piastri
third or fourth.
will be watching his teammate like a hawk to see when he goes and try and stick with him as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's less critical for that run up to the top of the hill now, because Lando will be a few metres ahead of Oscar, will be ahead of. But this could well still be a slipstream effect all the way up the hill, though the Red Bull's carrying a bit more weight than it was at the start of the sprint quali yesterday, race yesterday.
So lurking with the Max Verstappen ahead of him, Charles Leclerc ahead of him, Oscar Piastri and ahead of him. Lando Norris has got going. It's not lights out, it's wheels roll and away we go. But we're not actually racing until we get to the line. And after some frustrating delays for the rain and some laps behind the safety car, here we go for the Grand Prix, ladies and gentlemen, with Lando Norris leading us down towards the source. You can just see his teammate, Oscar Piastri, on the inside. Charles Leclerc ahead of Verstappen, ahead of the likes of and Yuki Tsunoda as they make their way around the source.
And a little bit of a slide from Lando Norris coming out of that source in that Piastri on his car, his slipstream, and that Ferrari too will be getting a lovely slipstream up the hill.
Where Piastri was vulnerable to Max Verstappen in the sprint yesterday, Lando Norris is vulnerable to Oscar Piastri, who has twice passed him before they get to the chicane. The championship leader, as they go into the chicane, leads the Belgian Grand Prix with his teammate Lando Norris.
Yeah, Lando, I think, telegraphed that way too early and put himself at risk by having his teammate on his tail. Then the wheel spin coming out of La Source hairpin. Leclerc looking pretty feisty there in third place.
And it's Carlos Sainz getting past Lance Stroll and up to P16 and really twitchy on board with Lando Norris as out of Rivage he goes and now plunges down the hill towards Pouan, and you can see where the track is drying out as they get out of turn 9 and before his left-hander, and you can see just how fast out in front Oscar Piastri finding grip, finding pace, and his teammate not able to go with him.
And look, Max looks very comfortable there as well, doesn't he? Darting around behind the gearbox of the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. So Lando is going to get busy, I think, unless he can settle down and find the pace of his teammate. But
is there a problem with the electrical energy for Lando Norris? That battery would explain why Piastri is moving ahead quite so fast.
And possibly why he breezed past him on the straight.
Yeah, that might explain quite a lot. As towards the chicane we go, Max Verstappen behind Charles Leclerc. It's the battle for third place. Lando Norris, if he's got no battery pack or has got limited battery pack, might just find himself. It's coming back on. We used a lot of the safety car restart, says someone from the pit wall to Lando Norris. Well, phew, as far as he's concerned, that he's actually getting down energy boost because he's going to need it down this straight now.
And no DRS in these conditions, but it will come in, I imagine, as it dries out a little bit. But Piastri already 1.1 clear and out of DRS range at this stage.
Just behind Alex Albon, George Russell is picking up a slipstream in the battle for fifth. You can't see it, it's behind the spray at the moment. Here comes George Russell though, and he'll have the inside line coming into the chicane. George Russell manages to get past Alex Albon, pops his Mercedes with the fifth place.
Yeah, good move there, nice and clean from both drivers. And we saw Lando Norris already going to look for the wetter part of the track, going up to the Les Combes chicane, because they know these intermediates from just going to the grid, how gnarly they looked when they got there.
I mentioned that Carlos Sainz had got past Lance Stroll. Now Lewis Hamilton has got past Lance Stroll and put his Ferrari up into 17th place. And we are on board now with Max Verstappen plunging down the hill towards the Fagnier chicane in pursuit of Charles Leclerc.
Alex wide.
He has gone a little bit wide. No room to pass there, though, for the Red Bull driver. But you can see just how close Max Verstappen is. And we've seen him before in the past, making a move around Blanchimont, and we're about to see that come again in 2025. How close can he stick to the Ferrari? Out of curve of full flare as the drivers get their foot flat as they possibly can to the floor and accelerate towards the end of another lap.
So the conundrum they're going to have, and Lando looks a lot happier now, doesn't he? The problem they're going to have is how far do they go on these intermediates? The intermediates will be falling away quite dramatically, but they don't want to take an extra pit stop if they think they can get them to dry tyres.
Actually, Davidson of Sky Race Control just told me that the message going to Lando Norris at the moment is that Oscar Piastri might be struggling a little bit with his battery charge and deployment too. So is Oscar Piastri about to become a little bit vulnerable down that Kemmel Straight? We shall see. There's Gabriel Portoletto in 10th place. Holding on to that 10th place. The only movement is down towards the rear with Hamilton and Sainz picking up places and Piastri getting past Lando Norris.
And you can see the rear tyres marking up already. You get this sort of dull patch. When they're slick tyres, you want a nice dull sheen, but not on these tyres. It means the surface is tearing.
Piastri survives another blast between the trees towards Les Combes chicane, and Max Verstappen, as he did on the previous lap, getting a lot closer to Charles Leclerc as Leclerc goes a lot wider through Rivage in that Ferrari, and Verstappen managing, I think with extra downforce from that rear wing, to take that corner a lot tighter and get better traction out of it as well. Leclerc's under a lot of pressure here from Max Verstappen, and you can see the dry line is starting to appear in some of these corners.
Yes, and that's where the F1 cars are the most loaded, of course, with aerodynamic downforce. And that is why they're starting to burn a racing line through the water. And they've got to hang on to these intermediates to get to, it's not going to rain again anytime soon. They're going to need dry tyres quite soon. Anthony, Sky Race Control.
Yeah, just to explain this battery pack issue. So when it rains, you're putting a lot more braking energy into the system, therefore a lot more recharge to your state of charge and battery The car learns as it goes where to deploy and where to harvest the energy. And they haven't had any wet running so far. So that explains why possibly everyone is going through this kind of uncharted territory right now. I'll leave it back to you.
Yeah, because Lewis Hamilton's gaining on Carlos Sainz here through the spray. Pulls to the inside of the bus stop chicane. Sainz will try and fight it, but he can't. Hamilton is through and going on the track is Kimi Antonelli. Didn't get his braking right there. Doesn't gain any advantage. Slots back in behind Carlos Sainz. Hamilton is up into 16.
Yeah, and a good grip on the inside there for Lewis in the Ferrari. And Antonelli looked like he was sort of caught watching that a little bit. Here's Max then in the slipstream. Still no DRS. You can see the Ferrari harvesting its battery. I know that's the rain lights, of course, flashing at that time, but it was odd that he was harvesting going up the straight. But anyway, and every time Leclerc turns into a corner, he's just struggling to keep it anywhere where he wants to be near the apex. Max said, looking for the damp track down into the hairpin.
And Lewis Hamilton around the outside at Les Carmes Pierre Gasly. He dispatched Carlos Sainz at the bus stop chicane, and about 6 corners later is up to 15th. Franco Colapinto was the driver he got in the Alpine. So pace for Hamilton in these early stages. Here it's Oscar Piastri led the first 36 laps of the British Grand Prix before that penalty that cost him the win. Is out in front here by just over a second. From Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc holding off Max Verstappen still, but under big pressure. Those two pulling away from George Russell, Alex Albon, Yuki Tsunoda in 7th, Hatcher under pressure from his teammate Liam Lawson, and Gabriel Bortoletto in 10th.
Yeah, Charles Leclerc's been on the radio complaining about understeer. We saw him struggling to make the apexes, didn't we? And look, you can see with Antonelli there, he's got no grip at all. Turns in, and the thing skates across the racetrack. They're all really having to drive like it's a rally car at the moment, but they can't afford a pit stop. They think they can get these to a set of dry tyres. We're not that far away now.
Anthony Davidson at race control monitoring the team radio as we just watched Lewis Hamilton on a charge still. Nico Hulkenberg's the next car. Hamilton's making moves here on this Sunday at Spa, and he's gained another place up to 14th. Anthony, to you.
Yeah, Lewis, but practice all of his British wet weather skills. He can't he's steering the wet Spa today. But listening to Pierre Gasly's radio, Crofty, his engineer saying we're getting close, surprisingly, to the dry crossover times. It's still the spray, but the lap times would suggest otherwise.
Wow. Dry times there, Martin, could be coming our way.
The trouble is you've got to get up this straight and not lose too much temperature, haven't you? And once again, then we see the Ferrari reluctant to go into the corners. And then you just get the drifting across the road. Yeah, I mean, they're brave driver. They went on the slicks just yet, but Lewis took 3 cars in the previous lap.
Yeah, and he is right behind Pierre Gasly here. He is absolutely finding grip and temperature, and is the man making the major moves out on the track in these early stages. Lap 9:44, Gasly's going wide. Hamilton puts a tighter line through turn 8, through Rivage. Gasly going way wider. He's struggling, Martin, just stay on a racing line that is right.
Much better. We've seen him quite often ducking across the racetrack to find some water, but Gasly proving to be slightly more difficult to breathe past.
You want heat for the grip. You don't want too much heat so that the tyre starts blistering up. And running this close to the Alpine is not going to be necessarily helping Lewis Hamilton in that particular battle. But it's almost like Gasly just makes way there and knew he wasn't going to fight Hamilton for much longer.
An orthodox place to overtake into that first part of Stavola, but Lewis had so much speed he could do it.
Absolutely. 13th now for Lewis Hamilton. Ollie Behrman is the next driver up the road ahead of him, and Behrman behind his teammate Esteban Ocon for Haas. Hulkenberg now has Pierre Gasly very much this side. Gasly really coming under pressure here towards the end of lap 9. It's lap 10 for those that are making their way out of the source. One of those is Max Verstappen. Look how close he got to Charles Leclerc.
It feels like it might not be too far off already.
The nightmare, though, for
the straight to 5 is wet.
The nightmare for McLaren is that if Oscar's saying that, then Lando might be saying that too. There's only 1.5 seconds between the two, so a double stack is going to cost Lando Norris a lot of time.
but they don't want to leave him out for another lap because that might cost him time too.
That overtake on the first lap for Oscar Piastri was absolutely critical because it gives him the high ground in that pit stop.
It certainly was. Still, Charles Leclerc holding off Max Verstappen. Frustrating, I'm sure, this for Verstappen. But it's a great defence from the Ferrari driver. Picked up his maiden win here, of course, for Ferrari and in Formula One in 2019. Look how close Verstappen is here. We saw an F2 today. Alex go round the outside of P1. Verstappen was trying the same thing. Charles Leclerc. Leclerc just slams the door shut for the time being.
They got so little grip, they're well over 20 seconds a lap slower than qualifying.
By the way, that move, Alex Doug going around the outside of P1 was bravo. Absolutely superb overtake that was for a man creating many headlights in F2. You can watch it, of course, on Sky F1.
Now it's 18.6 seconds roughly for a pit stop. You know, you don't want to be carrying these around too long, otherwise you're just wasting a pit stop every 2 or 3 laps if you're that slow. So nobody wants to blink first. Kind of almost wonder if somebody at the back might have a punch and try to gain something from the back of the field onto the slick tyre.
Do you think maybe that's what the leading, say, 4 cars hoping as well? That maybe someone in midfield thinks, right, I'll try and undercut it, go on to the slicks and we'll leave a little hole then for others to pick into. Verstappen under pressure towards the side. And then waits hard on this particular occasion. We went very wide. It looked like he had that covered, but just about under traction and stays ahead of Max Verstappen. You can hear the oohs, the ahs, the cheers of the crowd as the cars go through the range. It's climbing up the top towards Medion, and now Verstappen will pick up the slipstream of the Ferrari in front of him and hope that will enable him to get alongside his Verstappen about to take that place in the Grand Prix. No, he's not.
No DRS enabled at this time still. So he didn't have, of course, he put more rear wing on that car. But this is my point. They're so slow. You get a pit stop. If you put a set of inches on it, you get your pit stop back in 3 laps.
Harry Behrman gets past Esteban Ocon and up into 11th place. The gap out in front, Piastri over Norris has grown now to over 2 seconds. Charles Leclerc has got his hands full, and at the start of lap 11, found himself over 9 seconds behind the race leader with Max Verstappen on his tail.
The problem with my strategy there is that they're packed quite tight. They're putting you back. You have to enter a lot of traffic, but they really are floundering around out there for grip. Anthony.
Yeah, and on top of that, Martin, they're talking about possible safety cars in those as well. And at the moment, that would be an absolute disaster, taking another set into. So you've got to go through, my opinion, you've got to go through this uncomfortable phase where the Inter has to start matching the reality of the circuit, the dryness of the circuit, and you go through this feathering up of the rubber as it sheds the rubber off and turns into a slick itself, albeit a much softer compound than the slick. This is the uncomfortable phase of the intermediate tyre. And drivers that have looked after the temperatures more, I think Piastri is one of those, from what I'm hearing on the radio. Norris being guided the whole time by his side of the garage. Hamilton top to box there, so yeah. Is it ready for slicks? Lando Norris said it's not ready for slicks just yet. A few more laps. This would be fascinating to see what Ferrari do. Well, let's see then what tyres are going on to Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari. Got to be slicks, surely. Yeah, you would hope so. The conversation will have taken place between driver and team. Medium tyres going on Hamilton's Ferrari. First one onto slick.
Again, nothing to lose much for Lewis, is there, with that difficult grid position he had. So now that's going to give everybody a lot of very good information. There'll be parts of the track where he's massively fast now.
He was certainly faster than Ocon and Behrman, the 2 cars ahead of them. In comes Gasly and in comes Alonso and Hulkenberg to change onto slicks too. He could have maybe left it another lap, but then he'd have been right on the tail of the hat and losing time there.
Remember in Silverstone, there was time when McLaren were 1 to 2 seconds a lap faster than the next best car, or way faster than that on the midfield. That's where they are at the moment. They've kept their tyres intact, and they're 10 seconds ahead of the field.
Summer day reminds me, and I know it's a lot warmer than it was in Turkey in 2020, but remember then, if you just kept the temperature in your intermediates, even when the tread went off, you were on the better tyre that day.
You were, but that was a really slick, weird racetrack. It had some product on it that made it somewhat unique. But this looks incredibly bright. But the key thing is, can you go fast enough to build up, get the tyres up to temperature? And no surprise.
To the pit comes the race leader, Oscar Piastri. Lando Norris stays out. They were too close, the McLaren drivers, to make that double stack. DRS has now been enabled. Slick tyres are going on. Mediums then for Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc has been called in. Max Verstappen has been called in as well. So this is where the pit crews can have a major influence. Can they make sure they get full tyres well as they try to take time. It was almost a safe release there with Charles Leclerc with a Williams coming in. On the track, Lando Norris carries on. Oscar Piastri in second place. Then Yuki Tsunoda and Isaac Hadjar, they are all on the intermediate tyre. There are so many more battling in to put the slicks on.
Indeed, this could cost Lando Norris dearly. I wonder if he didn't just slow down a little bit and double stack there. Might have been a better bet, but he didn't. He's carried on. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars on slicks and another 4 putting them on as I speak. And it's now the time to be on. Ted, what did you see down there?
So much action going on. Yes, it was close with the Ferrari going into the path of the Williams. And Mercedes had to double stack. One of their mechanics actually fell over in the pit lane, and then Russell came in very closely after that, but they gathered themselves up very, very well.
I think that might get looked at as well, because there's no doubt that Alex Albon and the Williams did have to apply the brakes a bit to make sure that Charles Leclerc didn't come into it. I'm not saying it's going to be investigated by the stewards. Wouldn't be surprised if it didn't get noted, though. Hamilton on the slicks from the previous lap. We cut to that replay in the pit lane just as Hamilton, well, that was close, was about to get past Liam Lawson. And I tell you what, Martin, that was about the width of a Ferrari document to a head of department away from Lewis Hamilton, losing a bit of his front wing there.
Yeah, absolutely amazing that he didn't lose a bit of front wing there. But Piastri, 2.4 seconds faster than Norris.
What about a hard tyre? We try to go to you. What about a hard? Would you take it now?
Might be slow. It might be the right idea, but it might be slow. Charles Leclerc has managed to get through a few back markers there, and Max Verstappen is finding himself under pressure from George Russell. Russell is giving Max Verstappen a bit of something to think about here.
I think they had a bit of a slow pit stop for Max Verstappen that put him well behind the Ferrari. So that is what Lando Norris has done. So he's maintained his second position. And they've had to do something contrary because Piastri is down the road.
So Piastri leads now by over 6 seconds to Lando Norris. Norris has been in and switched to the compound tyre. Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, Russell fifth. There was traffic around that Verstappen-Russell incident. That wasn't helping either of the two drivers. Alex Albon's lost the place to George Russell here on the track. And Lewis Hamilton, by pitting a lap earlier than everyone else, has moved up into the top 7 ahead of Lawson, Hülkenberg and Bortoletto.
And Hamilton absolutely flying. He can see now his teammate just at the top of the hill. So that's worked out brilliantly. Lewis starting from the pit lane, remember.
Right, this is Lando's pit stop. As he hit his marks, it's not easy. It goes a little bit long than his marks, I think, there. And that didn't help those on the front left trying to put the hard compound tyre on. But it is not easy, Martin, to stop dead on the post in these conditions. Was it a bit long or not?
I think so. It looked a bit lucky on, but there was absolutely zero tread left on the intermediate that came in.
It needed changing. It really did. There's Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Alex Albon and Lewis Hamilton in 7th. Made up 6 places by pitting a lap earlier.
No hurry here, just keep it on track.
So they are committing Oscar Piastri at McLaren to another stop to come. And what they're saying to Lando Norris is, look after these tyres, bring them in gradually, then you can save yourself 20 seconds in this race by going to the end of it.
Yeah. Are you sure it's at a medium plunge to the end?
Well, I'm not sure.
15 laps just fine yesterday in the sprint. Less fuel on board, but it's a tall order. But and probably not is the answer. But Norris is going to be the warm up on those hard compound tyres is going to be tough in these conditions. And then you should get some dividends a little bit later on.
Yeah, he's lost 3 seconds already.
Yeah.
With one lap. And that's clear of these hard compound tyres for this weekend. It's C1. Would have been a C2 last year. It's a C1 this year. Already hoping to give a more strategic options by putting a compound choice out that it isn't sequential. George Russell has a look. On Max Verstappen, nothing doing there. Into the chicane. Lewis Hamilton absolutely flying here. Fastest man on track by far. And on the last lap, he was, 7/10 of a second quicker than Alex Albon and Max Verstappen and George Russell. And he is really making gains.
And he's now got DRS range on Alex Albon as well, Lewis Hamilton. So he'll be flying through that. I think he'll join the Russell Verstappen Leclerc fight pretty soon.
You had Lewis for a top 6 finish today. You might be smiling at the moment. There's still a long way to go. Ted Cram is down to you.
Okay, we'll see whether the medium tyre can last. I don't think it can either, but that hard tyre, 2 steps harder than the medium, has been slow. It's slow on Friday, Frosty, so we'll see whether...
Ted, just as you say that, Lando mighty fast through the middle sector. He's got them up and running.
Good, impressive. I tell you what, who it hasn't worked out for, stopping late. Yuki Tsunoda and Isaac Hadjar. Gasly has passed Tsunoda, so good work from Gasly. And Alpine getting him in first.
And I think you can add Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon to that list as well. Ocon is now running from last. And Behrman's lost places down to 14th. Alonso picking up places, moving up into 13th. Pierre Gasly up into 11th on the fringes then of the top 10. 5 cars down the main straight. All trying to find a line in a slipstream and heading them at Charlotte, who seems a lot happier. But now he's on a medium set of tyres, so those intermediate much bothered this Sunday afternoon.
This man there last time around, just a little bit faster than this player. Actually, quite a bit faster than both McLaren. It's really yo-yoing around, isn't it?
Yo-yoing around in terms of who's making places and not. Nico Hulkenberg up into the top 9 and head down to teammate Gabriel Bortoletto. Who's made up places through that round of pit stop. So there's your race leader, Oscar Piastri, getting an overtake done on his teammates once we got racing. With a rolling start on the first green lap, as it were, and a significant overtake that gave him a free choice of strategy.
Well, I'd be pretty sure Lando can get to the end without a stop.
Yeah.
It's really a question of what Lando's got to do is put Oscar Piastri under pressure. He's got to hunt him down somehow if he can and force him into using the tyre.
Davidson, 2 seconds.
That's where it's charging the battery, basically, where it really, feels like you're throwing a parachute out the back when it starts topping the battery up instead of punching everything out.
Like you're towing a caravan through blocks, not advisable. Actually, Davidson, what are they saying to Oscar Piastri in terms of how his race strategy might pan out? That's what they said to Lando, actually.
They were saying that, just for an update, that both cars are going to try and make it to the end, and that they think that the other car, i.e. Piastri, is going to try and make it to the end as well, and having to make sure that he has time management. So Piastri's probably going to, on the medium tyre, to manage the tyres more, and that's kind of like, in a way, to G Lando up. The battery pack for Max Verstappen is the same thing I was saying before, but in reverse now. The track's dried out. The car has to relearn where to deploy it and where to harvest. And Max is feeling more clipping. That's their terminology for the harvesting.
Thanks ever so much, Andy. Learning taking place all the way through a Grand Prix. Fastest lap has been swapped between Hamilton and now Hamilton's teammate Charles Leclerc. We're on board with Ollie Behrman down in 14th. That's Fernando Alonso with a pretty draggy Aston Martin ahead of him, and he ain't going to be ahead of him for long. Ollie Behrman, who's picking up places in each and every Grand Prix, and I think has picked up more places than any other driver this season, makes another.
That was an update. Both cars will try and get to the end. The other car might have to do some stage management to make it work. Yes, that's our opportunity.
And that confirmation of what Anthony was telling us from Sky Race Control a couple of moments ago.
Yeah. So you've got to put him under pressure, put his tyres under pressure. Piastri is He's got a 15 lead over Leclerc Verstappen. That's not enough for another pit stop. They're all on the same tyres, of course. So Lando is the actual outlier out there of all 20 cars are running. The only driver on the hard compound tyre, and he's just taken another 3 tenths at a Piastri's lead. So they're working nicely.
They are.
Not quite as slow, but it is decent work. Piastri, if he does stop again, has the option to go on to the soft tyre for maybe the last 8 or 9 laps. We haven't got any new sets of soft. The only other new set I just got is a set of last. Imagine go on to those. But we wait and see. Lap 18, just under 9 seconds. The gap between Piastri and Norris was over 9 seconds about 3 laps ago. Going through into La Source is Isaac Hadger and Lance Stroll. Ahead of these is Kimi Antonelli. That's trying to make a move on Franco Colapinto. You remember back to the F2 race here last year. Kimi managed to get Franco going through Eau Rouge in the wet. What a great move that was on the day. He wasn't quite close enough to do a little repeat in F1 here. That stunning move. I think he was overtake of the year for F2 last year. Absolutely. So just looking at the relative ways, I'd say Verstappen was very much keeping the McLarens honest in terms of lap time at the moment, although they are about 15 seconds adrift. Lewis Hamilton stalled out a little bit now. Now he's cruising up behind Alex Albon, but that sort of relentless forward movement fallen away a bit. Lance Stroll on Isaac Hadger, easy pass for him, but DRS assisted down that main straight. Hamilton being told on the radio, just start to look after your tyres a little bit here, Lewis. Maybe they're thinking at Ferrari we can get you to the end as well. You might need to get to the end on these because those around you will be doing so as well. And Hamilton just a lap longer on his tyres than Lawson behind him and Alex Albon just ahead. I kind of think Lando they should have just backed him up a bit. He would be allowed to do that. He was fairer than anybody else's race. Really got the service, but elected for one more lap. I suppose it depends who else is coming into the pit lane at the time as well. I can't quite recall if he'd been held delayed for a pit box. Yes, there is that. I don't think there'd have been anybody arriving early enough with them. That's a good point. It's sort of half sight was what that happened to wait for us. When he came in, he was 14th. He's now running 19th. So he lost a lot of places. But I think when he picked it, there were more coming in at that time. Antonelli now in the slipstream. There's not quite enough speed in that Mercedes today. No. So Mercedes did ask, are they running a low downforce ring? They said no, we have the car really in the setup we're very light today. And he's going wide there behind Franco Colapinto. For George Russell, it's working up in 5th place. George Russell's struggling with his car at times. He's got more experience than Kimi Antonelli, who's said that weekend goes to a bit of crisis of confidence.
It's a little bit of pressure on if you just had pick it up with him or whatever, keep it calm and clean. That would have just kept me going if that's what we were doing. And as soon as I knew what's the bit,
But
because they knew it would.
eventually, I believe that they lost tight. They got the way man ran that Isaac Hadger, who was struggling out there, can't had to lift, so he didn't hit him. He still managed to breeze past.
That's James left tower. He got
10th out of Piastri's lead. Piastri having to manage his tyres to the end, and then in a half distance of these 4 long laps of start. Hulkenberg being told to do a bit of synchronised swimming and let Portoletto through. So give Portoletto down the straight after DRS behind you. And then before you get to the chicane, make sure that he's ahead of you to get past the car currently on the track. Let's see what happens. Peter Hulkenberg obliges. The swap is done. Now Gabriel can go and see if he can get Liam Lawson. Right, here's Kimi Antonelli. Franco Colapinto ahead. Pulls out from behind the slipstream.
Street, goes wheel to wheel, into the chicane, 15th place is his. He can set about trying to close out Fernando Alonso. That's the sort of thing he needs to start moving through the field, by enjoying himself out the race.
Yeah, Slipstream and DRS is the fastest first sector of anybody all race so far. Anthony at Sky Race. Talk about here, fight Colapinto. But his teammate George Russell is the first driver I've heard actually saying that he's not confident that they can make it through on a one-stopper. It's doubtful. So I don't think he's out the window compared to many other cars out there today. So he's the first driver doubting that. Let's see what others will say. George Russell got the checkered flag first here at Spa last year with a one-stop strategy before his car was found to be 1.8 kilos underweight, and he got disqualified from that win. That was brutal, wasn't it? George, that was a brilliant drive from him to ease those tyres all the way for such a long distance. But we'll see if Piastri can repeat. Now, just remind you, if you've been on wet tyres, it's all wet, you're not obliged to use 2 dry compounds. That obligation falls away as soon as you turn a lap and the inter's all wet.
Piastri out in front on the medium tyre. His teammate Lando Norris on the hard tyre, just under 8 seconds behind. McLaren looking for a 6-1 to finish of the season. That would be their most since 1988. From Saturdays when they took 10. Instead, Hadley is struggling out there. He certainly is, and is coming in for a pit stop onto the hard tyre to hopefully go until the end of the race. Franco Colapinto is getting a bit of a sinking feeling, I think, in that Alpine. Antonelli breezed past it, and Stroll can't, but he's under pressure once again. Straight line speed, not exactly. And the strength of that Alpine car, his teammate Pierre Gasly is running in 11th currently.
What you're doing looks good. It's your call really on whether we try and get to the end of this tyre or we can do a pit stop for another one. At the moment, I think try to get to the end.
I think a little bit of big already. So I don't need anyone. It's not really appropriate, isn't it? Because basically, being the hard compounding 2 steps harder than the medium here. We're missing compound. Last time around, he was actually faster than Norris. It's been the first time for several laps now. But of course, it's taking like out of the time all the time, and especially around here, that's not difficult to do in the long fast lap.
It's very true, but is he the damned if he doesn't situation where, the obvious answer then is, right, go on, push Oscar, give us more pace, open up that gap to Lando, but if the pace doesn't come in,
I mean, we're sitting here with great confidence that our compound cars go to the end, but nobody actually knows, do they? Because they're fairly random.
Least of all us.
Theoretically, they should, yes.
In theory, they should be slower, much slower than the medium, promoting a 2-stop strategy. But guess what? At the moment, there's about 10 minutes difference lap after lap between Norris and Piastri. On board with Lance Stroll. Saw that slight twitch from Franco Colapinto out of the source. She carried that all the way down the straight. 23 seconds of full blast, full throttle. And Stroll moves up into 60. Colapinto relegated another place. And let's go down to 10.
Let's just be a bit of devil's advocate for Oscar Piastri. It's your call. It's your call whether we try and make it to the end of the race on this set of tyres that nobody thinks is going to get to the end of the race. Is it his call? I mean, if he wants to drive really slowly and try to get the tyre to the end of the race, but these teams have got strangely mega computers that put Deep Blue to shame figuring these things out across these. How is it suddenly Oscar's call if he tries to make it to the end of the race? That medium either will or won't, and McLaren will know that. What's with all the, it's your call? If I was Oscar, knowing that Lando's on the hard, I'd feel pretty perplexed at the moment.
It's a championship battle, isn't it, with his teammate? And they're both saying, it's up to you if you want to take that risk or not, because nobody actually knows now whether they're going to win or not. Like, nobody thought George Russell would get to the end of the race last year, and he did. Sadly, disqualified, as you say. But what the base said to him is like, in other words, do you want to go hell for leather now and put another set on, or do you want to take the gamble you can get them to the end? But it strikes me from what he was saying trying to integrate fast. It's like me that Oscar needs to go as fast as he can, and then have a tyre advantage in the closing stages.
The trouble we've got at Spa this year is what the team's called the overtaking delta. How much faster do you need to be on a lap to get an overtake done with a car in front? It's about half a second. It's gone up a little bit this year. Overtaking is not as easy at Spa. It's not that sprint race as it has been in previous years. Which is adding to that half a second. There's only about 12 cars at the end of the straight because they're not running maximum downforce on that rear wing. So that is your call, Oscar, because if you're putting into a situation you get stuck, you have to get some overtaking done. And that might be on your teammate who's your championship challenger, and you might be losing 7 seconds to him.
So if Oscar comes in now, he'd be 11 seconds behind pressure tyres, as you said. Which tyres are going to put on? So, if he is far, if he has got a tyre advantage, then Steve's got plenty of time to do that overtake. But if they're going to, they've really got to make a decision up at quite early doors. Do we actually take all the performance out of these tyres?
We remember Antoine, not just when we come to Spa, but particularly when we come to Spa. Yeah, Gasly leading right around the track in the Mother here along with Pierce, watching on in the garage. Was a brilliant family. Into the source, ahead of you, so many drivers run on Thursday.
No, he called you through. I tapped you by mistake. Then I put up to the table.
Out of 44, we have passed half race distance. And that gap now, 8.2 seconds. Yeah, putting the fastest lap of the race. Working out by about 3 or 4 tenths a lap in the next 8 or 9 laps to make a second stop strategy work. But his teammate actually driving a pretty solid race behind. This is intriguing and it's fascinating, and I have no idea which way this is going to go between now and the second flag.
With the McLaren Verstappen staying at 146, they don't really open up pit stop gap up of the Aston at the moment. Not quite. So that's what McLaren will be looking for if they're going to do that. Absolutely ensuring, and Norris does the new fastest lap of the race.
I always play which when I take all that last
if they do it, it's just hanging out. It's comes out in the claims.
Yeah, the last thing that Oscar Piastri wants is to pick, come out behind Verstappen, not get a chance to overtake Verstappen, finish in fourth, and then give away a championship lead by the end of this race. Daniel goes. Who wants to step up and take the responsibility?
So Piastri's used Williams, they're going to qualify lanes, qualify. You take a new tyre every time. His teammates got on now.
1-2 finish on the touch, potentially for McLaren, but which way will it go round? Will Oscar Piastri pit again? Will that open up the door for a Charlotte Leclerc back to Tapper back again? Charlotte Leclerc, who has held him off in this race so far. Is Verstappen now having to manage his tyres a little bit to get his mediums back to the ends? Will we see in another 7 or 8 laps time probably struggling to pit? Does that then make Oscar Piastri's choice that little bit easier if the likes of Leclerc and Verstappen are struggling significantly? We're in close battles at the moment. This one, Tsunoda behind Gasly, Behrman behind Tsunoda, Alonso behind Behrman, and Antonelli behind Alonso, all in DRS range of each other, forming something of a DRS train as they stay through
That's a frantic fight, isn't it? All out of the World Championship points at the moment. That is the level of competition in Formula One now.
Ortoletto and Hulkenberg